need you to have all these people that are standing, they need to go out in the hallway, and that's your job.
Okay, out in the hallway?
Out in the hallway.
There's a TV, so that when they want to speak, you can see they can come in.
Okay, very good. Good afternoon. It's 1 p.m. and I'm going to call today's meeting of the Community Development Board to order. The first order of business before I go into the explanation of our agenda and our hearing process today is that everybody who does not have a seat needs to go out into the hallway. There are TVs to watch. When it comes time for you to speak, we will make sure that we will check the hallways for those who want to speak and approach the microphone. But we cannot have people standing in a room from a fire code standpoint. So all those who are standing, please exit to the hallway. Look for the monitors that will be broadcasting the presentation discussion today, and we'll address everybody and get everybody an opportunity to be heard if they've got the right to do so. Either as...
Chairman,
Yes,
perhaps people that have empty seats beside them could raise their hand.
Before the rest of the people filter out, are there any empty seats? If anybody sitting down has an empty seat next to them, raise your hand. We got one, we got two. Okay. I'll take it. Should we have an auction on the empty seats? I had a reserved seat, so I was good.
Somebody can have mine.
All right, then. We're going to proceed with our order of business today. At this point, please, everyone, please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. This board consists of 7 members and 1 alternate who are appointed by the City Council and serve voluntarily. I am Michael Butskas, and I will ask the other members of the board and the staff to introduce themselves, beginning on my left.
Mary Lau.
Mike Flannery.
Brian Barker.
Jay Daniel, attorney for the board.
Ella Crandall, Planning and Development.
Gina Clayton, Planning and Development.
Michael Polino, assistant city attorney.
Elizabeth Van Scoy.
John Quattrocki. Chris Sanaskevich.
Please remember to turn off your cell phones and beepers so they do not become a distraction during the meeting. Please also refrain from having conversations in this room so we might hear all the testimony given today. To ensure a complete record of this board's actions, we ask that each individual wishing to speak, including the applicant, speak directly into the microphone at the podium in front of us, and clearly state your name and spell your last name for the clerk of court. Now I will ask all those in attendance today who plan to speak to please rise and be sworn in by the clerk.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the entire truth? Yes. Thank you.
Mr. Daniel, do we have a process for making sure that anybody who was in the hallway that need to be sworn is sworn?
Just going to ask them as they come up to the podium.
Okay. All right, so for those in the hallway watching on the monitors, if you can hear me right now, when you do come in, let us know that you were in the hallway, and then we'll ask and make sure everybody is sworn in because it is sworn testimony that's being given today. We need to make sure everybody has taken the appropriate oath. Thank you. Agendas of today's meeting are on the podium by the entry door. Also on this podium are a roster of Community Development Board, the list of city staff and experts, their resumes, the board's rules of procedure, and the annual schedule of this board. Approval of minutes is the first order of business. Do we have it today, or are we last time? No, we're skipping over that. Okay. So, next item on the agenda, and listen carefully so there isn't confusion. That's what I'm going to be bringing up right now. Okay. So the next item on the agenda is citizens to be heard for items that are not on the agenda. If you're here today to speak on case 2019-01002, that's not you. If you're here to speak on another matter, then you can approach the microphone one by one. You have 3 minutes to approach and bring anything to the board. Ma'am, I suppose that you may have something that's not on their agenda?
Lisa Alonso. I'll fill a card out. And this has been on your agenda in the past, when John Funk was the chair of the board, and some of the other board members, they were encouraging this board, or the city, to allow this board to have some educational forums or workshops, because right now the board, and I've heard this from another person who, that's 3 people previously that were on this board who were complaining that this board gets too much information and they don't have enough time to really hash things out when they have to make decisions. So I'd like to ask you to reconsider what you previously had discussed, which is to have more workshops to discuss items so that you can make better decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else here from the public today wishing to speak on matters that are not on the agenda? Seeing none, we'll continue on with our order of business. The matter before us today is a Level 2 application. All Level 2 cases, such as flexible development, are considered quasi-judicial hearings. In a quasi-judicial hearing, the Community Development Board reviews the application, the staff report, correspondence, and all evidence presented today and makes a final decision subject to appeal. This board has previously qualified all the city staff who will testify as experts in their areas of professional training, education, and expertise. The list of city staff experts and their resumes are in the handbook on the podium near the entry door. Any other professionals who desire to be qualified as an expert witness shall so request at the beginning of the case and present a resume to each board member. The board shall determine whether or not to qualify the person as an expert and in what field of study. At the beginning of each Level 2 case, I will ask for anyone who wishes to request party status to come forward and state your reasons. Party status may be granted if the person requesting such status demonstrates that he or she is a substantially affected person. The board will then determine whether or not to grant party status. Then the case will proceed as follows. There'll be a presentation by planning staff for a 10-minute maximum, presentation by the applicant for a 10-minute maximum, presentations by persons with party status, 5 minutes maximum per party. Cross-examination of witnesses by planning staff, cross-examinations of witnesses by applicant, and cross-examination of persons with party status, by persons with party status. Comments by the public is 3 minutes per person, and then we'll have closing remarks by the planning staff, which is limited to 3 minutes maximum, closing remarks by persons granted party status, also limited to 3 minutes per party maximum, and finally closing remarks by the applicant, limited to 3 minutes maximum. At that point, we'll close the public hearing, and discussion and vote will be held by the board. Our first, only Level 2 case today is FLD 2019-01002 at 1919 Edgewater Drive and 1026 Sunset Point Road. It's a Level 2 application, and the owner is Edgewater Valor Capital LLC, with the agent being Sandra Lee Bradbury from Northside Engineering. The Community Development Board is reviewing a proposed 80-unit attached dwelling development in tourist and medium-density residential districts for those properties. So, as I indicated earlier in discussing the procedures, is there anybody in the audience who wishes to request party status on this case? What I'd ask you to do is come up in an orderly fashion, one by one. Probably best, if there's people in the hallway who also are looking for party status, to kind of line up by the wall over that way, then just come up one by one. So if everybody who's standing, go over to the left, or my left, your right, and line up and just come up one by one, because we need to get your name information and determine whether you have substantial interest to grant party status or not. Again, those who are in the corridors that are watching on the monitors, if you can hear me and you wish to be granted party status, come into the room and line up along the wall on the right side as you're looking towards the board up here, and we'll take you one by one. Mr. Flannery?
I may mention, this is the proper time to say, that I'm a member of the Old Clearwater Bay Homeowners Association, and I was contacted in my position there to attend the first meeting of this that was held at a restaurant. I did attend that meeting. I had no contact or otherwise with this development, but I wanted to make it clear that I did go to that meeting, and I did see the first plans.
Okay, thank you. All right, so ma'am, with the blue top on, if you come forward, please state your name, spell your last name for the clerk, and then give us your basis for seeking party status.
Good afternoon. My name is Kate Belniak. That's Belniak. I'm requesting party status as I am the president of the Edgewater Drive Neighborhood Association, and that is the neighborhood that this proposed development is seeking to be in. I did receive notice as the head of the neighborhood association about this, from the city, and for that reason, as being affected, is why I'm requesting the party status.
So you're here on behalf of, which association is that? Just
Edgewater Drive Neighborhood Association.
Okay. Pat, do you see that on the list?
I have
The
that letter.
Edgewater Drive HOA is
Oh,
on.
is that one? Okay, very good, thank you. All right. You've heard the request by Ms. Belniak. Does anybody have a motion? Motion made and seconded to grant party status. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please have a seat, and we'll be calling everybody up as we move along. Ma'am?
Hi, my name is Gail Pollack, Pollack. I request party status. I live on the next street over, Sediva, which is already being used as a cut-through. If you were to go ahead and allow this type of a project, it's going to substantially adversely affect my home and those on my street. It will become, because there's been no direction towards traffic controlling in that area or consideration of the traffic and the effects of traffic that'll happen on our interior residential street. But as I said, it's already being used as a cut-through because of difficulties of traffic coming north and south on alternate 19 and putting another couple hundred cars coming out off of Sunnydale, which is the only way they come. It's going to increase majorly the traffic on our street.
Thank you. We just need to have an idea. So you did not receive notice of the meeting, but you were in a nearby neighborhood, is that?
Correct.
Okay. So you've heard the request for party status by someone who had a basis for being an affected person. Do I have a motion or discussion? There being no motion, then, Jay, there's no party status granted.
Have no motion, have no motion.
Okay, I have no motion. Ma'am, no one's made a motion to grant party status, so please have a seat. You can address the board as part of the public.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Next person.
Good afternoon. My name is Dean Falk, F-A-L-K. I live on Sunnydale Drive, 1030 Sunnydale Drive, and I'm about 25 feet outside of the circumference of your circle, but I'm directly affected because this is the only exit I have from my property.
Mr. Chairman, I move to grant Mr. Falk party status.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you.
you.
Ma'am?
I'm Karen Cunningham, K-A-R-E-N, Cunningham, C-U-N-N-I-N-G-H-A-M. I'm president of the Clearwater Neighborhood Association, the CNC. We're the only neighborhood association open to members citywide. The Clearwater Neighborhood Association received notice for this hearing in accordance with Section 4206C2. The members of the Clearwater Neighborhood Association on June 3rd voted to authorize the president to request party status. In this case, aspects of the staff report contain comments that have citywide application as well as this case. Therefore, we request party status. Mr. Johnson will present our case at the appropriate time.
Is he legal counsel or is he another representative of the board?
He's the representative, yes.
What's his name?
Bill Johnson.
Can you spell his last name just so we have it right?
Yes, J-O-N-S-O-N.
And he'll be speaking on behalf of the Clearwater Neighborhood Association, and I do show that on our agenda.
Coalition, excuse me.
Neighborhood Coalition, I'm sorry.
Coalition.
Yeah, and I see on our agenda that they are listed as an affected neighborhood association in the description of the agenda.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I move to approve party status to Karen Cunningham and the CNC.
I think it would be more appropriate to make a motion to approve party status for the representative of the Clearwater Neighborhood Coalition, since she's not going to, she made the request, but she's not have Mr. Johnson speak on their behalf.
Okay.
So I think we'll grant party status to the association through their representative.
Correct.
Okay.
Second.
Is that your motion?
Yes.
Okay, motion made and seconded. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Sir.
Hello, my name is Carl Balducci, B-A-L-D-U-C-C-I. My property's on Sunnydale Drive, 1027. I did receive an affected party letter, and I'm therefore asking for party status.
Move to grant party status.
Motion made and seconded to grant party status. Is there any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Balducci. Sir?
Hello. Thank you for your volunteer service. Appreciate that. My name is Paul Tracy Spikes. I live at 1031 Sediva Street. With my wife, Carol McDuff, we received a letter because we're within that 200-foot range of the building. I request party status.
Motion made to grant party status. Motion seconded. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion carries.
Sorry, who made that motion?
Mr. Quattrocchi made the motion.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that was Spikes, correct? Okay. Next.
Hi, my name is Veronica Groth, G-R-O-T as in Thomas, H as in Harry. I live at 1034 Sunnydale Drive. I'm requesting party status.
So moved.
Motion made and seconded for party status. Does anybody have any discussion? There being none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know that you have that on your list.
Oh,
Would you spell your name again, please?
G-R-O-T-H.
and your address was?
D-R-O-T-H.
Yes, is the sir.
What's the address?
1034 Sunnydale Drive. It's 50 feet outside the party status.
Thank you. All right.
Y'all can reconsider that if you wish to.
Pardon me?
You're welcome to reconsider that party status if you wish to.
Her address is 50 feet down Sunnydale further. Does anybody want that reconsidered?
I would like to see us reconsider that. I think we should be consistent in
Okay.
what we approve as party status.
Okay. So it's been asked to be reconsidered. So
Let me make a motion that we reconsider and deny party status, but leave her an opportunity to speak from the public.
Okay.
Let's take that one step at a time.
Yeah.
So you have someone who voted in the
Sir, please wait for a
affirmative.
moment. We got to go through.
All right, you have someone who voted in the affirmative on the motion to grant party status, now requesting to reconsider that decision.
Right.
Let's make that one motion at a time.
Right.
Yes.
Let's get it on the floor, if that's your desire, if that's the board's desire. As I understand, you've moved to reconsider it. We need a second on that
Right,
motion.
do I have a
if
second
that's
on that?
desired.
Motion made and second on reconsidering that. Okay. Discussion? Do you want to hear some more from her?
Yeah, I think that we, to be consistent, we should
Okay.
give her the opportunity.
All right.
Public comments are made, but I think we should not grant party status.
Okay, very good. We wouldn't happen to have a mic we could take to.
Discussion. Not a word. Turn your microphones up.
We don't have volume controls here.
You need, everyone just, if you sit up a little closer to your microphones, it'll pick up better.
Okay.
Yeah, don't lean back.
Great. Okay, well, right now, there was a motion to reconsider her request for party status, and what would be appropriate would be to ask her to come back up and explain, since she's beyond the range for notice was given, other than just making a statement that she is an affected person.
First thing you want to do is get a vote on that motion for reconsideration.
My apologies, okay. Do I have all in favor of the motion, say aye? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries unanimous. So, we can either have her come up, or we can take the next person until she gets up here, since she had some.
You can take it whatever order is most appropriate.
If she can come back up, we would need her to explain a little bit further about why she would be granted party status, and she was beyond the notice area. And to give her time to get up here, I'm going to go ahead and take this gentleman in the meantime, then we'll take you all next, okay? Sir, please state your name.
My name is Jeremy Reynolds. Last name is spelled R-E-Y-N-O-L-D-S. I'm here as a representative of Ms. Kim L. Kazaba and Craig Ragsdale. They reside at 1023 Sunnydale Drive. They did receive notice. The reason for my appearance on their behalf is they are currently out of the country. They had a trip that was planned 6 months in advance. They planned to be here for the original meeting, but could not attend this one.
One of the reasons for having party status, your name again?
My name is Jeremy Reynolds. I'm representing
I see.
Kim Casba and Reed Ragsdale. They live within 200 feet of the proposed development and did receive notice.
Okay, when a person gets party status, a lot of things go along with that.
Yes, sir.
So they have the opportunity through due process to ask questions the way the petitioner or the city can, and they have their right to cross-examine.
Yes, sir.
But they're also supposed to be present to be able to offer testimony, because if somebody is going to be a party in the matter, they have to make themselves available for testimony as well. How do you propose to be able to address us not being able to ask the people you're here on behalf of questions directly?
The affidavit that I have, and I'm happy to let you review it, authorizes me to answer questions on their behalf.
Well, I'll need to take a look at the affidavit first.
You have copies for the board?
I have one copy, so original wet copy.
Mr. Chair, the city would object to allowing someone else to answer questions about that affidavit because it's not so much this individual's credibility that's an issue, but the credibility of the individual who signed the affidavit. That would never be allowed at a trial or an evidentiary hearing in court, so I don't think that should be allowed here.
Thank you, Mr. Foligno.
City's objection is noted, as we discussed in this board in the past. Your rules don't provide for this circumstance. The matter, as Mr. Chairman has alluded to, is simply one of basic fairness, so that's a function for you all to decide as board members whether an agency representation for party status meets the requirement of basic fairness. Now I would urge you to focus your consideration of this application on that matter.
Okay. I'll let the board members review that, and also Mr. Foligno as well on behalf of the city. And then I'll come back with another question or two. I'll say that directly into the microphone. I'll have the rest of the board members review that, and then Mr. Foligno will look at it on behalf of the city, and then I'll come back with a couple more questions.
Mr. Chairman, while we're doing that, just to point out, I think this memo here is related to folks in question too. So
Okay.
I think we have all their.
That is not the entirety.
I'm sorry?
There's not the entirety. There's additional evidence to be entered.
I know, I'm just pointing that out,
Oh, yeah.
that we have quite a bit of information from them already.
And Mr. Barker, thank you for pointing that out. Is everybody at? Oh, she's looking at it. Okay. So, again, I think the concern from my perspective is one of, and I'll just take Mr. Barker's notation as an example. If there's something in that memorandum specifically that was submitted that we have had a chance to look at and will likely be made part of the record in some respect, that we wanted to ask them questions about. I don't know that whether this person can answer all those questions because it's pretty detailed information. It's a matter of being able to examine the people who are in fact the party status, not himself. So anyways, that being said, from the standpoint of what we've talked about with our legal counsel and what we've addressed in the past, is there a motion to grant party status to Ms. Kazuba and Mr. Ragsdale through their representative as they are not here?
I move to grant party status. I want to hear everything I can. If they're affected, there's no reason to not hear them unless there's a problem.
Do I have a second on that motion?
Second.
Motion's made and second. Is there any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
So we can get
Yeah, I need to get.
Let's get a roll call of that vote.
Yeah, let's get a roll call on that vote. I'll begin with Mr. Barker.
No.
Ms. Flannery.
Yes.
Yes.
I'll vote yes.
No. Yes.
Yes.
And I vote no, but that's 4-3, I believe. So he's granted party status.
All right. Mr. Reynolds, if you please, I know you didn't bring a copy. I'm going to keep this for the record.
Absolutely, no problem.
Ma'am, if you can come back forward so we can ask a few more questions. Thank you for getting back up to come chat with us.
I'm Veronica Groth,
Okay.
and I wanted to withdraw my request for party status. The last name is Groth, G-R-O-T as in Thomas, H as in Harry, Veronica.
So did I hear you correctly? You want to withdraw your request for party status?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you then. I appreciate you getting up and approaching us again. Next person to approach the podium.
Hello, my name is Maria Ortenzio, and the last name is spelled Ortenzio. I did receive a party status letter. I am a homeowner at 1044 Sunset Point Road, and I feel that there's a lot, going to be an impact in property value and my lifestyle, so I would like to request party status.
So moved.
Motion made, do we have a second? Motion made and seconded, any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion, all opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Hortenzio. Ma'am? Good afternoon.
My name is Deborah Adam Chase, so it's Deborah, D-E-B-R-A, Adam, A-D-A-M, Chase, C-H-A-S-E, and I did receive a status letter.
Can you give me your address, please?
1040 Sunset Point Road.
Okay, thank you. Motion made to grant the party status. Do I have a second? Motion made and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am?
My name is L. Arsov. That's A-R-S as in Sam, O-V as in Victor E. I live at 1934 Overbrook Avenue, right in back of Sunnydale. And I'd like E-L-L-E-N. Actually, it's Ellen Lincoln Arsov, but I go by L. Arsov for short. Okay, so I would like party status to represent the adjacent neighborhood of Sunset Point 2nd Edition. There are many people here in this room from that neighborhood, and we have our concerns. It's not just the adjacent properties that are going to be affected by this development, or the people in Sunnydale. It's many more people. And so I believe that we deserve a voice in this, and you represent us, I assume, and I would like party status.
Okay. And just so those who are here are clear, if you're not granted party status, there's still the opportunity to speak for 3 minutes during the public comment session. But that being said, we have a request for party status for someone who's outside the range, but she stated her reasons for seeking party status. Do I have any motion on this one? Do I have any motion? There being none, we'll move on to the next request. Sorry, ma'am. Okay. Ma'am?
Hello. My name's Angelica Varandos. That's V as in Victor, R-O-N-D-O-S. I live at 1971 Edgewater Drive. I am not within the notification zone. However, I do live directly on Edgewater Drive and enjoy the view of the water. That is probably a good reason why this property is being discussed as much as it is today. And the reason, therefore, I would like to be representative of some of the people that live on Edgewater Drive, who, by the way, granted the land across the street to become a park to the city.
All right, we had Ms. Varandos request party status. Does anybody have a motion on that one? Does anyone have a motion? There being none, we'll move on to the next matter. Sorry, ma'am. Sir?
Hi, my name is Dan Farrell, F-A-R-R-E-L-L. My wife and I own 3 homes on Sunnydale, one of them being 1035. We don't currently live there now, so I don't know if a letter came or not, but I do request party status on behalf of myself and my wife.
Okay. Is the home on Sunnydale owned and held title in your name individually, or is it under a different name, or?
It may be under a trust. Okay. One is in my wife's name, and I'm not sure about the other one. But they would all have our last names attached.
I don't see it as far as the list that got notice, unless I'm missing something. I'm just going to double check with the clerk.
1035 would be the closest to the property.
unless you see it, otherwise, Pat, I don't see it on the list. So you've had, okay, so you've had a request for party status by Mr. Farrell. He's outside the range, but he's stated his reasons. So we'll have a motion to request to grant party status. Do I have a motion to grant party status? There being none, no party status on this one either. Okay. Is there anybody else wishing to seek party status? Okay, I'll ask one more time for those in the hallway if you can hear me. If there is somebody in the hallway who's looking to seek party status, please come in now so you can be heard. I don't know if we have anybody who can check in the hallway, but there's no one else? No, okay, we're not there. Ma'am, go ahead.
Hi there, my name is Lisa Lynn, Lisalynn. I just purchased the house directly behind the lot, 1021. Did not receive a letter, did not receive notification that this lovely large building was coming, and I have a lot to say about what I just paid for the house. I'd like to request party status.
Would you give me your name again?
Yes, it's Lisa Lynn, Lisalynn.
I do see that on the list that were noticed were sent, so she was at least intended to be in the group that got party status.
Okay, great. We just moved in a week ago, so we're...
That would be why. Notice would have gone out earlier than that, so. Do I have a motion to grant? Motion made and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, motion carries. So I'll make one last call. Anybody else in the room wishing to seek party status? Okay, please come forward, state your name, spell your name for the clerk.
My name is, excuse me, Carlton Ward, address 625 Court Street, Suite 200, Clearwater. I'm here as the legal representative of Tom Generali and two of his entities that own property directly adjoining or adjacent to this property. One property is at 1028 Sunset Point Road, another at 1899 Edgewater, which is immediately south across Sunset Point from the subject property. The property at 1028 Sunset is immediately to the east of the subject property.
You heard a discussion earlier, if you were in the room. Is Mr. Generali here?
No, he's not here. He's asked me to represent him.
Okay.
He's not comfortable speaking publicly.
If,
and it's my understanding, as an attorney representing him, I'm entitled to speak on his behalf.
but you would have to be sworn and testify as a witness, not as an attorney on his behalf, because you'd be giving evidence today. You wouldn't be here in a representative capacity. Do you have all the knowledge that Mr. Generali has to be able to answer questions if questions are raised by cross-examination as far as his position goes and otherwise?
I believe I do.
I believe you do. Okay. So we have Mr. Ward's request for party status in a representative capacity for Mr. Generali. Mr. Generali is within the notice area with his property at 1899 Edgewater Drive. You've heard what he had to say, so I'm not going to recap that. So does anybody have a motion to grant party status?
And just, Mr. Chair, before you motion, I apologize, but we would make the same objection as before.
So noted. Thank you. Does anybody have a motion to grant party status?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to grant party status to Mr. Generali through his representative, his legal representative.
Okay.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. I'm going to do a roll call vote again, just so that it's clear without guessing.
Can we I just have a question, I mean, for the non-attorneys
Okay, for discussion,
involved.
yeah.
I mean, how is this different than the other situation we had?
His question was, how is this different from the other situation where somebody asked a representative to be here in a representative capacity? And my opinion, individually as a board member, as legal counsel for the board, is that it really isn't different. The question comes down to whether we believe he's got the requisite knowledge so he can be cross-examined by others and afford the others in the case, whether they be sharing his opinion as him or oppose his opinion, the opportunity to cross-examine all witnesses who are presenting testimony or evidence today. You can either vote the way you voted before, or you can vote differently on this one, but that's the general gist of the concerns about a representative capacity and what knowledge they might have or might not have. Thank you. Is that, Mr. Daniel, is that a fairly accurate summary of?
I think it is. The other distinction that you might draw is that the prior applicant came with an affidavit testifying to his agent capacity. I don't know Mr. Ward, but I doubt he's going to put his reputation or law license on the line by misrepresenting his.
I don't know him personally, but I do know he's an attorney, so.
Right. So that's a distinction that you may find important, you may not. But
well, and I clarified, that's why I asked him specifically that it'd be different than him here in the normal situation as speaking on somebody's behalf as their representative. In that regard, he's actually truly standing in Mr. Generali's shoes because he has to be sworn in where normally he wouldn't be.
And as with any other witness, you have the ability, as do the other parties and persons with party status, to ask him questions to determine if that in fact is the case, and you can give that testimony with whatever sufficiency you find appropriate.
Okay. So I'll begin with Mr. Barker, yes?
Yes.
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 Yes. Yes.
Yes.
And I'm going to vote no again like I did last time, but it's 6-1, so
Thank you.
granted party status, Mr. Ward. Okay. Is there anybody else wishing to seek party status? There being none, then we're going to go ahead and proceed with our case and call up city staff to begin with their presentation. Mr. Fuino, typically you have some preliminary motions.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chair, we would ask that the board...
Actually, let me interrupt you instead of starting. I want to make sure that my list is correct and consistent with the list by the clerk of people who have been granted party status. I'm just going to say the last names, just so we're on the same page. I've got 10 people total, I believe. The first last name was Belniak, and then Falk, and then Cunningham or Johnson on behalf of the Clearwater Neighborhood Coalition, then Balducci, Spikes, Mr. Reynolds on behalf of Kazuba and Ragsdale, Hortensio, I think it was Deborah Adam, Lisa Lynn, and then Mr. Ward in representative capacity for Mr. Generali. That's what I've got in terms of who's been granted party status. I just want to be certain so that way we know to get the 10 people at the appropriate time for their role in this matter. Okay, with that cleared up, Mr. Fuino, go ahead, please.
The city would ask that the board accept Ms. Crandrell as an expert witness in zoning, annexations, land use, rezoning applications, comprehensive planning, site plan analysis, the land development code, and all matters upon which she's about to testify. Ms. Crandrell's CV is attached to the city staff report.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to accept Ms. Crandall as expert. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The motion carries. Good afternoon.
Ellen Crandall, Planning Development. The application before you is comprised of 2 properties. The subject property has 3 fronts: Sunnydale Drive to the north, Edgewater Drive to the west, and Sunset Point Road to the south. The remaining property lines are sides. An alleyway bifurcates the property east to west. Property is also subject to FEMA flood zones. Some of the surrounding uses are to the north, across Sunnydale, a hotel. Adjacent to the east are single-family homes. To the south, across Sunset Point Road, are attached dwellings and Stevenson Creek. Adjacent to the southwest is a vacant gas station. To the west, across Edgewater Drive, is Edgewater Park and Clearwater Harbor. The city of Clearwater boundary with the city of Dunedin is approximately 2,200 feet to the north at Union Street. The red dotted lines show the subject property. The majority of the site is in the tourist zoning district with an underlined future land use designation of resort facilities high. A smaller portion of the site is in the medium density residential zoning district with an underlined future land use designation of residential medium. Might be easier to read the zoning districts on this map. The black dotted line indicates the general area. The subject property is effectively an island of the tourist zoning district on the western edge of a residential neighborhood comprised of 2 residential zoning districts: low medium density residential, shown as yellow, and medium density residential, shown as orange. Should be noted that the designations of the subject property, when compared to the surrounding residential neighborhood, make it inherently different from the surrounding neighborhood. This is a picture of the subject property. It's primarily vacant. This is looking north. You can see the hotel across Sunnydale. This is 1026 Sunset Point Road, a vacant structure there. The development proposal consists of demolishing all improvements on the site and replacing them with an 80-unit attached dwelling development with 164 associated off-street parking spaces. It includes the vacation of the alleyway, which must be approved by City Council, and the relocation of utilities. The vacation of the alleyway will marginally increase the size of the property, which has been included in the proposal. This increase is needed to support the density. The proposed development spans 2 zoning districts, includes density averaging, and this has been addressed as a condition of approval. The development will consist of 3 buildings atop of a single-story structured parking platform with a pool and pool deck on the west side. There will be 2 points of vehicular access, a limited one along Sunnydale Drive to the north, and the primary one will be in the MDR portion of the property along Sunset Point Road. Due to the inherent differences of the tourist zoning district and the low-medium density residential zoning district, and they are butting on the east property line, much attention has been given to this east property line. The development proposes to place the taller components of the project further to the west, away from the adjacent single-family homes, and provide setbacks and landscaping in excess of code requirements along the east property line. So specifically, this slide is showing the east property line with the red dotted line. The building is proposed to be 152 feet from the east property line, and pavement proposed to be at 20 feet to the LMDR. To the southeast, where it abuts MDR, they're proposing 75 feet to building and 10 feet to pavement. The proposed landscaping will meet the requirements of the code. However, the provided landscape plan does not meet the required interior island dimensions. The board has been provided with a memo with an additional condition of approval, which the applicant is in agreement with, that prior to the issuance of any permit except for demolition, the landscaping islands in the vehicular use area be revised to meet the dimensional requirements of the Community Development Code, Section 3-1202.E.2.5. In addition to meeting the minimum code requirements, the proposal includes landscaping in excess of the minimums. Specifically, buffers along Sunset Point Road range from 15 feet to 25 feet, with the majority being in excess of 15 feet, along Sunnydale Drive of 21 feet, and along Edgewater Drive from 15 to 35 feet. Should be noted that this is measured from the property line. Along Edgewater, the property line jogs in, and so there is roughly 35 feet of landscaping here, but there's also additional green space in the right-of-way. Some innovative landscaping treatments are proposed, including green walls and cascading landscaping. These are better seen on the architectural renderings. It's been added as a condition of approval that additional details for these innovative landscaping techniques are provided on the landscape plan. The green walls are better seen on the elevations. Here are the north and east building elevations. The proposal is requesting the flexibility of a Level 2 flexible development application for the following items. In the tourist district, a height of 86 feet for attached dwellings, where the maximum able to be requested is 100 feet. In the MDR district, the request is being processed as a residential infill project due to an existing lot width of 85 feet and includes the use of attached dwellings, and for a height of 38 feet, where the maximum able to be requested is 50. These elevations show the west and south building elevations. The bottom elevation shows the building with a height of 38 feet in the MDR district. This rendering may be easier to read. This is the northwest corner along Edgewater Drive and Sunnydale. In summary, the future land use and zoning designations of the subject property are different from the neighboring residential designations in nearly every development parameter, from intensity of use, required setbacks, permitted uses, to the basic intent of the districts. To bridge this difference is the ultimate challenge of any project on this property. Consistency does not mean identical or substantially the same. The use of attached dwellings is compatible. The architecture of the building provides significant movement and undulation in the planes of the building. The balconies add to the residential quality and help break down the mass of the buildings. The differences in scale and bulk have been mitigated with the placement of the buildings, meeting all setbacks and providing setbacks of 152 feet to the building from the east property line abutting LMDR, and providing 75 feet to the building from the east property line to the MDR district. This proposal provides landscaping in excess of code requirements and further provides innovative landscaping of cascading landscaping over the parking structure and green walls. The Planning and Development Department has determined the proposal is consistent with the general applicability criteria, the T district flexibility criteria, and the MDR district flexibility criteria, and is therefore recommending approval. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Does the staff have any questions of the applicant at this time?
I do have one question. You mentioned at the beginning that there was some right-of-way that needed to be vacated to get the density.
Excuse me, the microphones are on, but those kinds of outbursts are going to make the meeting longer than it needs to be and also don't really benefit the meeting as a whole. Mr. Barker, if you could just restate the question this time, but also lean forward when you ask the
Right-of-way
question.
that needs to be vacated, that has to go to city council. If that is not vacated, or they decide not to, what would that do to their density?
If the alleyway bifurcating the property is not vacated, the project would not be able to move forward. It would affect their density, but further, there's utilities in that alleyway.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Go ahead, Mr. Flannery.
Could you go back to that third slide that showed the overall and with the purple, the zoning areas? That one right there. I did a little research and I have a bigger map of that shows, see the purple, and if you follow that down on North Fort Harrison, it only goes down about 8 motels. There's a series of 8 motels, Flamenco and everything. I live there on Venetian Point. I walk by this every day, just, okay. That's the only places I'm seeing purple when I'm in the mainland, and I'm asking while you're doing the zoning here, right here. So if somebody in that purple zone wanted to build a 100-foot high building, they could do that too under the same argument we have just done here. So down next to my house, all along North Fort Harrison, they could use that purple zoning and say 100 feet. Is that pretty correct, or am I wrong with that?
So the purple that you're referring to, that is the tourist zoning district. So within the tourist zoning district, a quick overview of our code, generally it's broken into 3 sections where you have minimum standard uses that's not applicable in the tourist district. You have a level 1 or a level 2. This is a level 2 flexible development application before the board. As part of that level 2, you can request height for attached dwellings in excess of 50 feet. Through a level 1, which is staff review by the Development Review Committee, you could request up to 50 feet. So in the tourist district, you could request up to 100 feet for attached dwellings. I don't have the other uses.
So just to follow up, I've lived there 43 years, and I didn't realize that was a possible 100-foot high building there. So I think the next logical argument for me would be to, now that this gets approved at 86 plus base level, which is 96 feet from the water, then the other ones can do the same. And I did not realize that could be done. I guess I'm naive, but I think they did it up here, I can do it down here. So I'm just trying to see if it's a domino effect going down the road. And that would be the case, wouldn't it?
You raised a good question. I think it's worth noting that the majority of the tourist zoning district in the city of Clearwater is on the beach and is then regulated by Beach by Design, which provides very specific design guidelines. This is one of the very few areas of tourist zoning district on the mainland. There were additional properties that were tourist, I believe, along US 19. They have since been rezoned to the US 19 district, but this is a very unique circumstance to have this zoning designation.
So my last question is, how did it get left over? Why didn't they clean up all the other stuff? Didn't they take a eraser of this many years ago? I'm just wondering. I don't quite understand how it's...
Yeah, I would refer to the staff report. I provide a brief history of the site. It has been designated as tourist since our code was adopted in '99. I believe there was a land use plan amendment and a rezoning that was approved by council. Again, I'd refer to the staff report. I couldn't tell you the years that provided a slight expansion. But I believe there was a motel, hotel on the property previously, and that is
Yeah,
likely have.
I stopped there driving down when I moved to Clearwater. It was a one-story, two-story thing, the whole thing. Yeah, not this tall. Thank you.
Before I go to others in the board, just a follow-up question, that just so that we're clear on it. So in those purple areas in the tourist district, it's not just a height issue. There's also questions in terms of setbacks and lot size and so on. There's multiple criteria they have to meet. And I'm saying that just eyeballing what you have there and noticing that the properties to the south are much narrower than the subject property here. In terms of what can and can't be built, there's a whole lot more criteria than just you can go 100 feet if you're in the
Yes,
purple area.
there's a great deal more criteria, but the tourist zoning district, as I stated before, is inherently different than a lot of the surrounding low, medium density residential or residential districts. It allows for greater intensity density, it allows for different uses, and with that it provides, different setback requirements.
Ms. Crandall, in your review, did you make a determination that the height of the building and the other characteristics of the development were compatible with the character of the overall neighborhood, which to me includes the 5-story condo across the street, across Edgewater, the hotel, the whole area?
I mean, I think we're all here today because that is the difficult determination, is the height. This project came through multiple revisions. And with that, the project that's before you today, they revised their site plan to meet all setbacks, to provide landscaping and buffering in excess, and to provide, the maximum buffer that they could from the adjacent single-family homes. Where it's tourist abutting LMDR, they're proposing a setback of 152 feet to the building. The minimum lot size in LMDR is 50 feet, so that's effectively 3 LMDR lots setback. I mean, that is their proposal, that they are mitigating that difference.
Questions on this side? No? Okay, then we'll move on to presentation by the applicant. You have 10 minutes as well.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Before I start up my time, I'd like to ask the board to accept expert witnesses. We provided an evidence packet to the board. And for the record, Brian Ungst, 65 Port Street, on behalf of the applicant Edgewater Valor Capital LLC. If you go to tab 15 of your evidence packet, it's the last tab. And I don't know, Mr. Chairman, if you want to handle certifying the experts all together, or if you want me to do them one at a time.
I think we'll do them one at a time, just in case any questions anybody has of any.
Yes, sir. So the first one would be Mr. Robert Pergolesi, AICP, PTP, who we would ask the board to certify and accept as an expert in land use planning and transportation planning. He performed the traffic impact study.
Second.
Motion made and second to accept Mr. Pergolesi. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
The next resume in your packet is Wayne M. Wells, AICP, and we would ask that Mr. Wells be certified in the areas of land use planning and also in landscape planning.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries.
The final expert we have for your consideration is Mr. Alan McDonald, and his resume is the third resume in the packet, and we'd ask that he be certified and accepted by the board as an expert in the areas of architecture and landscape architecture.
So moved.
Motion, second. Motion made and seconded. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And before I start my time again, I'd like to ask the board to formally accept the evidence packet into evidence and as part of the record. It has been submitted to the city staff prior to the hearing, and I believe it's been uploaded to ePermit.
Motion to accept that?
Need a motion?
So moved.
Okay.
And second.
Motion made and seconded to accept the evidence packet.
And let me just make sure the MO is working.
Let me get the vote on that.
Yes.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
So I'm sorry, I put those papers in my packet.
Yes, they're intended to be there.
Okay.
They were last minute. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brian Ungst on behalf of the applicant Edgewater Capital, Valor Capital LLC. My client is committed to Clearwater. It's committed to the Community Development Code, it's committed to the goals and objectives of the comprehensive plan, and it's committed to the legislative intent of the Clearwater City Council. It's committed to the community. This is not a speculative deal. This isn't a contract purchase contingent on your approval. My client has invested millions of dollars into this property and has invested millions of dollars into improving the community. They're entitled in this quasi-judicial hearing to the acceptance and consideration of only competent substantial evidence. And if they meet all of the requirements or exceed all of the requirements of the comprehensive plan and community development code, they're entitled as a property right to redevelop the property. There's a lot of misconstruing of what is being requested, a lot of misunderstanding. The only flexibility that matters that's being requested is for the height. We're not asking for additional density. We are entitled to build 80 units on the property. We are entitled to build them up to 50 feet above base flood elevation, 10 feet away from the neighboring properties. That would be a horrendous canyon effect on the neighborhood. What we're asking for is flexibility to benefit the neighborhood. What we're asking for is flexibility for a slight increase of the height to 86 feet in the tourist district to move the density 152 feet away from the property line, which is even farther set back from the closest structure. In the MDR district, we're only going up to 38 feet, and it's 75 feet set back from the property line. The abutting property owner, Tom Generali, supports the project. The abutting property owner, Tom Generali, supports the project. So in terms of the MDR district, that really shouldn't be a consideration, as the most affected property owner is in support. I provided in tab 3 a list of the uses, and as Ms. Crandall said, consistency doesn't mean identical. Consistency doesn't mean substantially the same or even the same. In this case, the City Council has said it is illegal to build single-family homes on this lot. It's zoned tourist. Single-family homes are not a permitted use in the tourist district. The only compatible use and the most harmonious use with the neighborhood is attached dwellings, condominiums. This is not resort-attached dwellings, so there'll be no short-term rentals. It's not a hotel. All of those could go up to 100 feet. It's not a Dave & Buster's. It's not an Eddie's Bar. All of those can go up to 100 feet. It's not a restaurant. It's not a celebration station. We could put batting cages, golf carts. We don't want to do anything like that. We want to invest in the residential nature, the high-quality residential nature of the community, while pulling all of the density away from the neighborhood and providing significant landscape buffering. This is the most important image I'm going to show you. This is a picture of a site plan that is imposed zoo scale regarding the adjacent properties. As you can see, 152 feet setback to the 86 feet in height. Keep in mind, we have to comply with the FEMA regulations. We cannot build below base flood elevation residential units. So we have to build the parking on the first level and go up. That's a legal requirement. We cannot get around that. So we're 152 feet from the property line to the tourist district. We're 75 feet from the property line to the MDR district, which is only 38 feet in height. We're 38 feet set back from Sunnydale. We do not exceed the frontage of any of the homes. We're completely in line with the footprint of the homes on Sunnydale. We're 79 feet set back from Edgewater to the building and 27 feet set back to the pool on Edgewater. That is significant. Mr. Pergolese is going to testify about traffic, but I want to really point this out. There is no left-hand egress onto Sunnydale. Right-hand egress onto Sunnydale. It's a left-hand egress only. So the only cars that will be egressing on Sunnydale will be going past the end of this property. They will not be going through Sunnydale because it's a dead-end road. It's a cul-de-sac. So the residential impact will only be limited to this already commercially available property, which has the hotel adjacent. There's images in here showing exactly where the footprint is going to be. These are all to scale. We have all of our experts here, and I would highly encourage you to ask them questions at the end of my time. We also did a solar analysis. What is the shade going to look like on the adjacent properties? No shade at all in the summertime. That shows you how far set back the property is. This is noon, this is 2 p.m., and this is 5 p.m. In the wintertime, at Christmas time, again, no shade at all at noon, at 2 p.m., and then between 5 and 6 p.m., there's slight shade, but again, it doesn't really hit the adjacent properties, and this adjacent property owner, Mr. Generali, is in support of the project. I provided some pictures, some elevations here. One of the most important things I want to show you is the view. This is the improved landscape plan, the view from Sunnydale. So this is a view from the end of the cul-de-sac. That's the view from Sunnydale, at the end of the cul-de-sac.
Which tab are you at in your presentation?
This is tab 6, facing towards Edgewater. This is what, to scale, the building will look like on Sunnydale. That is to scale. The tree is not a rendering, the tree is there. The building is a rendering. There are no real water views on Sunnydale. And as you know, views are not competent substantial evidence. You cannot consider the views when considering whether or not to approve the project. This is the view from Edgewater. Again, I want to reiterate the improvement that this is going to make to the area. There's no sidewalk on Sunnydale. We're adding the sidewalk for convenient access to the park. That's also, again, 38 feet, the building's 38 feet setback from the road. So there's going to be significant landscape buffering and high-quality landscaping and improvements there. My client has proactively engaged and educated and listened to the neighborhood. Mr. McDonald has met with Mr. Falk and the Edgewater Neighborhood Association over 9 times since October. Mr. Flannery attended one of those meetings with the Old Clearwater Bay Neighborhood Association. We've reached out to all of the affected neighborhood associations and have redesigned the project 6 times with 3 major revisions in the design. We have over 60 letters of support in tab number 8 that are from, a majority of those are from people who live in the 33755 zip code. Some of them live on Sediva. One of them, Miss Auclair, is a member of Edna, so not all members of Edna oppose the project. We have Mr. Farrell, who owns 3 homes on Sunnydale, supports the project. So we have homeowners on Sunnydale that support the project. Homeowners around the Clearwater, the Stevenson's Creek neighborhood, we have letters from. The Comfort Inn and Suites sent a letter of support, and again, Mr. Generali sent a letter of support. This is not a universally opposed project. There is substantial support, and that shows the effort that my client has made to engage and listen to the community. At this time, I'd like to ask Mr. Pergolesi to provide some direct testimony regarding the traffic impact study, which is found at tab 12 of your evidence packet.
Good afternoon, Robert Pergolesi, AICP with Gulf Coast Consulting, 13825 ICOT Boulevard, Suite 605, Clearwater. Pergolesi, Pergolizzi. Yes. We did the traffic study for this project. Our traffic counts were conducted in November, and they were adjusted to seasonally adjusted to annual averages, as the case with all studies we do in this city. The existing conditions at the traffic signal at Edgewater Drive and Sunset Point Road is level of service B. Edgewater Drive, the adjacent segment of Edgewater Drive operates at level of service D. The adjacent segment of Sunset Point Road operates at level of service C. This project, based on ITE trip generation, would generate 435 daily trips, 29 during the morning peak hour, 35 during the afternoon peak hour. The project's main driveway is on Sunset Point Road, a county arterial road extending the entire width of the county west to east. Most of our traffic, we predict 70% of our traffic would use that driveway to go to points east and to points south. The Sunnydale Drive access is restricted to right-in, left-out movements. We predict 30% of our traffic would use that driveway to get to Edgewater Drive and go north. Going out Edgewater Drive, there would be 8 vehicles added in the morning, 10 vehicles added in the afternoon peak hour. That is...
When Mr. Pergolesi, you can stop the time for a moment. When you all are making noise like that, the people next to you can't hear. I'm not asking you to be courteous to the speakers, but be courteous to the rest of the people in the room and those who are on TV watching this, so they can hear what's being said, and so keep your commentary lower to yourselves. Continue.
Those 10 vehicles added during the PM peak hour represents 1 car every 6 minutes. Think about that. Our project traffic, when distributed to the roadway system, is less than 1% of the capacity of those roads. Less than 1% impact is considered insignificant. Future conditions with the project's impacts: Edgewater Drive, level of service D; Sunset Point Road, level of service C, carrying about 300 cars an hour. No change to the level of service as a result of the project.
Thank you, Mr. Pergolesi. And before I call Mr. Wells up, I want to address a little bit what Mr. Flannery had asked before. This property, the vast majority, was zoned tourist from 1999. There was not 1 but 2 motels there. So since 1999, the majority has been zoned tourist. In 2001, the city commission at the time specifically amended the zoning for a lot of the remainder of the property to tourist. So the city council has reaffirmed that they want this property legislatively developed as tourist. And again, this is the most harmonious and compatible use and the most setback and improved site plan to provide for the legislative intent of the City Council. Mr. Wells, in your expert opinion as a planner, does the project, the application meet or exceed all of the legal requirements for approval?
Yes, it does.
And from a planning perspective, at a quasi-judicial hearing, is there any basis on competent substantial evidence for the board to deny the project?
No.
Okay. And again, we have gone at great lengths to be committed to the city, the community, and to provide the best site plan possible. Thank you. We'll answer any questions you have.
All right, thank you. Time is up there. Does anybody have any questions of the applicant? I'll begin with Mr. Flannery.
I'd just like to clarify. You said in 1999. You said in 1999, the council decided to make this tourist because for future development. Is it also possible that since all of it was occupied, they decided just not to change the zoning on the ones that were there and said leave well enough alone? Or is there a statement that says we want this to be much higher, that you found someplace? I'm quite interested to know that.
No, sir. So in 1999, the Community Development Code was adopted as the new land development code for the entire city. So new zoning and new land uses were granted to every single parcel in the entire city. That is one of the reasons why these parcels were zoned tourist. But again, the enactment by the council is a legislative enactment which demonstrates that they recognize the tourist nature of this waterfront property, and that was how they wanted to be developed.
And do you have a reason why these are the only parcels other than down on the beach and other places that are that color in the city? I mean, why didn't they do some in 19 and Landmark Drive and stuff?
And to be honest, I was not involved in 2001 or in 1999 as an attorney or as someone that was involved legislatively, so I would defer to the staff. But I do want to just reiterate, the council came back in 2001 and made even more of this parcel tourist, which again shows a legislative commitment. And respectfully, whether the zoning is what you would personally like is not something that you can consider in terms of the approval. Thank you.
Any other questions of Mr. Ong's from the board?
I had a question about the overall architecture. I noticed there were some green screens that were incorporated on a couple sides of the building, and I just wanted to clarify that that wasn't required, as well as the quality of the architecture seems fairly good compared to a lot of other projects I've seen in the area. So there's no beach by design to guide this, but it seems like you're pushing a little bit further than other projects similar projects I've seen, so I was wondering if you could comment on that.
Yes, sir. My name is Alan McDonald.
I'm sorry, what is your name?
Alan McDonald.
A-L-A-N.
McDonnell.
Also stand a little further to your right so you're facing directly in front of the microphone and stand as close to the podium as you can so everybody can hear you.
Yes, when we started this design, we looked at multiple options basically for the site. And our initial basically was looking at a level 1, and where basically it would be approximately 50 foot high, but it really did not work with the offsets and setbacks for the surrounding neighborhoods. We had multiple meetings with both neighbors, or a couple of the neighborhood association, the Old Clearwater Neighborhood Association. We had approximately about 3 meetings with them, and then with the Edgewater Neighborhood Association through actually their major meetings, also with individual, mainly Dean. We had probably about 8 or 9 meetings over the last year. So we tried to take all those items which they had feelings on that they felt that could be improved on the plan, and basically we inputted those into the actual design. And I would really break it down to, and this is just my general feeling of what some of the concerns were. One was basically the offsets, the viewport basically from Sunset or from Sunnydale Drive, and that the people when they walked out of their houses could just turn and see the same type of view. So we really paid special attention by really pushing the building in as far as possible, getting as much setback from the road. We're allowed basically relatively 0 to 15, but we went 21 foot setback from the property line, approximately about 38 feet basically from the roadway. We're basically doing enhanced landscaping along that area, and we wanted to treat basically the pedestrian level as we added in a sidewalk, so that would have better access basically to the local facilities, such as basically the trail across the way. And by basically adding the sidewalks on Sunnydale, Sunset, or Edgewater, and basically Sunset, it gives a lot more movement to the lights. And we're also working with Pinellas County on the sidewalk, so there will be a direct access to basically Pinellas Trail. When we were looking at also the elevations, we were trying to basically step the elevations in to break the actual mass of the building. And we were also trying to basically increase the setbacks as far as possible from the existing single-family homes. And then when we started to look at the rear elevations, we were trying to basically see, okay, how can we basically enhance these? And that's where some of the ideas of artwork on the walls to green walls came for the walls. Now, these green walls, because of the height of the structure, some of them will basically be fines, which will grow up the wall, and we may use a faux basic material up higher just for the maintenance of that particular green wall system itself. We then tried to break up the elevations by pushing in basically certain sections of it, by extending basically balconies, by changing materials on the wall from basically faux metal to basically wood paneling, faux, because it wouldn't really work with the environment. Different types of basically stuccos and colors, keeping the roofs fairly flat. And also really increasing the amenity deck. So again, really as you drive, you're really breaking up, as in like a layered cake effect, basically the structure itself. And they were some of the items that basically we discussed. We also discussed about the traffic. And we paid special attention and met with Pinellas County, met with DOT, and also met basically with the City of Clearwater for access, and of course the fire department. We really have done a lot of work to ensure that the main entrance for this particular project is on Sunset Point Road. It was a big concern of the neighbors. So on Sunset Point Road, we're providing basically 2 turn lanes out, one which will basically go to the east, one which will go to the west. We also basically laid out the entrance to the actual garage, plus the parking. So it's much more of a flow for general use for the people when they're leaving or entering the building to actually use that road. We are restricting the rear entrance, which we call the rear entrance on the north side, to residents only. No trucks, no commercial will be allowed to come in through those sections. So that should limit, hopefully, and having basically a left turn out and a right turn in should hopefully basically cut down 90% of the chances of someone basically driving further than that point, going up to the dead-end cul-de-sac. Because we did not work on it.
I don't want to interrupt you, but could you also reiterate that these are gated access only?
Wait a minute,
Yes.
hold the phone.
Yes.
Do you have an answer to your question?
Yes, it's a very detailed answer.
That's a very detailed answer.
Yes.
I think we're done unless there are additional questions from the board.
I have no additional questions, but thank you. I appreciate understanding the architect's thought on this.
Does anybody else on the board have any questions? All right, the next we're going to go to presentations by persons with party status before we come back to cross-examination across the board.
Mr. Chair, if it may be possible to take a matter point out of order, Ms. Clayton, the interim director of Planning and Development, would like to clarify the history of the zoning on the property in response to Mr. Ferrano's questions and some of the comments that were made by the applicant.
You can either do that now or we can do it as part of the cross-examination part of it, since it was testified to.
Pleasure of the board, although it seems that to the extent the history of the zoning is evidence, and I have some thoughts on that, I would suggest you take it now.
Okay. We'll take your advice, Councilor. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted
And you're addressing Mr. Flannery's question about the history of the zoning specifically.
I just wanted to clarify that this property and this whole area along the waterfront to which you were referring has a history of tourist-like zoning that was in place long before the 1999 code was adopted. I believe that property had a zoning designation of resort commercial 24 or 28, I can't remember. But essentially, when the 1999 code was adopted, any property that was commercial beach, resort commercial 24, or resort commercial 28 became tourist. So there's been a very, very long history of this property in particular, as well as the ones on the water being for hotel-type development.
I tried to find Resort 24 and Resort 28. It's no longer in the code, I couldn't find it. Could you give me the definition of what those two are?
Those do not exist anymore, but they allowed a variety of uses such as hotels, multifamily, commercial type uses. But those restricted the density less than 30 units per acre.
Less than 30 units per acre?
Right. But with the new code, it all transitioned to tourists.
Was there a height limit on there at all?
I'm sure, but I couldn't tell you off the top of my head what it was. That district hasn't been in effect for 20 years.
And on that note, let me advise the board that the present zoning and the property and the criteria applicable is what you're focusing on today. Okay, the history of the zoning, though you may find it informative, is probative of what the zoning used to be. All right, so the zoning is what it is, and so please confine your consideration to the criteria applicable today.
Thank you, Mr. Daniel. Does anybody have any other questions of the applicant before we go to parcels of party status? There being none, then I'm going to go in the order that folks got approved for party status, simply because it's easiest for me to keep track and make sure we don't miss anybody and give them the opportunity from the due process standpoint. So, Belniak, please come forward again, state your name, and proceed from there.
Hello, my name is Kate Belniak. You need me to spell that again?
And as a reminder, party status, you have 5 minutes.
Correct. I reside at 1039 Sunnydale Drive, which is within 35 feet of the 200 that you've notified. But I've lived there for 20 years, and I have been the president of the Edgewater Drive Neighborhood Association for 15 years. And I am committed to preserving the residential character of our neighborhood. I'm here today on behalf of Edgewater Drive to express my opposition to the proposed high-rise condominium at 1919 Edgewater and 1026 Sunset. The Edgewater Drive neighborhood is a beautiful place to live. I'm sure some of you have probably traveled down Edgewater Drive looking at that water view. Just to clarify, our boundaries, we are Sunset Point Road north to Union Street, and from the west side, the water, to the trail, Pinellas Trail. We have approximately 400 homes in our community, most of which are single story. There are some two, but most are single family, and there's a spattering of multifamily, which is mostly located along the neighborhood boundaries. We have a very charming neighborhood, wide streets, tall palms, water views. Edgewater Park, a linear park that runs parallel to the waterfront, starting at Sunset Point and continuing up into the city of Dunedin. Very popular. The neighborhood is a wonderful place to live. The neighbors know each other and take pride in their properties. And the people are comfortable, walking their dogs, even late at night. We have a great neighborhood to live in. Kids play outdoors. As for our neighborhood association, it's been in existence for over 25 years. Edna, as we refer to it, Edgewater Drive Neighborhood, Edna, is, as we know it today, is a very active association. We put out monthly newsletters, hold monthly meetings, which have great attendance from the neighbors. We sponsor block parties each year that the neighbors look forward to. We get a chance to know each other, as well as city officials who are always invited to our parties to get to know the neighbors. We have other social activities for the neighbors to participate in, dinners and happy hours that promote our local businesses, Christmas parties. It's very common to see neighbors out walking and talking and socializing, enjoying that beautiful sunset. Our group has a very collaborative relationship with the city of Clearwater. We participate in the Adopt a Park program, and several times a year hold cleanups for the neighborhood, including both the parks. Team Edna has participated in the Paint Your Heart Out program with the city for over 10 years, painting homes of people who are unable to do it themselves. We have received several awards from the city of Clearwater. Most notably, we took the grand prize a couple years in a row for the Clearwater Awards for Neighborhoods, for the activities that we do and the volunteer things that we do. We were also recognized on the national level in 2008 from Neighborhoods USA. In sum, we're a very close-knit community, and we value our neighborhood and our city. For this reason, it is important that our voices are heard today when we collectively say we are opposed to the high-rise condo proposed along Edgewater Drive between Sunset and Sunnydale. The developer proposes a high-rise building with a modern architecture style. While the building is very pretty, it's inconsistent with the established neighborhood aesthetic. I'm here to respectfully request that you deny the development application based on the lack of consistency with the established aesthetic, as well as lack of compatibility in regards to placement, bulk, and height. As this issue is very important to our neighborhood, we have retained the services of Ortiz Planning Solutions to assist in expressing the neighborhood's concerns and to provide professional insight. I would like to vet Ms. Ortiz as an expert. I would like to submit a copy of her resume into the record, if I can approach the dais.
Start with the council first.
And I do have individual copies for you. That is a...
You've stopped the clock while we consider a request for...
I did.
Okay, thank you.
That packet includes her resume as well as some exhibits that she would like to share.
Yeah, they're going to need to have a chance to look.
And I can pass those out if you would prefer.
Okay.
Oh, that was one packet.
Oh, yeah, do you,
You may.
Why don't you give it to the clerk and we'll pass them down, that way the board can get a chance.
there's three.
Keep passing that down.
And I'm going to assume the city will. Yeah. All right, thanks. Right, but the city's going to want one. You have a ton there. So.
Yeah, I have plenty, so.
Yeah.
We have copies for everyone in the room.
1, 2, 3 more up here, plus Mr. Barker. So I need 3 over here, and you can keep one. How's that? I think we're in good shape that way.
I think.
Mr. Fruino got one. Do we need one more for them? Okay, you got one already? Okay. Very good, thank you.
So why don't y'all take a moment to review that in whatever detail you like so that you can make a decision on whether to admit the expert.
So folks, the first 2 pages are her resume, which is what's for consideration right now as an expert. The rest is probably part of her presentation. Anybody have any questions of Ms. Ortiz, or do we have a motion to accept as an expert?
I move to accept this expert.
Do I have a second? Motion made and second. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Board, for accepting Ms. Ortiz as our expert.
Are you going to call her up now, or are you going to call her?
I'll call her up when I'm
Okay.
to cross-examine. Thank you.
Wait a minute.
Any other questions?
Yeah, you got a minute left of your 5 minutes. To bring her up on cross-examination is a bit unorthodox because
She
you
has to
wouldn't have
be
anyone
testifying first,
cross-examine her.
cross-examined.
I mean,
I'm not telling you what to do. It's your time to do it. But if you would like to get her evidence in the record, I would suggest that now is the time to do that.
okay.
Okay. My name is Patricia Ortiz, and I have reviewed this application quite extensively. My findings are that I do not believe this petition is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies, specifically Goal A, as outlined in the comprehensive plan, and policies, specifically policies A5.5.1, A5.5.2, and A5.5.4. These policies intend to recognize the neighborhood character when considering development. And if we could just maybe stop the clock for a second. I'm not sure if I have 1 minute, to go through my presentation.
You have 17 seconds to go through your presentation.
Okay, well, essentially,
You had 1 minute and 5 seconds when you began.
I am opposed.
Before you start the clock again, you hit your bullet points, and then you can cross-examine on the bullet points, otherwise.
Okay, basically, my contention with the project is its bulk, its height, and its placement. I do not believe that it meets the requirements for approval as outlined in Code Section 3-914, General Standards for Level 1 and Level 2 review.
Thank you. We'll probably call back up on cross.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next person on the party status was Falk.
I'm Dean Falk, F-A-L-K. I'd like to point out that the applicants themselves admit the development is not in harmony, scale, bulk, coverage, density, or intensity, and character of the adjacent properties to the east on their own application. Section 3-914, General Standard in Level 1 and Level 2 approvals state, Level 1 applications, in order to be approved by the Community Development Coordinator, and Level 2 applications, in order to be approved by the Community Development Board, shall meet every one of the following criteria. This does not. They answered both 1 and 5 of Section 3-914, and they said, the T District also permits many non-residential uses, alcoholic beverages, bars, brew pubs, medical clinics, museums, nightclubs, offices, recreation, entertainment, other overnight accommodations, retail, sales, and restaurants. That would also not be in harmony. So they're admitting right there that they are not in harmony with the neighborhood. They go on to say that they are more similar because they are a condo and not a business. This does not meet, this does not make them meet the criteria. That is not the question. The question is the physical characteristics. A one-story bar, a one-story brew pub, a one-story medical clinic would meet the scale and bulk coverage and density and character of the neighborhood and not this giant condo. It should be noted that it is not in the harmony with the two buildings adjacent to it, the Comfort Inn and the gas station, which are both in the same tourist zoning. It is much larger, as we can see right there. This is not an asset to our neighborhood and should be rejected. They say that they made the setbacks larger to accommodate the neighborhood. What they neglect to say is that they did not move the setbacks of the garage. As you can see, the garage still goes very near the street. Now, this garage is 12 feet high. It's a 12-foot concrete wall, and it's 10 feet away from each of the streets, which they're trying to hide in their drawings with trees. So the garage is still 12 feet on this point, 13 feet on that end, above street level, which is going to drastically affect people walking along the sidewalk because it's going to be right next to you, a 12-foot wall. So pretty much that's all I have to say. I'm hoping you just say no on this and listen to some of the stuff we mentioned and take a look at our menus there. I yield the remainder of my time to Ms. Ortiz.
She's already been accepted as an expert, and if he's calling her as a witness.
Okay. I think that this gentleman.
How much time was left so she's aware?
Minute 34.
There you go.
It's I know I don't have much time, but I'd like to point out that the last speaker made some very, very pertinent points. When the developer is talking about the building setback, they're talking about the setback of the tower portions of the building. The garage will be, as part of the building, and is only set back 15 feet from the property line. We find this to be offensive and not in line with the setbacks that are characteristic of this area. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, does anybody from the board have any questions? Okay, then we'll continue on with the next person, which was a representative from the Clearwater Neighborhoods Coalition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm trying to speak loud because it is hard to hear back there. I don't mean to be shouting at you.
We're not offended, don't worry.
Okay, thank you. The Clearwater Development Code, Section 1-103, General Purpose, subsection B2, states, "It is the purpose of this community development code to create value for the citizens of the city of Clearwater by ensuring that development and redevelopment will not have a negative impact on the value of surrounding properties, and wherever practicable, promoting development and redevelopment, which will enhance the value of the surrounding properties." Let's explore the origins of this statement. In the late 90s, Clearwater hired Boca Raton planner attorney Charles Seaman to rewrite the development code because the city was built out and was entering a redevelopment phase. The rewrite was to create additional flexibility for redevelopment. But, quote, "the flexibility of the code does not mean relief from adverse impact on the community. Instead, harmony or mutual benefit is a two-way street where both parties would benefit, unquote." And that is a quote from the December 10th, 2004 CDB training session held for this group. The intent of the code was to speed decision-making, in part by the consistent advice from staff such that there will be predictable outcomes for the development community and predictable outcomes for the neighbors. In the CDB training session, again on December 10, 2004, Mr. Seaman said, "Most important is predictability. Developers go where there is predictability. Unfortunately, the staff report for this project is degrading the predictability outcomes by deviating from the plain wording of the Community Development Code. The CNC cross-examination of staff will focus on this subject of predictability at the appropriate time today." Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions? Does anybody from the board have any questions? There being none. The next person with party status was Balducci. There we go.
Just have a couple of cases passed around. There's not enough so you can share. I was also told.
Wait till you get to the microphone because you can't get in the record and people can't hear you.
That's for the review board to look at. I was also told that these would show up on camera. I would like to see those on cameras, I was told, before I start.
Before you begin, the camera's over on this side. It puts it on the projector.
No, I was told that.
Oh, we have that one above there. Okay, there you go.
All right, thank you. This project should be not allowed because it violates the scale and bulk of the community as well as the character. This building right here represents in silhouette the bulk and scale and height of the existing project. you'll notice how low the mature oak trees are relative to the skyline. This will tower over our existing skyline. Our character of our neighborhood and our adjacent homes in the immediate vicinity are such that they do not stick out above the treed skyline. If somebody holds that up, you will see our skyline in our neighborhood. There's no buildings that stick up above it. Trees dominate the skyline with no exception within the immediate vicinity. I want to go over a definition of immediate. That's existing without intervening space or having contact. Vicinity means neighborhood, i.e. Edgewater Drive neighborhood, not the Old Bay neighborhood. That can't be considered. They were not given by the city adverse impact notification. This right here is representative of the character of our hotel in the neighborhood and should be the tallest building that's allowed. You'll notice that even the trees soften the harsh lines of the building. I am a University of Florida graduate horticulturalist, and I have a background in landscape contracting. I did landscape contracting for many, many years. The main 101 prime function of landscaping is to soften hard edges. You cannot soften the hard edge of a building by slapping green paint on it. Part of the character of our development is homes where we can walk across the people's yards and talk to them, give them a plant, get a cup of sugar, shoot the breeze. It was a very hardship to even try to get to our new neighbors if this building were to be built, having to go through lock gates, up elevators, and it's a very intimidating building. So also what needs to be considered is not only the effects of the sunset, but the sunrise as it relates to putting shadow on the park across the street. It won't be till much later in the day that sun will appear on that park. People that go there for the soft morning light and dawn light will not have that experience anymore, and that also helps define the character of our lot. This, by the way, right here will solve a lot of the problems in bulk, character. It can limit the amount of units that can be built, thereby lowering the traffic potential problems. It goes in character with the hotel across the street, architecturally wise, because it's built on stilts. The building across the street is 3 stories tall. A lot of it's built on stilts with breezeways that you could see through and allows the breeze to go through also, hence the name. Any additional floors above 3 floors would be significant height difference. 1/3 again higher than the 3 stories. Statistically speaking, 5% increase is significant. This goes way above and beyond what is reasonable in scale and bulk. This right here is in scale, right here, to the new proposed building. Okay, this is half of it, one building scale. If to demonstrate bulk, in the first house, the Lynn's house in their backyard, this will be the bulk of what they see. Now, anywhere they go, this image of bulk might shift. And you could use the photos to do the same demonstration. But if you take the 8 stories bulk and fold it into 2 stories, this is the effective bulk that they would experience, much less offensive. And if you take property values, them trying to sell their house, if they had that same exact house a couple blocks over that's not behind this bulk, that doesn't fit in with the character, bulk, or scale, anybody...
Your time is ended.
Okay, all right.
There might be questions during cross afterwards, but anybody have any questions from the board? No questions
Thank you.
from the
I've had
board?
much
Thank you.
sleepless nights and many hours of preparation.
Next person with party status was Spikes.
Hello, again. I'm opposed to this. I'm going to kind of try to stay on a human scale if I can. I know you all live in your own neighborhoods. I don't think you would like something like this being next to your house unless you live in a tall condo, which is also likely. I live a street over on Sediva Street, and I can see the back of the Comfort Suites, which has been there since I moved there, so I've gotten used to it. But it doesn't fit the character of our neighborhood. This is what? It's going to be at least about 2 times as tall as that? 3? Thank you. That doesn't fit the character of our neighborhood. You've heard from people that live there. My wife and I moved there in 2002. And it is a community that is quite unique, as others have expressed. People walk around the community. We know each other in our community. We help our neighbors. We formed this organization to do even more. We're not millionaires, though some millionaires live in our proximity, I'm sure, those folks that have those nice homes on Edgewater. Most of us are working class people. I just recently retired about 3 years ago. We have a lot of new young families that are moving into our neighborhood. They like it because of the quality that it will bring to their children. They ride around on their bicycles. They have a wonderful, safe community because we're all watching out for each other. We have a community officer that joins us at our meetings once a month, and he lets us know what's going on in the neighborhood, how we can help each other out, things like that. It is a beautiful place as it is. And I can appreciate what the developers want to do. I worked in museums for 30 years. And we always had a feeling that when people came into the museum, they would gain a sense of place. We have that sense of place in our neighborhood. We don't need this sense of place. This is different. This does not give a sense of place to our neighborhood. We want to live there for the rest of our lives. This is an intrusion. I would ask you, please, do not let this project go as it stands now. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody from the board have any questions of Mr. Spikes? There being none, we'll move on. Next person, party status, was Mr. Reynolds, who was accepted in his representative capacity for Kazuba and Ragsdale. Before you speak, I just wanted to point out, Mr. Barker, I'm looking at the memo that you made reference to earlier, and it's actually a memo from Mr. Reynolds that the Kazubas were CC'd on. It wasn't a memo from the Kazubas, just to the extent that's important in terms of what might be weighed, because Kazubas are the ones who have the interest by being in the neighborhood from what we determined.
Thank you.
All right. Continue. Please state your name.
Thank you for clarifying that point. Before I begin to speak, I'd like to enter that memo you just mentioned into evidence, as well as an additional document quoting a case out of the 2nd DCA. I've got copies for those. Okay, I'd like to touch on just a couple of things. I've got some issues with some of the evidence presented by the applicant. I noticed there was an evidence binder that appeared on the application on Friday. The thing that you're passing around right now is a case out of the 2nd District Court of Appeals that I believe is more applicable than the case law cited in the applicant's evidence binder. Specifically, that particular case says that as long as uncredentialed lay people give testimony that has substance to it, it can form a rational basis for your decision to deny this application today. Now, again, that's more applicable to this particular district because it's under the 2nd DCA instead of the other court. Further further in the binder. It presents some news articles from a pre-real estate crisis journalist that states Clearwater should want these kinds of developments. When this article was written, I want to point out the journalist couldn't fully appreciate the detriment to an unfinished condo project that lingered on the north side of Clearwater for well over a decade. Next point is the article about a brew club is not applicable as the application is not in the proposed vicinity of the project and the project does not offer the type of similar activities. The fact that city staff infers the type of development referenced in the article is less compatible than the proposed project. I would also assert that the press releases are often inaccurate, as was recently demonstrated in Dunedin with the case of Jim Ficken's code enforcement fines, subsequent foreclosure in the city of Dunedin, and the litigation currently pending in state and federal court. The applicant also references the Fagan case. We've covered that. But the only other thing that I would note is, they give you a lot of Google Earth pictures, and the scale and accuracy of those Google Earth pictures are synonymous, or what am I trying to say, often out of scale. And it would be hard to judge visual context. Furthermore, the applicant, it struck me as really weird. I've seen a lot of development applications in my time living in Dunedin. The applicant has not given you a single picture of what this building looks like in its context with its surrounding environment, but yet they ask you to make a decision about height and compatibility that has to do with what does this thing look like, how will it function, how can this board make a cognizant, rational decision. How can you have a decision based on competent and substantial evidence when you can't even have an artist rendering of what the thing looks like in its context?
This is your opportunity to offer evidence on behalf of the Kashubas and Reed. That's the right that you are given. You're going to have the opportunity. You're making a lot of legal argument here, and this is not the time to make legal argument. You're giving these cases. You're giving this board all kinds of case law. This is your opportunity to present evidence to the board.
Okay, that concludes the bulk of the evidence I have to offer today.
Right. We'll probably hear the rest of it during your closing statement.
Thanks, sir.
Okay. Were there any questions from the board members before I move on to next? There being none, Ortenzio is the next name I have for granting party status.
Hi, my name's Maria Ortenzio. I live at 1044 Sunset Point Road. I'm a homeowner. My house was built in 47. I've never liked development. I wish things would stay the way they were in 1947, but that's not a reality. And I really don't want that lot to become a Dave & Buster's. I don't want, to have it become something commercial. I did look at the rendering because when I first found out about the development, I was a little sick to my stomach. And then my husband said, wait a minute, look at this. And I looked at it and it doesn't look like that. And I actually think it's very pretty. I'm sorry, but I think it's very well done. And they're luxury condominiums. I think they would add to the area a homeowner, not someone who's going to rent the property out for, people coming for spring break. They're not going to be the Quality Inn, which has transient people coming and going. The Quality Inn looks terrible. And unfortunately, I didn't live here when that was approved, or I would have fought that tooth and nail. There's a mosquito thing in front of it. It's a wall. It's really hurt, I feel personally, the homes around it. And I don't see that with this. I see this poster and I see this rendering, but in my heart, it's not the rendering that we're showing on the screen of what's being built. Architecturally, I think it's very attractive, and I'm just gonna say it, I have a right to say it. And I feel that it will improve our property value because I think it's very attractive, and I wanna see something become of that lot than something commercial where people are gonna come out drunk at night and people, renting rooms, and I don't wanna see another hotel. And I feel that the homeowners would add, there'll be quality homeowners that will care about. Stevens Creek is full of trash. Full of trash. I live there, I know. Have a Stevens Creek cleanup. I think we'll have good quality neighbors. And that's just the way I feel. And, like I said, I wasn't an advocate at first, and then I really had to look at the pros and cons. And honestly, I think it's a very attractive building, and I don't think it's going to hurt the area. That area, when I moved in, there's a lot of people dropping drugs all in the mangroves. You wouldn't believe. I've had prostitutes walking up and down the streets, and I don't feel like, you know, we're going to have that kind of situation with luxury condos with good homeowners that aren't, you know, coming and going and transient kind of public. So that's the way I feel, and I'm here just to share that. And it might not be popular, but it's what I really feel is my opinion as a homeowner, because I do love the area, and I'm outside a lot, and I enjoy it, and that's just the way it is. Thank you.
Anybody from the board have any questions? There being no questions from the board, next person with party status was Adams.
Good afternoon again. My name is Deborah Adam, and I reside at 1040 Sunset Point Road, and I've never experienced anything like this. This is my first. I'm incredibly nervous and do feel not as prepared as my neighbors. I do feel that I agree with the majority of my neighbors, where my home is 110 years old, and it is actually in the museum, the Dunedin Museum. Lots of history about the property and the home that I live in, which, and according to the scale, it's a 3,000 square foot home. Well, it's that little bitty bitty freckle over there. It's a second home.
You need to stay by the microphone, ma'am. Ma'am, you need to stay by the microphone, because otherwise it won't be picked up for the transcript or for TV.
Sure, I love my home. I'm going to take it with me. No, this would be my home.
Yeah, you just speak by the microphone,
my
otherwise it
home.
can't get picked up for the transcript. Sorry.
In comparison to this structure. It is a beautiful building. Certainly not opposed to sharing our beautiful neighborhood with other residents. It's just, it does not fit into the character of our neighborhood. We have lots of huge oak trees. If you look at the pictures that they displayed next to their complex, or what they're proposing, it's all green, huge oak trees. Their complex, you really don't see that, to where it's a complete, you know, contrast. I think that the height of the building is the biggest concern. I definitely feel for all of my neighbors, because I do feel that it will invade their privacy. I know that we have neighbors that just invested in putting pools in their homes. Well, they're not going to have any privacy whatsoever because of the height of this building. And I do believe that whatever the Google Maps are that they just showed, I do believe that it will affect the light that comes into our home, as well as the traffic we already have. I'd like to ask, has the city conducted traffic reports? We heard, you know, from their traffic expert, living in that neighborhood and seeing the congestion and the fact that Alt 19 does not have a left turn, designated left-hand turn. I can just see it clogging alternate 19 for individuals who try to get into the complex, as well as the individuals that live on Sunset Point, like myself, excuse me, in the Sunnydale Street. So, you know, I certainly do not feel that this complex does fit into our, the Florida charm that we have in our community, and I'd like to oppose this project and ask that you guys do not grant the height that they are asking for. Thank you.
Anybody from the board? Anyone from the board have any questions of Ms. Adam? And just, I said Adams before, but her name is Adam with no S in the end. I just want to be clear for the record. Okay. Next name on the list. want to make sure I don't lose my list here. Was Lynn. Is Ms. Lynn still in the room? She's out in the hallway? We'll wait for it. We'll wait. That's fine. So we would check.
I feel very unprepared as my bags are not even unpacked yet from Connecticut. I don't have any evidence, but what I do have to say is I honestly, I am appalled that we're thinking so small here and we're not thinking a bigger, this effect on the environment. The water's across the street, traffic, pollution, and I invite you all to my house, that is the one right behind it, that we just paid a very high property value for, with no mention of this, to come in and sit in my kitchen, on my porch with my dogs and have a look. There is no way these are honest. The integrity in this room is making me sick and I could cry, because what this portrays in those photos is very far off what really exists here. My house is right there. We had to follow all the codes of the builder, and they're gonna put up this conglomerate. Whoever the developer is, I'd like to sell you my house. Would you buy it? Seriously, it's disgusting to think that a zoning board would even consider this. On the other note, it is a beautiful building in a different place with in-keeping environments. I would fully support something that was in keeping with, like the lady with the unpopular opinion. I would fully support that. This is not that. This is a completely different creature right here. How about the traffic control? Is the developer going to put in lights to handle it? There was an accident there the other night. People were speeding. We're walking dogs. People are out there. Are they going to have people out there, traffic cops? Is the city prepared to handle that? Our city sewers and septics, they can't handle the load already, and you're going to add to this. I just wish people would just take a deep breath and think, you got to go back to the drawing board, because this is really affect our street, affect everybody around there. We specifically chose that because we thought maybe that environment was going to be kept for a supposed scenic overlook. I'm from the city. I'm a city girl. I love it. It's not why we live out here. That's a city building right there. I had an appointment today. I was supposed to go get my hair blow dried. I just flew in. I had TV on Fox 13 this afternoon. I canceled it, but you can bet I was on there texting him to get every correspondent out here to talk about environment, because I am an environmental nut. With garbage, litter, we're recycling our rainwater to water our grass. Seriously. I don't even know what to say, to be honest with you. Can I get a tax rebate, a refund? Do my taxes go down because I have to deal with that? Now I'm stuck with a $650,000 home behind that.
Yep.
Sick. I don't know what to say, but honestly, I'm on my knees in the other room praying for everybody in this room, because this is not just about people and pretty. This is about the air we breathe. This is about the water we drink. This is about the birds that fly over that are there every day. I didn't hear one proposal on that. We're going to do this for traffic. We're going to do this. And what are they going to bring to our community? I didn't hear one of those. I saw a lawyer up here with an argument. Sure, he's very high paid, but I didn't hear one thing he was going to bring to the party as far as what this building is going to bring to us. Put it where it belongs. I don't have anything else to say. But I'm going to belong on it.
Anyone from the board have any questions of this one? There being none, the last person who was granted party status was Mr. Ward. You were here in a representative capacity for the Generales,
Yes.
testifying for them.
If I may, I think it would be helpful if I was able to show where Mr. Generali's property is in respect to the...
You want to pass it to the clerk that way, and then she'll get it to us as well. Or actually, the Elmo would work best, yeah. Instead of walking around.
where am I?
They'll switch it from the back room, the secret back room.
Maybe we should pull it down a little bit. There you go. Oops.
They'll focus it too. There you go.
Now,
Either I need new glasses or they're going the wrong way. There we go.
Oh, there you go. Oh.
Good.
Okay, Mr. Generali's property is the green, immediately east of the applicant's property. A little sliver across to the south is Sunset Point. And then the blue is my artist rendering, showing where his home is, which is the corner of Edgewater and Sunset. So he is immediately impacted by this project, as is a lot of the other people you've heard speak. But he's in favor of the project. He supports it.
Please be courteous to all the speakers, regardless of whether you agree with their viewpoint, so they all have an opportunity to be heard. Also be courteous to the people next to you who can't hear you when you hear anything when you're speaking. Thank you.
He believes it meets all the criteria of your flexible development code, that it will enhance your neighborhood, it'll be a benefit to Clearwater. Now, I recognize you're in an awkward position. You have neighbors who have their homes, they're in their neighborhood. This is a tourist district. We're dealing with a situation of transitioning from a single-family residential neighborhood to the east, a property that is zoned tourist, commercial. It's not zoned single-family. They couldn't build single-family there if they wanted to. Now, if the city commission, in their wisdom, in the future chose to change zoning, that'd be a different situation. Right now, this property owner can only use it for certain criteria, which have been articulated earlier, and I'll just refresh your memory. Overnight accommodation, which there's one to the north. Detached resort dwellings, which we're not applying for. The attached condominium is authorized. And then there's multiple other uses which I don't believe the neighborhood would want at all. The alcohol beverage sales, an office building. You could have a 50-story office building under level 1 application. You could have a 100-story office building under level 2 application. You could have restaurant.
Folks, please.
100 feet. Retail sales, outdoor recreation, limited vehicle sales. I don't know if that's what the neighborhood wants either. I appreciate and I understand the neighborhood doesn't like change and that this development is different from what they have. But it has to be different because it's in a different zoning category. The building has been designed to have access only from Sunset Point as primary, and then it has a left out, right in off Sunnydale, so they specifically designed it to take traffic off of Sunnydale and move traffic to the west. People are not going to be traveling up Sunnydale, and Sunnydale's a dead-end cul-de-sac anyway. I think the most important thing for you to think about is the fact that your professional staff who've studied this as well as many other projects, it's stated here, Mr. Crandall did, and I'm going to find what I've highlighted, if I may, just a minute. That the development proposal constitutes a reasonable compromise, which is what you're having to be asked to do today, have a reasonable compromise between allowing a fair and reasonable use as allowed within the tourist district, not a single-family neighborhood district, but a tourist district, and preserving the existing lower density intensity development of the residential development to the east. The submitted design mitigates and buffers those differences through the placement of the taller components of the project further to the west and providing buffering with fences, walls, and landscaping along the east, and is discussed in greater detail in the staff report. This development supports the envisioned character of the neighborhood. Now, we've said they could build a 50-story building with 80 units. It's going to be short and fat and fill up the property and go all the way to the east boundary line. They have moved the northeast quadrant of this property off the boundary by, I believe, is it 120 feet or 150? 150 feet from the east property boundary. I'm sorry that the lady who just moved here and bought her home immediately to the east did not know about this, but this property owner is not responsible for that decision, but this property owner has made a decision, rather than building a building within the allowed setback of the east property line, which is how many feet? 10 feet. They've moved it 140 feet further to the west to allow more of a buffer from all the single-family homes on Sunnydale. So Mr. Generali, as affected as any property owner, supports this application for the reasons expressed.
Thank you.
And I believe that's it. Thank you.
Does anybody have any questions of Mr. Ward? There being none. Next part of our process would be cross-examination of witnesses by planning staff. Planning staff have any questions for cross-examination for anybody who's given testimony today? No? Okay. Next would be cross-examination of witnesses by the applicant.
Is there a time limit to cross-examination? There is none. Okay, before I start cross-examination, I would like to ask, if appropriate, for either Mr. Funo or Mr. Daigneault to address the legal argument related to the Richmond case and the rational basis standard, which is not applicable today, versus the competent substantial evidence standard, which is applicable in this quasi-judicial hearing.
I'm not subject to cross-examination, as you know. I advise the board, if they wish to ask me that question, I'm happy to answer. It's legal, to me it's legal argument, and there's nothing really to be addressed at this time. The city's certainly free to make whatever decision it likes.
I tend to agree that the competent substantial evidence standard is what we're looking at today, if that's what your question was.
And the Richmond Group case would be inapplicable because it's using a different standard of evidence under a legislative opinion as opposed to a quasi-judicial.
Generally, especially without the case ahead of me, I would generally agree with what you're saying.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Ms. Ortiz to come up to the podium. Ms. Ortiz, thank you for being here. Appreciate your time. Don't expect to take much time with you.
Great.
Can you let me know how many cases you've served as an expert witness on in Clearwater?
In Clearwater, this is my first.
Okay. When was the first time you read the Clearwater Community Development Code?
I've reviewed the Clearwater Community Development Code a few times. I've processed a few comprehensive sign plans within the city, and I'm somewhat familiar with the development code.
Somewhat familiar with it. Okay.
I was somewhat familiar prior to taking on this case.
Did you draft anything in this packet? I see your resume is here, but then it just looks like printouts of various legal documents like the comprehensive plan and the community development code. Did you draft anything independent of documents that you accessed online?
No, I did not provide a report. I'm just providing exhibits for reference in my packet.
Did you create this packet?
I put the packet together, yes.
Okay. Did you receive information from anyone other than yourself that's in this packet?
I've received information from neighbors, from affected neighbors.
What information was that?
I've received the information, yeah, let's see, the pictures of the proposed development and the existing conditions and the picture taken from the ocean.
Did you create this picture?
I did not.
Did you create this picture?
No, I did not.
Are you an architect?
I am not.
Before you go, just so it's clear for the record, you said this picture and this picture. So
okay.
The first picture you pointed to was the panorama view. It has the structures imposed on it.
Let me use this side because I'm better at this.
They just turn that one. Oh, you're okay.
Sorry.
Okay. Just so we can see it when you're saying this picture and that
Yes,
picture.
sir. My apologies. I speak fast. So, all right, Ms. Ortiz, I'm going to try this again, and I apologize. Did you create this image?
No.
Do you have any idea whether this is to scale or not?
You know, I can judge that it is approximately to scale. The intent of this picture is to make it to scale, but again, since I didn't create this picture, I can't testify that it is to scale. Some things to consider, this building right here is the Comfort Inn and Suites, and that building has a maximum height of 35 feet. This is Villa Del Mar, which has a maximum height of 50 feet. So we can see by looking at the picture that the proposed building is approximately twice the size of Villa Del Mar in height and about 3 times taller than the Comfort Inn and Suites.
How high do you believe the application is requesting in the tourist district? What's the height that you believe
They're
they're requesting?
asking for a height of 86 feet above base flood elevation.
And Villa Del Mar is 50 feet above base flood elevation. So that's 36 feet less than Villa Del Mar, or more than Villa Del Mar, correct?
More, yeah.
So it's not twice the size of Villa Del Mar, is it?
Well, let's see. When we talk about base flood elevation, we're talking that the base flood elevation is a given. Even though that is not at grade, it's base flood elevation. So we're taking the measurement of the buildings from that base flood elevation. When we consider that base flood elevation is 16 feet, and this building is requesting maximum height of 86 feet, then we can assume that the new building is about 100 feet from grade.
Okay, but it's still only 36 feet taller than Villa de Mar, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not twice the size of Villa de Mar, is it?
For purposes of this picture, we're going to take into consideration the distance it is, the distance of separation, so to put this in a perspective. So no, to answer the point of your question, that picture is not to scale, it's a visual representation.
Okay, and this picture, you didn't create this picture either, correct?
No, I did not.
And so you can't provide any competent, substantial testimony under oath that this is to scale, can you?
I cannot attest to the fact that it is to scale.
Thank you, ma'am. And then you said something in your testimony earlier that caught my attention. You said that the parking garage is only 15 feet set back from the property line. I'd like you to show me on the site plan where the parking garage is only 15 feet set back from the property line.
Well, let me grab my site plan. Does this not indicate, let's put it on the inlet. Does this not indicate a 15-foot setback?
So that's a front setback from Edgewater,
Mm-hmm.
and that would be displayed here, correct?
It says 15 feet right here.
And that's
as
from
well.
the property line, not from the actual street, is it?
Well, the setback is measured from the property line.
Right, I understand, but you're saying it's 15 feet from Edgewater, and there's no residential homes on this side of Edgewater, is there?
This property line is a right-of-way line, so it is set back 15 feet from Edgewater Drive.
Okay, and so I just want to clarify, because isn't it true that the parking garage is set back 152 feet from the east property line, which is the residentially zoned area?
The parking garage is, but the surface parking is not. The surface parking is set back 20 feet.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was clear, because it sounded like you testified earlier that it was only 15 feet setback from the residential area. I
No,
just wanted to
from the
clarify.
property line. That was the statement.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Appreciate your testimony. Ms. Crandall, do you have, or Ms. Clayton, do you have some questions for you regarding the staff report? We discussed the permitted uses in the tourist district, and I provided some of those. I think I provided a comprehensive list, but some of those in my tab 3. Are single-family homes permitted as a right in the tourist district?
Single-family homes are not permitted in the tourist zoning district.
Is it your opinion, after your extensive review of this project and the redesign, that the attached dwelling use requested is the most compatible and harmonious use with the surrounding properties?
The use of attached dwellings is compatible and harmonious with the surrounding uses.
Okay, and is it your opinion that it's the most consistent with the surrounding uses given some of the other, or that it is consistent with the surrounding uses given the other permitted uses in the tourist district?
The use is consistent, the use of attached dwellings is consistent with the uses of the surrounding neighborhood.
Okay, I want to draw your attention to a picture that was submitted with the staff report of the Comfort Inn site. Is this the Comfort Inn site as it exists on the east property line to the residential neighborhood?
Yes, that is directly north from the subject property, looking at the edge of the Comfort Inn and the adjacent single-family home along Sunnydale Drive.
Okay, thank you. And isn't it true that in this case, with the property that's before the board today, that they could go up to 50 feet above base flood elevation without community development board approval and without a public hearing?
In the tourist zoning district, there are 2 levels of flexibility you can request. There's no minimum use provision. Through the level 1, which is reviewed only by the Development Review Committee, it does not require a public hearing before the board. In the tourist zoning district, a property owner could request the use of attached dwellings with a maximum height of up to 50 feet through that level 1 DRC process without a public hearing before this board.
Thank you, ma'am. Isn't it also true that the applicant is entitled from a level 1 approval of a setback of 10 feet from the east property line?
Correct. For the same process I just described through the level 1, referencing the Tourist District Code for attached dwellings, the side setback is 10 feet.
So isn't it true that, and they're not asking for any density, increase in density, they're entitled to the 80 units contingent upon the council's vacation of the right-of-way, is that true?
That is correct. They are not asking for additional density.
So is it fair to say that the applicant could go through a level 1 process without the community development board involvement or approval and build a 80-unit condominium or hotel that is 50 feet above base flood elevation and set back only 10 feet from the east property line?
Based on the parameters of the Tourist Zoning District Code through the level 1, reviewing it against those standards, attached dwellings, yes, you can request up to 50 feet in height with a 10-foot side setback.
In this case, I don't know what the exact setback is here with the comfort suites, but you'd agree with me that this is much closer setback than the proposed units on the project before the board, correct?
Without pulling up the development order for that project, I couldn't tell you what the exact side setback is, but it does appear to be closer than 10 feet.
In your opinion, as an expert planner that's reviewed this case, do you believe that the improved site plan is preferable or more consistent, more harmonious than what they could do as a level 1 approval, which would put all the density directly 10 feet from the property line at a height of 50 feet?
As I stated in my presentation and in the staff report, this site came through multiple revisions, and the recommendation, the encouragement was to meet the minimum standards, meet the setbacks, provide maximum buffering. This site is inherently different. It's going to be inherently challenging. They provided significant setbacks and buffering to the east property line. And as I stated, Planning and Development Department has determined it meets the flexibility criteria, the general applicability criteria, and is recommending approval.
Has anything you've seen or heard, including this packet, changed your opinion at all about this meeting all the criteria, legal criteria for approval and recommending approval?
No.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. I don't typically cross-examine my own witnesses, but it sounds like others are going to. Are you going to, I guess the board, are you going to allow people to cross-examine their own witnesses?
If they do so, then I'll let you come back up and cross-examine.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir. That's all I have at this time.
Okay, continuing on then, we go to cross-examination by persons with party status. I'm going to go back to the same order again. Ms. Belniak, did you have anybody you want to cross-examine?
Yes, I would like to cross-examine Ms. Ortiz.
Okay. And just so the record is clear, based upon my response to Mr. Ongst a few moments ago, he'll be able to cross-examine some of his own witnesses as well. But I want to keep it concise, because it's not really customary to get cross-examination of your own witnesses, but
Well, this is y'all's discretion, but this is functioning a recross without cross-examining your own witness. You already had opportunity to present her case, give her witness.
And let me ask you a question, because I'm looking at this witness in particular. She was cross-examined, so she can do a follow-up redirect on those topics. Normally, and we do have a relaxed code of evidence that we follow.
We do. We just want everyone to have a fair shake, so limit it to that or don't. I just want to sensitize you to the issue of basic fairness. I know that you're already sensitized to it.
So before we start with you all there, is any questions or concerns from the board? The general suggestion is be cautious in terms of recrossing your own witnesses, but Mr. Ongst did ask her questions, so it would be the nature of redirect, which means she can ask questions along the same topic lines that Mr. Ongst asked her questions.
I agree.
Is everybody comfortable with that in terms of how it would work? Yes. Okay. All right, so do you understand that? You can ask her questions on the topics that Mr. Ongst addressed with her as well in that context, because it's more like a redirect as compared to following up to the cross-examination, not introducing new topics.
Yeah, we're just not wanting it to bleed into new topics, right. Extending the 5 minutes that the party statuses are already allowed.
Right.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, can I clarify? Cross-examination by party status has 3 minutes?
No, that's on the presentation themselves. I'm sorry.
That's the public presentation.
That's the public comments and that's closing remarks. There isn't really a time period on cross-examination because, not in the rules that I've got in front of me, because you don't know how many people are going to be
So
cross-examined.
regrettably, there are no time limits on cross-examination. I say that.
And that was
just
asked by
because
Mr.
the nation
Onks as
doesn't
well.
lend itself to time limits.
Mr. Onks did ask that question before he began as well, and the same question, answer was given.
The version we have said 3 minutes.
Okay.
Questioning.
Do you have a question, Mr. Petrocchi?
I thought we approved that after some time ago. Maybe not.
I'm working from the rules I've got in front of me, and Mr.
You may have. I'm working from the same set of rules the chairman is, but we didn't limit it from Mr. Onkston at this point.
Okay. So you can ask her questions on the topics that she was just asked by Mr. Onks to explain further, so that way we're clear on that, but you can introduce new topics to the expert. Okay? Is that understood?
I believe so.
Okay.
We think, may I interject? I believe what you're saying is she can ask me a list of questions at her discretion and add to those questions.
No, she can ask questions that follow up on questions Mr. Onks just asked her. Asked you, I'm sorry, to clarify what your responses may have been. It's more along the lines of a redirect in terms of, since you up there, otherwise she would be cross-examining her own witness, which isn't usually the way things go. And so we're trying to.
I understand it's, Chairman, it's not usually the way it goes, but is it specifically prohibited?
It's not specifically prohibited, but we also have to follow at least some parameters in terms of what we're going to look in terms of evidence and weighing evidence. The question would be really, if you go down that path and you ask questions that go into new topic areas that weren't previously addressed, all 10 of the people who were granted party status then have a gripe that they weren't given more time because you're basically extending your 5 minutes to a longer period of time. And we're trying to keep what's supposed to be happening in each segment. That's why there's no, even though some may have rules that have a short time limit on it, we don't know how many people are going to be cross-examined. So the focus would be to get clarification on what's been presented so far as compared to introducing new information. Okay?
Well, Chairman, may I ask another question then? If the individuals with me that have party status are willing to give their time so that I can ask my questions, is that allowed?
It's a different question altogether.
Look, we've already determined that we're not.
It's not a question of time. It's a question of whether you're introducing new information or whether you're introducing, whether you're clarifying testimony that's already been given. That's the distinction to basically be made. It's not a timing issue.
So, Mr. Chairman, just so I'm clear, that these line of questioning is in the mode of redirect.
Yes.
Yeah, to the extent that they're calling their own witnesses.
Yeah, and so, Mr. Freno, in that regard, as the city's attorney for city staff and so on, if there's something that's going beyond redirect, you can raise an objection and we can consider that as a board and decide where we go from there. Would that be appropriate, Mr. Daniel? Okay. We don't usually have this many hearings with this many people. Part of the reason with the microphones, there's so many bodies in here that's absorbing the sound and it's not being heard. So.
And at the end of the day, we're just wanting to make sure that everyone gets a fair opportunity to present their evidence and witnesses, but everyone gets an equal opportunity, right? So we're there.
Okay.
We're there.
Okay.
Fine.
So, Ms. Ortiz, in your opinion, does the applicant meet the requirements set forth in the Clearwater Comprehensive Plan and the Community Code?
No, I don't believe it does. The City of Clearwater's comprehensive plan is its overarching policy document which outlines the city's development intent through a series of goals, objectives, and policies. The future land use element is the most relevant element of the comprehensive plan in regard to land development. The community development plan is a specific plan of action which provides the regulation governing land development. Its primary purpose is to implement the comprehensive plan, and it's my opinion that the proposed development is not in line with the development intent of the city as outlined in the comprehensive plan, and that the development fails to meet the established criteria for approval as found in the Community Development Code.
Can you elaborate?
Yeah, I think that's going a little far outside the parameters of cross-examination. Is actually supplementing the direct testimony that the witness gave. And I recognize we're not in a court of law here, but this was a matter of time.
I note your point. She's going on. Continue on with the next question. Let's kind of go from there. It's not a matter of new testimony. It's a matter of clarifying things previously testified to.
You were discussing the comprehensive plan. Can you elaborate on that for me?
Sure. The comprehensive plan outlines the city's development intent, and it's explained in the future land use element. It intends to provide for sustainable development and infill development, while at the same time preserving the character of existing neighborhoods. It does so first by dividing the city into a hierarchy of places and identifying unique characteristics of these places, with the intent of identifying neighborhoods and scenic corridors and unique characteristics of the city, preserving scenic water views, preserving residential character, and providing transitions between developments of varying intensity. I believe that the project fails to meet the intent of Goal 5 of the comprehensive plan in regard to policy A53.10, which states, preserve the scenic water views and residential character of North Clearwater. I also believe it fails.
Before you go further, you're going to, just as an example, so we're all clear on things, I don't think anything that Mr. Onks asked was specifically about that goal. And so that's where we need to start drawing a clarification on things. I'm not trying to use the rules as an obstacle. I'm trying to just create and be consistent throughout as it's applied and not have issues in that regard. So
Understood, and I'm certainly not trying to break the rules myself. This is my first time before this board, so the rules are somewhat confusing to me, and probably some others in this room. What I wonder at this point, though, I submitted a body of exhibits, and will those exhibits be reviewed in this decision-making process? Because pretty much what a lot of what I have to say is highlighted here in these exhibits.
they were passed out, and everybody had a chance to look at them because they were attached to your resume. Mr. Daniel, I don't recall there being motion to introduce that into evidence the way that the city produces its packet and the way the applicant did.
And we don't have a rule for that, and as we mentioned, we're not subject to fixed rule of evidence. We have it in the record, it's part of the record.
It's part of the record.
And the board can give it.
It's part of the record, we can consider it, so that answers your question.
Okay.
Thank you.
The next question.
And the same would likely apply Mr. Reynolds' memo, just so we're clear when we get to that point.
Matter of waiting.
Yep.
Bear with me, I'm trying to make sure that I'm staying within your rules while I'm looking at these questions.
While she's doing that, if any of the others who are going to be with party status who want to cross-examine, keep in mind the discussion that we've had and prepare it and identify your questions that fit within what we've been discussing. I'll give her deference and time since we're laying out the rules with the questions that you're asking.
Appreciate
The
it.
others should have already heard them by the time they get up here.
So, Ms. Ortiz, can you tell me what are the characteristics of Edgewater Drive neighborhood?
Okay, I feel that this question is valid, being that Mr. Onks asked me some questions regarding the development in the area of the Edgewood neighborhood.
Anybody have a concern with that? Okay, continue, please.
Okay,
Answer that question.
the Edgewood neighborhood is defined as is characteristic of a low-profile, low-density residential neighborhood. It has what appears to be a scenic corridor, that being Edgewater Drive, which extends from the city limits of Dunedin south to Sunset Point and acts as its western boundary. This scenic corridor provides a wonderful viewshed of the water. And again, the characteristic, the built environment is that of low density, low profile, typically residential development. The Edgewater neighborhood is bound by Stevenson's Creek. So what happens, or south of the creek, is really in another neighborhood. And I think it's important for you all to understand the characteristics of the Edna neighborhood. When asked about Villa Del Mar, Villa
Let her
Del
ask
Mar
the
is
question,
not.
because you seem to be straying into another area.
Okay.
So let her, if she asks a question, you can answer the question, but this
Sure.
volunteering testimony is basically giving the presentation all over again, and we can't go down that path.
So in relations to the Villa Del Mar that Mr. Onyx did ask about. He was asking you whether that was compatible, and do you think that is a fair assessment to use that as comparison when it is not, it is the neighborhood south, it's not in the same neighborhood?
I do not think it's a fair assessment to include Villa Del Mar in the assessment of the Edgewood or Edgewater neighborhood because it is in a separate neighborhood.
In that being?
Old Clearwater Bay.
True, but that when we're looking, we're supposed, and staying with the standards for level 1 and 2, that they are supposed to be the adjacent properties?
Correct.
Space, okay. Okay, staying with the character of the neighborhood, this condo intends to have 80 units. Is that also not in conflict with the neighborhood character?
I'm not certain the topic of units. I'm going to jump in, Julie, so that I'm not certain the
My
topic
question
of
is
number of
related
units.
to the character of the neighborhood.
The topic of units wasn't addressed in the cross-examination from my perspective, unless somebody else heard something that I missed. I'm just trying to be consistent for the sake of things overall.
Didn't hear what he said.
He said he's trying to be consistent with the rules, with the process that's been going on.
Thank you, Jay.
So again, the Edgewater neighborhood is characterized by low-profile, low-density residential development. The tallest building in the Edgewater neighborhood is the Comfort Inn and Suites, which is 2 stories above covered parking. The proposed building is seeking 7 stories over covered parking. It is substantially different.
Did you have any other cross-examination?
The developer and Mr. Onyx contended that the only compatible use of this site is for the tourist dwelling. In your opinion, do you agree with that, Ms. Ortiz?
I do not agree with the...
Again, I'm not certain that was part of what was asked in the cross-examination.
He discussed the usage of the tourist zoning.
I don't recall that in the cross-examination, I'm sorry. I mean, unless somebody else, again, I'm looking to my board for...
I think that was a question for Ms. Crandall.
That was a question from Ms. Crandall, okay.
I think it's difficult for them to address the questions that Mr. Onyx asked because they don't have a list or something to refer to.
Well, I understand, and just because I think you might have been a little far back from the microphone, your point was that it's difficult for them to, they don't have a list of the questions that he asked, but that's, unfortunately, that's part of the process, and I understand, and I don't want the rules to be a barrier, that's why I'm being flexible with things as much as I can, and I'm looking for input for the board. I'm not trying to run the show here, even though I'm chair. It's just a matter of trying to keep some parameters in the context of things, because, you know, the concern I've got, and the only reason for me being as vocal as I am, is everybody had their 5-minute presentations already, and going into new topic areas is basically giving one person additional time that everybody else doesn't get. And it includes the city and it includes the applicant. If we wanted to go back and say, you know, let's stay here all night, and if that's the pleasure of the board, we can consider doing that, but we can go back and give everybody an extra set number of minutes of time to complete and do additional presentations. That's not the process that we have in place. And so that's why I asked, you know, if she could lay out the bullet points on there, it kind of covers her report that we can weigh and look at as we consider this. But clarifications of what Mr. Onyx asked her is good. Going in and trying to get more time out of what was originally part of the presentation when that 5 minutes was up is where we run into difficulty. And I'm trying to avoid deviating from that with being somewhat flexible, because Mr. Onyx does this for a living, and Ms. Belniak does not. And so I'm trying to be, you know, allow some latitude in that respect without really going overboard on things. So it's difficult in that regard. Okay. So Mr. Onyx's questions were fairly limited in scope. Do you have anything that ties directly to his questions that you want to get clarified so that her testimony is clear in response to those questions?
The only other thing I would ask, since I can't ask more questions, and I just wanted to submit this. You guys already have it in your packet, but this is a letter from City Manager of Dunedin.
Okay. It's in, and it was included in what she gave us?
No,
Oh.
it is not. It's an additional piece of, it's an additional exhibit. I believe this letter is already in the city's document
Okay, yes, okay,
repository.
yeah.
Is that correct?
Okay.
Okay,
I
we just wanted to be
I want to
sure.
make sure that it was in there. I was unsure if it was.
Okay, that's part of what we're going to be considering.
If that's what I'm limited to, then okay.
Okay. Did you have any cross-examination of any other witness who testified? Ms. Belknap, not Ms. Ortiz. So you can ask, you cross-examined Ms. Crandall and Ms. Clayton, and I don't think you cross-examined anybody else, is that correct? Okay. Did you have any other witness testimony you wanted to cross-examine?
Forgive me for not being, my naivety.
It's a different process than what you're used to, I understand that.
And to be honest, it's a different process in every city practically. So it's very difficult to keep up with the rules of procedure in multiple places.
I'm going to have to move it along, so if you've got someone else you want to cross-examine, let me know, otherwise then we'll move on to the next.
Okay, I do have a question from Mr. Onks.
From Mr. Onks? Yes. From the applicant, so you'll pick.
From the applicant, I
Yeah.
know you're speaking for the applicant.
Yeah. Well, see, the question is, and you'll decide who's best to answer that from the applicant standpoint, I guess.
Okay, so in your opinion, is this project in harmony with the scale, bulk, coverage, density, and character of adjacent properties?
I would defer that to Mr. Wells and Mr. McDonald.
Wayne Wells, for the record. Yes, I think that it is harmonious and consistent with the area. There's many factors that go into play with this. You have a divergent zoning between the uses on Sunnydale and this property. It allows 4 times the density that's permitted next door. And so that's part of your review today, is to see how you can make sense through all this. But as for consistency, compatibility, harmonious, this is an attached dwelling project, which is the most consistent with that of the existing character of that area. The use of attached dwellings is the most similar to detached dwellings. Same as in traffic. You know, the same amount of traffic is generated from detached versus attached. The project has a lot more buffering than what is required by code. In fact, the code does not even require perimeter buffers even adjacent to the single-family home. This project provides a 20-foot setback to the pavement, provides a 10-foot landscape buffer along with a fence, 6-foot-high fence, that is not required. We are trying to be compatible and consistent with that neighborhood and mitigating any impacts. This is also true adjacent to 1028 Sunset Point Road. There is a buffer requirement, but there's no fence requirement. We are providing that in an attempt, again, to be a good neighbor.
The good neighbor stuff, stay with the consistency with the character. Good neighbors.
The other thing is with buffering, again, I said there is no buffer requirements along any of the rights-of-way, and we are substantially providing much more in the terms of distance and in the amount of landscaping. The other part is, yes, we could have put the building within 10 feet of the property line. We could have asked for that at a staff level decision. But again, we've moved that building as far west as we can, 152 feet away, in order to be compatible with that neighborhood. So I would say, yes, it is consistent and compatible.
Okay, can you answer to me what methods and principles you use to apply this data to form that opinion?
Wayne, why don't you let Alan also weigh in on some of this?
but do you want me to answer that right now?
Unless the other expert has something to add to what Mr. Wells said, I'm not going to have two people answering the same question and answering the same way. That's not going to do it.
I will say that I was a staff planner for the city of Clearwater for over 9 years. I reviewed a lot of projects, and in the T district. I was quite aware of the projects that were approved through this board. I stood in front of you many times as a staff planner. I've stood in front of you many times as a consultant. So I have reviewed, and the application includes written documentation that I wrote that dealt with all of these, identifying the criteria and the response to that criteria. So that's all been part of the public record.
Thank you.
Did he answer your question, or do you want to also hear from them? It's up to you. You're the one calling the witness.
No, that's okay.
It's okay?
Answered the question.
All right, so Ms. Belknap has completed her cross-examination. Mr. Falk, did you have anybody you wanted to cross-examine?
Yes, I would like to, I'd like to ask the builders again. Why did they state in their statement for their application that they are also not in harmony with the scale of the neighborhood in their application, which to me means they automatically fail?
Mr. Armstrong, you're going to designate for answering that?
Can you repeat the question, please?
The question is, if you stated that you are not in harmony with the neighborhood, why are you saying that you are now?
And can you specifically state where that
right here
is in the general applicability? Okay. You talking about here?
It's answer response to question number 1.
Okay.
You say that this would also not be in harmony with. So you're admitting that you are not in harmony with the neighborhood.
That's part of the application.
It's right there. Everybody can see it now.
What is referred, I think you have to look at the context of the entire report and what was presented. The harmonious aspect is not defined by the code. So you have to go to the general dictionary. But it is harmonious from the aspect that it is attached dwellings.
That's it?
So, and the board can ask questions at this point in time as well. So I'm looking at what's on the screen there, and because I'm trying to be clear and understand everything. Can, Mr. Wells, can you read the previous sentence that's up on the screen there that's underlined, and then the sentence that is highlighted in conjunction?
It's the context.
Because that's the rest of the stuff that's outside this is kind of irrelevant, but I think in looking at it, if I understand it correctly, but I want you to explain what was written, there's more that provides the context there than I'm trying to understand that. So.
All right, so Mr. Wells, if you think what Mr. Boutsikas is asking is if you would read from the previous sentence down through the highlighted for the context of what you were saying there. Thank you.
This is what I was trying to find. It is noted that detached dwellings are not a permitted use in the T district, and this was underlined for emphasis, so differing land uses must be proposed on the subject property. The T district also permits many non-residential uses alcoholic beverage sales, bars, brew hubs, medical clinics, museums, nightclubs, offices, outdoor recreation, overnight accommodations, retail sales, and restaurants. That would also not be in harmony with the harmony with the scale, bulk, coverage, density, intensity, and character of the adjacent properties to the east. It was the non-residential uses that I referred to as not being harmonious, not the attached dwellings as proposed.
Didn't you say also? I thought I heard.
Yes. The question is, what does the also refer to?
What does the also refer to?
Well, but that's the two questions.
Single family is.
It'd be nice if the questions would be put back up on the screen so we can see them. I know you need to read them as well, but that's, I think, Mr. Flannery. So the question is, what does the also refer? And again, I'm trying to be clear on this because also sounds odd there in both times it's written in that sentence, both in the fourth word of the sentence as well as where it's underlined with the 3 underscores, I'm assuming by the person who's doing the cross-examination. But the sentence before it, it's underlined to me, which you just took off the screen. I need to see the underlying sentence. There you go. That seems to be the total context, but I'm not going to make that assumption unless I hear it from the person who wrote it in terms of what's the total assumption there, the context of it overall. If you read the underlined sentence and the highlighted sentence, it comes across a little differently than what also is referring to. That's what I'm trying to get to. And I think that's what the person doing the cross-examination is trying to get to. What is also referring to here?
Well,
Hmm?
I'm reading from what I have printed out, and I didn't have that also.
That may be a prior draft, so I want to object to the admissibility of that to the extent that I think it is.
Folks, please. I mean, really, we'd like to conduct an orderly meeting here. Again, there's a transcript being created here, and there's also people on television or trying to watch this over the cable. So the outbursts from the audience, I would really appreciate if we're kept non-existent. But
these are the...
Well, let me ask Mr. Falk a question. Did he answer your question to your satisfaction?
Well, he answered.
Or do you have a follow-up for him?
It says, but I mean, and that's the point I want to make, is they're admitting it is not in harmony with the neighborhood by putting the word also in there. And they are also not part of it. And they go on there to say that they're more similar because they're condos and not a business. More similar.
I don't want you to testify. I'm asking if he answered your question from a cross-examination standpoint.
All right.
Okay. If he answered your question, then do you have any other questions for him, Ms. Mike?
Not for him.
May I redirect the witness just on the cross?
When he's done with his cross-examination, just so since he's not used to the process, he can do that. Okay. Who else did you want to call to cross-examine?
The planning department. I have a question. Do you agree that the motel and the gas station are adjacent properties to this new condo?
The gas station is adjacent, the motel is across the street.
But it is next to it.
It is in the area. I think we specifically use adjacent when they share a property line.
And they are in the tourist area.
Both the hotel and the gas station are designated as tourist.
And you say this building is in harmony with those two buildings?
Saying they have mitigated the differences with meeting setbacks and providing buffering.
But are they in harmony with that building and that building? The harmony to scale.
They have mitigated the differences with scale and bulk by providing setbacks, buffering, and excess.
A 10-foot setback is enough to mitigate a 82-foot difference?
All of the setbacks are in excess of 10 feet to the building and to the parking structure. There's a 10-foot side setback.
It's 10 feet from the gas station, correct?
Gas station is a side, and I believe it's a 15-foot buffer. I would have to.
I'll give you the 15-foot if it's 15. I don't have it here in front of me, so I can't say that. But that makes it all right to put a building 87 feet higher next to a building that's 20 feet high?
I think the fundamental question here is, does it meet
Well,
the zoning
The-
parameters?
The question is that, the question is that it must, in level 1 or in level 2, in order to be approved by the Community Development Board, shall meet every one of these criteria. And the criteria says it has to be in harmony and scale with the neighborhood, with the adjacent neighbors. To me, that does not look like it's in harmony to scale, at least. It may be in harmony because they're both business and tourist area, but they're not in scale. I mean, I'm answering my own question, maybe, I don't know. But my question, you say that's in harmony.
Actually, you are, so you need to ask her the question.
Yes. Do you say that is in harmony? That's, because if it's not, then it's a reason for this not to be passed. Because this is one of the things that has to.
So do you have a question for the staff?
She's not answering.
I believe he did ask whether it's her opinion that's in harmony. That was his last
Well, I
question.
mean, then that's a yes or no, so she can.
Yes, it's in harmony.
All right. Thank you. That's all I have. Any
Anybody
questions
else?
for me?
He wanted to do a recross or redirect.
Redirect it, Mr. Wells, if Mr. Falk is finished.
If he's finished, that's why I was asking you first. Okay.
Thank you very much.
And contain and
Yes, sir,
limited
I
to
will,
what
I
he
will
was
do
asked by
that.
Mr.
I will
Falk.
do that, and let me know if you don't think I am, but it'll be very specific. Mr. Wells, can you tell me what this document is?
This is the document that was submitted to the city for your consideration
Is
for
this
this meeting.
the most recent narrative that was submitted to the CDB that's before the board today?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Falk showed you a document that had the word "also" in it, but I want you to read this paragraph down to the end of the highlighting from the current applicable operative narrative that's before the board. And tell me whether it includes the word "also" or not.
An important factor to note is that detached dwellings are not a permitted use in the T district, so different uses must be proposed on the subject property. The T district permits many non-residential uses: alcoholic beverage sales, bars, brew pubs, medical clinics, museums, nightclubs, offices, outdoor recreation, entertainment, overnight accommodations, retail sales, and restaurants. That would not be in harmony with the scale, bulk, coverage, density/intensity, and character of the adjacent properties to the east. These potential non-residential uses can also generate more vehicle trips than that of the proposed attached dwellings. The use characteristics of these potential non-residential uses can also produce additional noise, hours of operation in the late nights, especially on weekends, truck traffic for deliveries of goods and to stores and restaurants, increased trash disposal needs, and odors associated with trash dumpsters and restaurants. Different, the applicant has proposed attached dwellings on the subject property as use characteristics and impacts are most similar to the detached dwelling uses existing to the east.
Okay, I think that's sufficient. Was the word "also" in there to modify the uses that you didn't think were harmonious?
I did not read that.
Okay, so it's not in there. And so my question is, in your opinion, is the project, that the operative project in the narrative that's before the board, harmonious and consistent with the surrounding properties?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever admit that it was disharmonious or not harmonious?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I know I'm just questioning, when was that document submitted?
April 12th, 2019.
April 12th. Thank you.
Okay. Continuing on with Mr. Falk having finished up his cross-examination. Now I got to find my list again. There's so many papers shuffling around. My apologies, folks.
Bill Johnson.
You're on Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Johnson, okay. Did you have anybody you want to cross-examine, Mr. Johnson?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And please come forward and call who you're going to cross-examine.
This is all a lot more complicated than I thought anticipated, but thank you for the opportunity. I have questions for the city staff, if I may. Ms. Crandall, and this has to do with the tourist district. Does the tourist district have a minimum standard development table section?
As I discussed earlier, the tourist district does not have a minimum standard development table.
Do most of the other zoning districts, like residential, commercial, office, institutional, IRT, and open space sections of the development code have tables detailing minimum standard development?
A majority of the zoning designations have minimum use.
Do those, for instance, have them?
I said a majority of the zoning districts have minimum use tables. I haven't printed out all of the zoning district code sections in front of me, so I'm not going to speak to the ones that I don't have, but the majority do.
And do those, the majority of those tables include things like maximum height, setbacks, minimum lot area, number of off-street parking spaces?
Those are the standard development parameters that most zoning districts have.
So the tourist district where this project is located has no minimum standard development for height, setbacks, or parking spaces?
The tourist zoning district does not have a minimum use table.
Right. Regarding the other zoning districts, would you characterize the other minimum standard development front setback standards as generally being 25 feet?
The adjacent zoning districts, LMDR and MDR, generally have a front setback of 25 feet as a minimum standard for detached dwellings.
And does this project propose front setbacks as little as 15 feet?
This project proposes front setbacks that meet the development parameters listed in the tourist district of 15 feet.
Okay, I'm having a little trouble with that. Where are those minimum standards for the tourist district front setbacks if there's no minimum standard table in the code?
In the tourist zoning district, the use of attached dwellings, when you review the development parameter table, the setbacks for front start at, the largest number is 15 feet. Through level 1, you could request between 10 and 15 feet. That is the most strict number in the tourist zoning district. The applicant is providing that 15-foot setback.
So is it your interpretation, for instance, in the area that Board Member Flannery was talking about on Fort Harrison, that those properties that currently have a 25-foot front setback could build out to 15 feet?
Well, as you indicated, any property in the tourist zoning district, as there's not a minimum standard, would require some amount of a application and a notice. A level 1, property owners would still be noticed, even though it does not go before the Community Development Board. They would submit a formal application that would be reviewed by the Development Review Committee, but they would be reviewed by the development parameters in the tourist zoning district, if that is their applicable zoning district.
So they could submit a extension of their building closer to the street. They would have to go through a level 1, but they wouldn't have to specify why they wanted to go to only a 15-foot setback. Is that correct?
If they were going to propose redevelopment, they would submit their application and it would be noticed accordingly.
I guess I'm having trouble, Mr. Chairman and board members, understanding how something in the flexible development standard can imply the minimum standard that doesn't need any explanation or request. The application and the staff report, am I correct, says they comply with the standard. And therefore, they don't even have to discuss the appropriateness of the front setbacks for this project, which are less than the surrounding properties. And that's the anomaly that I would ask, has that ever been pointed out or taken to the council for clarification?
If I could, Mr. Chairman, that is how we have historically applied this code for as long as I can remember. I've been an employee with the city for almost 20 years, and the maximum in the zoning district is the 15 feet. So from our perspective, that is the starting point, not what's in the adjacent zoning district that is a different district.
And
Is there another question?
Mr. Chairman, just to clarify that, the application that is in front of you and the staff implies that the 15 feet is a minimum standard, and I would ask you to take that into consideration. As a follow-on, are you familiar with the general purpose 1-103E6, which reads, provides for open spaces through efficient project design and layout that addresses appropriate relationships between buildings on the project site and adjoining properties, including public rights of way?
Yes, I'm familiar with the code.
How would that code apply to the Sunset Point Road, where the building will rise 86 feet above base level flood, only 17 feet from the right-of-way?
I think that code would apply by the application of setbacks as are listed in the applicable zoning district development parameters.
Okay, so let me go to the section 3-914, which says level 1 applications, in order to be approved by the community development coordinator, shall meet the following. And so are those not qualifications to level 1 and level 2?
Can you restate your question?
Let me get back to that separately, if I may, Mr. Chairman. Moving on to the second area of my questions, which relates to that section 3-914, as it applies to the example of they would have a right to put up a 50-foot building and 10 feet from a side setback. Is in a level 1 approval, does that not also have to meet the requirements of 3-914?
3-914 would have to be met by any application.
Thank you. The staff report seems unclear as to the number of those standards, those 6 standards that have to be met. Is it true that all of them must be met? All of the 6 sub-elements of 3-914?
The elements must be addressed and met.
Well, isn't it true that that section was amended by the council in 2005 in ordinance 7413-05 to clarify that the application shall meet each and every one of the 6 criteria listed?
I would have to reference that exact ordinance. I operate under the current community development code as amended.
Can I provide a copy of this to you?
When you want to provide it, the copy as well?
Here's copies. Oh, should I have started them here? I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
but it's okay. Okay, pass it back that way. First, got to get a copy of that as well.
Oh.
No worries. Just give me a moment here. Up to 2. Up to 3.
The reason that
My question for you, just so I'm clear, is this the 2005 code and you're saying it hasn't changed since then, or is this and it's what's in the current code, or is this previous code? this has been changed in some respect. I just need to know that, need to understand that.
This provision, here's today's provision, and it has each and every one of the following statement in it.
So this is what enacted what's currently in law.
Yes. So the follow-on question is, does the staff report address the responsiveness to criteria number 5? The proposed development is consistent with the community character of the immediate vicinity.
If I may, on page 12 of the staff report, where it starts to address these 6 criteria, all 6 criteria are addressed in the staff report. I think the concern here is that they are responded to as a whole with a paragraph addressing all of them rather than an individual response to each of the 6 items. I think that is your main point of concern.
My concern, yes, is addressing number 5, which is the community character of the immediate vicinity, which is larger than the adjacent properties.
The use of a residential, that the proposed residential use is consistent with the community character.
I don't disagree with that, but to me, there's more than just use in community character. And so I'm trying to understand where is.
You're doing your closing argument as compared to asking her a question right now. What you understand is not what it's about. It's asking her questions so the rest of us can understand her testimony.
You consider community character to just be uses. Is that correct?
I'm saying the use is consistent with the community character.
Are there any other elements of community character other than uses?
I think community character becomes an abstract concept that is different to each person reviewing it or addressing it.
Please withhold the commentary.
Okay, let me ask the question just a little bit differently and say, other than use, was there anything in the application that applied the community character, I said other than use, and the water views, as submitted as the burden of proof for substantial competent evidence that they were meeting this section?
Again, the provided setbacks, the buffering contribute to that.
Those are among to the adjacent property owners rather than the vicinity.
The subject property is designated differently and is inherently different. They stated consistency is not identical. I think that would apply to community character. To be consistent with community character is not to be identical.
Okay. Next question, if I may, for the staff. In the staff report on page 9 yesterday, did the board members receive a revised copy of the staff report?
I think your question is cross-examining staff.
Staff.
Was that provided to all board members?
Yes.
All right. And could you help me understand why the statement that was in there that was retracted was in there in the first place?
There was a single sentence that was removed from the staff report. During review, that sentence was slated to be removed. It was removed from elsewhere in the staff report, and that particular instance was missed during review. So that was the revision.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Those are my questions.
Thank you. We'll ask folks questions as well. I'm going to go through all the cross.
I just have just one specific. I wasn't going to read that whole 15-page document to find that one sentence. Was it marked or highlighted or struck through? I couldn't find it. I didn't do.
It was not. I have it.
Did I just know what it was? Because I didn't want to read the whole thing.
Sure. It's on page 9, addressing height. The sentence that was removed is, it should be noted that the vast majority of residential buildings in Clearwater located on waterfront or waterview properties are similar in scale and scope to the proposed building.
Please, folks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. Okay, Mr. Johnson's completed his cross. Next is Balducci.
Okay, I want to address.
You need to come to the microphone, sir.
I want to.
Who do you want to call to cross-examine? Because it's not an opportunity for you to testify while you're asking questions.
The developers, and I want to challenge his comments that is not the scale. But in courts of law, it is, cases in civil courts law are determined by being reasonable. This gentleman talked about fairness, so we need to be reasonable and fair. If I go over.
I need you at the microphone, sir.
What, you need to stay.
If I get this photograph that's superimposed onto our exact skyline, and I look, I want this on camera.
Sir, before you do this, you might wish to identify to whom the question is.
He said the developer, Mr.
I
Onslaught.
said the developer. Okay.
I did ask that question.
And the question is it true to scale? So as I look at this, I see that the south and north ends of the property are within the parameters of where the hotel is, and right where Sunnydale is, and on this side, I see the gas station. So it fits within that space.
What is your question?
So I want to ask if it seems that it's reasonably apparent and in fairness that this actually is in scale, because the floors are the same height on the hotel as they are in the proposed condo. That means that it has to be in scale because they're the same exact. So they're in.
You're answering your question, so please ask him the question if you're calling
They are, to
cross-examination.
answer his question. It is in scale. Now knowing that this is in scale.
Wait, sir, can you let him answer the question?
I haven't asked the question yet. Knowing that this is in scale, how could you tell me that this fits in with the harmony, character, bulk, and size, now that I've demonstrated that it is in scale?
So I believe there's two questions. First question.
Move closer and speak up.
I believe there's two questions. First question was, in my view, that basically image is in scale. And the second question, I believe, is the bulk character of the building. Looking at that particular image, that image is, I would basically say that it's not a true image of basically the buildings that we have done. We have other renderings which you basically can see. We have them in the report. They were done by AutoCAD, also done by Revit. It's a 3D program. It basically does take in consideration basically all heights, measurements, exactly. When you look at this particular image, you can even see that basically the building is slightly skewed, pushed forward, and basically this particular building over here, that's 50 feet basically above the base flood elevation. So it is not, and I believe that one is maybe not in the image.
There you go, it is now.
See it?
Yes.
And you can see that it's not twice or 3 times the size. So in my opinion, I would not basically say that is in perfect scale compared to basically the renderings which we did. The second question, I believe, has basically been brought up about character, shape, bulk, building, fit in this particular neighborhood. When we really looked at this particular site, I think the most important part is that we did see it was a residential building, a residential neighborhood. And we really felt that the best thing to have here would be residential, full-time used buildings. And we are putting in requirements that they cannot be Airbnbs. So they're going to be full-time residents to basically the neighborhood. I think that's a better fit personally for the surrounding neighborhood compared that we're in a tourist district. That would basically do with basically what basically should go in there. To deal with basically the scope scale compared to the other particular buildings, the only way we could basically provide the massive setbacks or the view corridors from Sunnydale, we're like 70 odd feet from the road on Edgewater to one corner. To get all those setbacks, to get the setbacks from the rear, from the other particular houses, like we're 160 odd feet, basically probably minimum to one of the residents. We have increased basically our landscape buffer. We put in a fence. We're trying to do all that, and the only way you can do that is basically going slightly vertical, because otherwise you're just using all the land. And because you're using all the land just basically for a footprint, which really is not really the best use. I think it's better to have more greenery. It's better for the environment. It's better for the people. More sidewalks, easier access across to the trails. You can actually have more of a neighborhood where people can actually go out and walk.
That's not answering the question.
So, yeah, you're going beyond the scope.
Okay.
You're
Then
going beyond the scope of the question.
I will stop there, and if there was a question
him ask additional
or
questions.
part of a question that was missed, please go ahead.
I'll ask the same gentleman. This is to scale.
You need to
You need to be at the microphone, and if you're going to bring that over, why don't you bring that one over as well, just so it's visible for people who aren't here?
This is to scale. I have demonstrated reasonably well that it is to scale. And even if it misses by a reasonable amount, it still skies over the existing tree line.
Do you have a question?
Yes.
You're testifying again, and
Yes.
I'm
How does it fit into our community character and the adjacent buildings and the buildings in the immediate vicinity, not inclusive of Villa Del Mar being so tall above our skyline?
I believe, and I'm not too sure what was the difference from the first question that I addressed and the second.
Character versus bulking.
Character. The character basically.
And before you answer, just because you're not at the microphone, he said
character. This
versus bulk
refers
and
to
scale.
character, not the bulk.
Thank you.
So the character of this building, this is more of a contemporary building than the existing basically residential residence basically in the area. The majority of the residential buildings have been built quite a long period of time back. The architectural design, the intent, and the use of buildings has changed since then. So in basically fitting into the exact character of a single-family residential house that was built 60 years to some of the residents 100 years ago, you are not basically fitting that into basically the current design. I mean, it just does not basically work on that. You have to take the character of basically what works with the surrounding area. Now, how we got in the surrounding area? We have work views. I mean, when you're basically looking for a home, you really want to basically take the aspects of new design and add in elements which are within that local area so that basically you can address that. The
I
way
think in answering my question, you admitted that it does not fit into the character.
May I finish? So what you do is you take elements, okay? And basically the elements you do is you basically step buildings. So first part is basically we have the podium. Now you want to make that a pedestrian area. We've treated the pedestrian area around the park and basically by a mix of material. We have basically faux metal. We have massive landscaping from which cascades over the top and also grows up on the top, from the bottom. We then step the buildings in. We're using a mix of basically similar materials which are being used on all construction. We have basically different types of stucco, different textures. We're using faux material that will look like wood, because of course the wood just would not last in this environment, or meet basically the general code, since it is basically considered. Well, I'm still basically, I think I'm basically infilling basically where you take elements of the surrounding buildings and you add that to basically show corridor and basic design.
I think he's reinforcing what he said at the beginning during the 5-minute presentation.
You can ask another question and redirect, or you can tell him to stop. I think that he's gone through various elements to explain where he's at, so if you have another question.
I do, to the same gentleman. As a landscape contractor and ornamental horticulturist at the University of Florida, how does your landscaping that you propose in its mature state, this is for this question?
Mr. Wells is our landscape expert, not Mr.
Which one? Okay,
yeah.
all right, great. How does your landscaping that you're putting in its mature ultimate height help soften the scale and bring this into harmony with the neighborhood, knowing that they can potentially only reach about 1/3 of the height of the building? And furthermore, how does painting the...
Mr. Bellucci, why don't you let him answer the first one and you do a follow-up question? Because if you can make the questions compound, then it becomes convoluted in the response. I'd rather have him a short, direct question, and we can follow that a lot easier.
Again, from the code standpoint, there are no perimeter buffers required along the roadways. And there is none required adjacent to the single-family home on Sunnydale. The proposal does provide significant landscaping to mitigate and soften the views of the building, including shrubs, low trees, and taller trees. To answer his question, at maturity, those trees will grow up, much like the other trees in the neighborhood, and provide additional softening. So the views that we showed looking down Sunnydale towards Edgewater was without any of that future canopy that he's referring to. So the trees will grow up and provide additional softening of that building.
You got another question, Mr. Balducci?
Not for him. To the city planners,
Face the microphone, if you will.
Ellen Crandall, what is the maximum amount of units that is available to be built on this particular lot?
They are requesting 80 dwelling units, which is the maximum able to be requested. That also includes the area provided by the vacation of the alleyway, which has to be approved by city council.
Okay, that answers my question. Knowing that it is asking for maximum units, I want to ask the developers, take your pick, all three of you, it doesn't matter, one of you, your most eloquent speaker. How, if you are asking for the maximum amount of units, can you possibly lessen adverse effects that must be addressed in standards 1 through 6?
Is the gentleman done with cross-examination of the city, or, because we're jumping back and forth between witnesses now?
That's my prerogative, sir, and I'm done for now with her.
Mr.
Now I'm
Balducci.
on to him.
Mr. Balducci, just so you understand, I'm going to allow this, but you should cross-examine a witness, finish your cross-examination of that witness, and move on to the next one. Jumping back and forth creates a lot of disjointed and becomes difficult. I'm going to allow this right now, but finish up with, if you're going to have the city speak next, or the developer speak next, ask the developer all the questions. If you come back to staff, ask staff all the questions, and keep it consistent.
Yeah, it's not being professional as these are. I will appreciate the tips and I'll learn.
No, and I just ask you to be patient and do that, but you can't jump back and forth. You have a comment to make?
No, I'm going to try to answer the question on the density. The property is entitled...
All 6. I mentioned all 6. Sir, I mentioned all 6, not just density.
Okay, well, I'm going to answer the question about the density and how it can be then compliant with all of the flexibility and general applicability criteria. The density is a property right. The density is not something that's before you. We're not asking you to approve anything related to density. The density is a legal vested right in the property owner. What the proposal is doing is moving all of that density away from the neighborhood. We're moving it 152 feet away from the property line, which is farther setback than the structures. We're also, the MDR portion, which is a very small portion, is 75 feet setback, and that's only 38 feet in height. So to provide for the transition and the buffering. On top of that, we have, again, I'll refer you to your packets, we have extensive landscaping that is on the sides of the buildings as well. So that certainly fits into compliance with consistency, characteristics, bulk, scale, scope. The bulk is away from the neighborhood. That's what's being proposed. And as Ms. Crandall has testified multiple times at this point, the reason the staff is recommending approval is because of the improved site plan. The improved site plan means that we have gone above and beyond in excess of what's required, not only for the density, but for the flexibility. And the reason we've done that is to fit into the adjacent properties and to comply with those regulations. I hope I answered your question. If you have any more technical questions, I'll probably defer to someone else, but I'm trying to move this along somewhat efficiently.
Yeah, you just need to satisfy them, not me.
Right.
Okay, to Ellen Crandall.
So you're done with the developer, you're not going back to them again? Just
I am going back to them because I didn't understand.
Finish with the developer.
I didn't understand because in my letter I got, it didn't say you couldn't go back and forth.
Well,
okay.
And I'm telling you, in order to have consistency, continue with your questions of the developer until you go back.
Questions of the city, and then I'll ask questions of the developer.
You'll finish your questions of the developer, and then you're done with the developer. Then we'll go on to the next witness you're going to cross-examine.
Well,
I allowed you to go back and forth until this point. We clarified it for you. I need you to follow this procedure so we have a procedure consistent for everybody, okay? Because that's what's happened so far. Everybody's gone to a single party and asked the questions and moved on to the next one.
to the developers then, if you were to take a photograph of the rendering, if you have a photograph of the rendering that you've been throwing around here, and you are asked to put, and I'm asking you to put that photograph with our existing skyline versus putting it where Miss Lynn says it should be, not in our neighborhood, but at the beach or somewhere, wouldn't you necessarily put that photograph of your proposed building where it matches the character, size, scope, and every other parameter, such as the beach, rather than where it sticks above our existing skyline? So where would you put the photograph of your building? Where it fits in on Clearwater Beach with the similar zoning, or would you put it where no building reaches higher than the trees?
Okay, I think I'll take a shot at that one as well. And again, referring you to your packet, and we discussed this at length, but it's a direct answer to the question. This property is zoned tourist. The vast majority of it has been zoned tourist since 1999. The city council specifically rezoned additional portions of the property to be tourist in 2001. This community development board approved a 77-unit condo on this property in 2004. So the answer to the question is the applicant has a legal right to develop an attached dwelling on this property and not just on Clearwater Beach. And that is the legislative intent of the council, not of the board.
I have a question for the same gentleman. Are you the actual developer, or are you a representative of his? And why wasn't the developer able to meet this meeting if you were not he?
The developers are here. Mr. Agami is here and Mr. Jafif are here, and I'm their attorney.
I wasn't introduced to them.
And not only that, but they rescheduled a lot of international travel to be here because it's that important to them. That was an answer to the question.
Please keep the commentary down, folks.
You said in the letter I received that...
Again, for Mr. Ungst?
Yes, okay. I received a letter from the development group that said they're not going to allow short-term rentals. why in a tourist zone would you not allow tourists to visit when every other property in Clearwater and surrounding areas even can allow Airbnb to benefit tourists? Florida's #1 industry is tourism. Every other building that you said could be used on this zoned tourist property would benefit tourists, restaurants, bars, what have you. How is this in the spirit of the zoning of the lot?
Thank you, sir. The city of Clearwater has a very hard line against short-term rentals. It proactively code enforces against short-term rentals on properties that are not permitted to allow short-term rentals. In the tourist district, attached dwellings, which we're asking for, can be approved as what's called resort attached dwelling. Resort attached dwelling is essentially a condo that is allowed to do either short-term or long-term rentals. So the answer to the question is we could have been in front of you today with an application for a resort attached dwelling, which would have allowed for short-term rentals or long-term rentals. But we're not doing that because we are committed to the residential character and nature of this community, which is what I said at the beginning. So to answer your question, there's only, I think, about 26 properties in Clearwater that are grandfathered in for short-term rentals and single-family homes. Those are on Clearwater Beach. Unless you are a resort-attached dwelling in the tourist district, you are not allowed to do short-term rentals in Clearwater, and we don't think that that's the best use of the property to be consistent with the community.
Okay, same question, same gentleman, right across the street, which is in the immediate vicinity, not adjacent to, there is a hotel.
Yes. Mr. Pergolesi.
That allows.
Mr. Pergolesi. That is true, and that is called an overnight accommodation, which is only allowed to do short-term overnight occupancy. And I'd like to ask Mr. Pergolesi to respond to the differences why a attached dwelling is better for the community here than for.
Before you ask that question, I want to make sure that was his question. Otherwise, I don't want him answering your question.
Yes.
I want him answering
He basically
his
said
question.
why, if there's a hotel, then
If he's
why-
okay with it, I'm okay. I just want to make sure we're answering his question. He's the one doing the cross-examining right now.
Yeah, I believe part of your question to me was if there's a hotel across the street, why wouldn't you do short-term rentals in our property? Is that basically right?
That's the gist of it then, I think, Mr. Pergolesi.
Overnight accommodations or hotels, like we have across the street. And remember, I did the traffic study. I'm here to just talk about traffic. Hotels have much higher traffic impact than the attached dwellings that are being requested here today.
Are you an expert witness in this field, or are you just an expert witness in traffic?
I'm an expert witness in
He's an
traffic.
expert witness in traffic, and the question he gave related to
And
traffic
questions
specifically. I would disallow anything else.
Well, then I don't see how he could expertly answer this question. Is there somebody else, some other developer that can?
So,
the question was related to the difference between attached dwellings and resort attached dwellings or hotels. My answer was that a hotel, a 120-room hotel that could go here would generate over 1,000 daily trips, whereas this project generates 435 daily trips. So that goes to speak with the harmony and the difference.
Do these daily trips include all the restaurant deliveries, all the grocery deliveries, all the Amazon Prime, all the UPS, all the FedEx, and all the DHL deliveries? Were they taken into consideration? And friends and family of the residents?
The daily trips that we produce in our reports are based on Institute of Transportation Engineers Trip Generation 10th edition, which is the latest information and generally the Bible in traffic projections. So when they have a hotel, generally the hotels do include a restaurant and deliveries and all the trips that come to the hotel that day.
I think his question was, in the residential context, people who live there do have deliveries as well. I just want to make sure. That's what I believe his question was. So I don't want to answer the hotel question. I want to answer the condo.
Finish answering the question. The residential trip generation rates do take into account deliveries and visitors as well as the residents themselves.
Do you have any questions of The developer?
I'm done with the developer.
Okay.
Okay.
You got some more questions of the city, then we'll wrap
I do have questions for the city. As a University of Florida graduate in horticulture, I know that the most important thing that determines what plant could go where is the amount of sunlight. Across the street, there's a park lined by mangroves. This will necessarily throw shadow on that because there's no way, if you shine a light up against a solid object, that light could go through a solid object, and it has to go over that object, that being the proposed building, to light up that park. So my question is, has there been any studies on the adverse impacts on the mangroves, which are highly protected by city, county, and state? I'll address that to Ellen Crandall.
Thank you. Burden of evidence is on the applicant, and they have not provided, and we have not required a study on sunlight reaching mangroves.
Okay, well, that's something that needs to be addressed. Okay, also to Ellen Crandall, has there been a capacity study for the sewers?
I would like to default to the engineering department who reviews for utilities and impacts.
Are they here to ask? And if not, why? Why not?
They are here.
They're here.
Are they able to speak here? Are they part of this panel?
I'll ask if he's been taking an oath, but he's a city representative, and you're asking a question. For the
Nobody
city
else has
department.
had the benefit of talking to him.
First off, this is my witness. He's from the city. The city is a corporate entity, so we have various different parts who answer. If he has a question that he wants to answer, we can answer it that way. I can qualify him as a witness.
And Mr. Balducci,
Then I will ask that.
bear in mind, I'm remaining flexible because none of this topic wasn't addressed specifically in any of the testimony earlier, so you're really going beyond the scope of
Well, since you've
cross-examination.
allowed it, I would like to.
I'm allowing him to answer that question, but keep that in mind so we don't stray from that again. Sir, please state your name. Let us know if you've been sworn as well, so that way we're all covered.
Good afternoon. My name is Hector Hernandez with the City of Clearwater and have been sworn in. To address this question about the wastewater capacity, wastewater will be able to be handled through our city system. We have a lift station on Sunset Point Road that has been refurbished several years ago, so it will be able to accommodate the additional wastewater that would be generated from this development.
I have a question for Ellen Crandall. Has there ever been any other project that has received setback flexibility in this community defined by Sunset Point Road, Sunnydale, back to?
Again, I don't think that was part of what was addressed at all, because the application before us was about height and not setback flexibility. So I don't think that was addressed in any of the testimonies presented. I'm not certain that goes to cross. I mean, is it Daniel?
I agree with you, and beyond, it's wholly irrelevant to the issue that you got before.
I don't understand, because where in the directions for this meeting did it say that that wasn't something that could be done?
Well,
Sir, are you finished with your cross-examination?
Let me just peruse my notes and I'll let you know.
Sounds good.
Okay, let's see if I could ask this question. It has to meet each and every one, including health. Asking questions to the developers who have a burden of proof. Does it seem reasonable that Mrs. Lynn, who just bought the house, seemed stressed out over what she believes will lower the property values?
Mr. Balducci.
Property values are part of the 6.
But you brought that up under the context of health under 3.3-9143. You're really stretching what the intent is here. Merely making a reference to 3-914 isn't say you can ask and go into new areas. If that was brought up directly in terms of testimony, you can cross-examine Mrs. Lynn on the impact on her. But you can't.
She had to go. And
Well, but you can't then ask somebody else in her place, okay? You can cross-examine her on her testimony about the impact on her. But going and asking others about the impact on her is not appropriate. That goes beyond what you can do. Again, because now nobody else can ask you that question either to clear it up, and that's what the rules are there for.
All right. I'm done for now, thank you.
Before we call the next person, I'm going to call a break for 10 minutes. I hurt my back a little bit ago, and I just can't sit for 10 more minutes unless I stand up and stretch for a little bit. We're going to start immediately. Please don't leave if you don't want to leave, but we will begin right at 4:50. my list. Here we are. Okay. I'm going to call the meeting back to order. Please stop talking at this point and take your seats as quietly as you can. We're going to continue on with the cross-examination. Just a quick point. When we're done with the cross-examination, we will then be going into the comments by the public. So people who are here that do not have party status have the opportunity to speak. It's 3 minutes per person. And we'll announce how we're going to go about that when we get done with the cross-examination. But keep that in mind as far as the timing goes. So the next person I've got from who had party status was Mr. Spikes, I believe. Please come forward. Mr. Spikes, I'm sure you've heard most of the conversation gone on so far, and the direction.
I understand it, so bear with me.
Yeah,
I'm not a lawyer. Neither are most of these folks that have been speaking from the citizenry. So my first question, I guess, is to you, because you're going to shoot me down if I'm not right.
If it's a procedural question, I'm happy to answer it.
Can I ask about number 6, seeing as these categories of the section 3914 have been talked about in other testimony?
I'm going to need to hear what you're asking about number 6 and who you're directing it to. It's kind of hard to put that in context.
Sure.
I see that number 6 reads the design minimizes adverse effects, including visual, acoustic, olfactory, hours, operation impacts on adjacent property.
Yeah.
So to the extent you can ask that of somebody who testified about that to either clarify their testimony for things that.
I can't remember who testified about the 6 different components, but can I ask city
Yeah. And just
employee?
bear in mind, if you have questions for city, complete all the questions for the city, and then if you have questions for the developer, we're not going to jump back and forth.
I probably will not talk to the developers because I don't understand that.
Okay, then you can ask the question of the city, go ahead.
Okay. Ms. Crandall?
Yeah.
Right? Okay. My question is, it's probably going to come out here one of these times. When it says the design of the proposed development minimizes adverse effects, such as or including visual, acoustic, olfactory, and hours of operation impacts on adjacent properties. Adjacent properties would be the woman who's just bought the new house, correct?
Did she buy the house that was directly adjacent at the northeast corner?
Right. So that would be one of the properties that might be affected, right?
Correct, that would be an adjacent property.
Okay. How do you determine what is a minimized adverse effect?
As I've stated before,
Good, all right. I'm asking the question to somebody.
the proposal is placing the taller components further to the west to minimize their impacts, providing a setback of 152 feet.
Right, okay, I'm glad you mentioned that.
Which would help to minimize.
Okay, that setback of 180 feet, what's going to go there? Or
That is a
100
setback of 152 feet
152 feet.
from the east property line
And what's
to
going
the
to go?
building.
Parking lot, right?
It'll be surface parking, will be
Surface parking.
set back 20 feet.
Black asphalt?
I believe it's going to be what's required by the code for a permanent parking space.
Okay. Would you consider, how many cars are going to be there? How many parking spaces? Man, I can't ask them. 164 parking spaces? So 164 cars in that lot that's next to that property, correct?
The proposal includes a total of 164 off-street parking spaces, but they include both surface parking and garage parking.
But a lot of cars. When you think, more than there are there now.
It's a vacant lot.
23, exactly. And or more than there would be possibly with one of these other businesses, correct?
That depends on the business and
Yeah,
the
right.
proposal, and
You've been outside today, briefly, when you came. And even when you can't, I mean, I got in my car and it was 94 degrees. And in my shaded spot. I didn't see, is there any trees that are going up in the, oh, I can't ask them. But you saw their proposal. Do they have any landscaping?
The proposal includes landscaping. Part of the importance of the buffer on the east property line is also to address existing adjacent off-site trees and trees near the property line.
But nothing right in the parking lot, yes.
There will be landscaping in the parking lot and on the east property line.
Not shade trees or, you know?
I would refer to the landscape plan, which has been submitted.
Or no?
They're saying, again, a majority of that is for the preservation of trees on or near the east property line, which was a part of the review.
It's right there.
There's a board right here.
Reason.
Come around and look at it.
That's okay.
There's the landscape.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I can understand the preservation of the trees that are already there, and that's obviously not on the vacant lot. But what I'm talking about, I guess, is the heat factor of a parking lot. Would you consider that an adverse effect? A space that large? I keep getting the soundtrack, you know, Paved Paradise.
I think if you were to consider an adverse effect, I would say it would be mitigated by the landscape buffer, by the preservation of existing trees. The landscape plan does provide additional shade trees on the east property line.
That's not going to shade that big open parking lot, right? I mean, it's just going to be an open parking lot, basically.
The parking lot is providing landscaping.
I'll be adding an island with
Thank you.
landscaping
No, that's
as
good.
well.
I mean, we can go around and around. I'll go on to the next thing. Is there going to be lighting in the parking lot?
I think that's a detail that will come forward at the time of building permit, their lighting plan.
Do they have to have lighting in their parking lot?
I'll defer to the applicant at how they're going to light their plan.
Okay, so there's a lot of things you don't know are going to happen, but that could have an adverse effect on the community.
Well, I don't think we're going to say that there's an adverse effect to something that we haven't seen yet.
Okay. Then give me an example of what might be an adverse effect as far as lighting goes, and you happen to live in that neighborhood, and you see cars coming in and out at all hours of the night, and leaving early in the morning, and at night there are lights, if they do have lights in the parking lot. An adverse effect to me might mean like there's a big spotlight that shines the whole parking lot up. And that would be adverse to anybody around
I think the code, the code would define an adverse impact if the light is spilling off into the adjacent property. I would like to point out there's also a fence along this property line.
It's not very high.
It's a 6-foot-high fence
6 foot high.
for a
Those
significant
parking lots are
portion.
probably.
Sorry, you have to let her finish. Yeah, I was going to say, let her finish the question. If
Okay.
you're talking over her, we can't get a record created,
that's
and
fine.
also, she's going to wait for you to be done, and you can wait for her to be
Okay.
done. Be mutually respectful.
Go ahead.
What is the question?
You said the wall. would
There
be
is a
built.
fence proposed along this property.
Right, so that might block some of the headlights out, but you know how headlights are these days, and they're very bright, and so I don't know if a 6-foot wall would block that. I don't think it would block the lighting that they probably will have in the parking lot that will be shining out in all directions.
Well, it'll have to shine down on the parking lot. That's what the code requires, so that there's not spillover effect on adjacent properties.
Okay, all right, so it would come down like this, and
And we've
they
had
wouldn't
issues
see
elsewhere.
Nobody would see the light bulbs from the lighting, is that correct? Not like
I
a street light
can't
on
answer
Sedeva
that
Street, they've got those overarching ones, and one of them comes right into my living room.
The lights need to be directed onto the property.
Okay. So those might be adverse things, wouldn't you say? So let me ask this question. How has the development, when you guys were doing your reports and approving this, what did the development show you besides the buffer landscaping that what they were going to do in the parking lot would diminish such things like visual, acoustic, and olfactory elements of what they're planning on developing?
I think we've said they've screened the parking with landscaping and with fencing, which is the way that you mitigate those kind of adverse impacts that might arise from being adjacent to a parking lot.
You think that's in harmony with the rest of the neighborhood?
I think that the criteria says that the design of the proposed development minimizes adverse effects, including visual impacts on adjacent properties, so yes.
So yes?
Yes, fencing, buffering, landscaping minimizes adverse impacts.
What would minimize it more than that?
I'm
asking the question, this is my original question, was what's your criteria for minimize? What does that mean to you?
It means try to reduce the amount of light that would come from that parking lot on the.
So they could not, so conceivably, they wouldn't have to have lights at all.
Well, I think
that would be the minimum, right? Of not having any distortion or
Mr. Spike, let me just jump in and largely from a standpoint of being cautious here. You're asking specific questions about what the code requires. The code can say, you can't have, pick anything that you would find odd on this property as well. That could also minimize or mitigate. Their questions, just so we're clear, so we're not going down the path of questions, they're going to answer what's in the code, and you can ask questions about what the code says, not what the code could say. How could you take the code further? That's why I was going to jump in a few moments ago.
Sure.
Asking how can you take the code further? That's not introducing testimony. It's not introducing fact. It's not even really an opinion that's we can consider in our deliberations. So I'm trying to keep the evidence to what we can consider here, so that way we can weigh everything.
But I would also hope that you would consider again, as far as my little 5-minute thing that I got, that we live there. We are from that.
You can use that in your closing argument.
All right.
I don't want that argument now. I want to hear it, but not at this juncture where you're supposed to be asking specific questions of cross-examination.
Closing arguments.
Closing argument is going to be after the public comment. So I would guess from now probably a couple hours away. I'm being honest with you. I'm not making a joke.
No, that's good. I'll be back.
Okay.
Take my wife home. So that's good. Okay, now, one more
I just
question.
canceled my 7 o'clock meeting with my church board, so I'm going to be here for how long it takes.
Can I ask the traffic expert a question?
He hasn't asked any questions from the developer yet, so yes, you can. You're done with the city, right?
Yeah, thank you very much, really. And again, I'm not going to make a closing argument, but
You'll make the closing argument when we get to the closing argument.
For you once, so I know it's a tough job. Okay, you did the traffic study.
Yes.
Did you go and look at the traffic?
Yes.
When?
November.
November?
Yes.
What time of day?
I went out there mid-afternoon. Our traffic counts were conducted during the morning peak period from 7 to 9 a.m. and the afternoon peak period from 4 to 6 p.m.
And your traffic counts is like a digital thing that counts cars, or somebody
Actually, the people use cameras and then they look at the video and count the cars.
Okay, where were the cameras situated?
I don't know. I have a sub-consultant do that. We did traffic counts at Edgewater Drive and Sunset Point Road where the traffic signal is, and we did traffic counts at Edgewater Drive and Sunnydale Drive, which is the stop sign.
That's great. Did you consider any of the other streets in the community and what the effect of this traffic pattern would have on them, like my street, Sediva Street?
You live on Sediva. That's 1 block to the north, yes. No, we look at the adjacent streets.
Just the
which are
adjacent
Just the
streets.
adjacent streets. That is the segment of Edgewater Drive north of Sunset Point, and the segment of Sunset Point just east of Edgewater Drive.
So you don't know what the impact will be on Sediva Street?
I do not.
There was a person that was here earlier, I don't think you allowed her to, as status, but she had mentioned, I live on Sediva, I know. I can,
You can't talk about what you're testifying to your question. Let's not do that, please.
all right, so you haven't, you don't know then what the impact will be on Sediva Street?
We're not required to evaluate Sediva Street, so we did not, sir.
Okay. If someone had told you what the effects were on Sediva Street, like me, could you answer a question? Let me give you
Hypothetical.
It is, it is. Well, maybe you
I'm not sure I
will.
want to get into hypotheticals, but our driveways are to Sunset Point Road, our main driveway, and our secondary driveway to Sunnydale.
Okay,
which
well,
goes right there.
then let me get to where I'm going.
Sure.
It's not hypothetical, it's real. Somebody comes out of your complex, and they take a left to get onto Edgewater on Sunnydale. Take a left on Sunnydale, right? To get on Edgewater, to go north or south.
In my professional opinion, sir, anyone who wants to go south would come out the main driveway to Sunset Point, where they have a traffic light at Edgewater to safely make the left turn movement rather than making a left turn out of Sunnydale.
Okay, that's you. Can you vouch for the, what's it, 80 apartments, so 120 people, 2 cars each? Can you vouch for what they're going to do?
For the 35 PM peak hour trips, we had put 10 of them onto Sunnydale Drive for the specific purpose of going north on Edgewater.
You put 10 of them.
Yes, those were my professional assumptions.
Your professional assumption is
Yeah.
they're going to go,
Yeah.
yeah, okay. Well, let me tell you.
Oh,
Live in
no,
the neighborhood.
no, you're not going to be able to tell him.
No.
You're closing your
Ask
argument,
the
you
question.
can say that, but you can't say that now.
So now, to get on, let's say those that don't believe like you do actually do go out and turn left on Sunnydale. And let's say they do want to go south. Wouldn't it be, after they've gone and battled the light and battled trying to get on Sunset, one way or the other, going out, and yes, you have a traffic light there,
Yeah.
but there's a lot of traffic that comes down that way. I drive it every day. And so let's say, for argument's sake, that I'm not like you. I see what the trouble is on Sunset. I see how that's going to be difficult every morning for me to go south on Sunset. But all I've got to do is go out Sunnydale, hang a right on Edgewater, and then take another right up to Diva.
Let me stop you right there just for a moment, because I want to ask Mr. Daniel a question. He's creating a fairly compound, complex hypothetical of an expert witness, which in ordinary court, experts can answer hypotheticals, but I don't want to overcomplicate it for the folks in the room, but I'm listening to the question, and it's not really where cross-examination typically is in the context of the standards that Mr. I'm sorry, too many names to throw at me today. Mr. Pugliese has to follow as a traffic expert, and that's where the hypotheticals typically go to. And it's kind of my perspective is that it's gone far from that. Can you give me some guidance there?
I don't disagree with you.
Okay.
But again, as we've been doing all day, right, we're trying to balance everyone's right to ask their questions, even if those questions are asked inartfully or perhaps not entirely admissible when they're done in a court of law.
Yeah.
You have a lot of discretion there. You and your board have a lot of discretion as to what you choose to allow or choose not to allow.
Well, they all told me they're glad I'm doing this and they're not sitting here in my seat, but that's a whole different story.
I agree with your opinion on the hypothetical.
Okay.
Where you wish to draw those lines.
All right.
You've been fine so far. You've been doing this for a long time. So I think if you run afoul, I will step in.
Okay.
in my opinion, you know.
Well, then continue with your question. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but my concern was, just so you understand what the concern is.
I'll let can I ask you guys questions?
No. We don't testify. We're here to gather information. We're not here.
I must have
We are
misread.
trying to assess what the facts are and not testifying to facts.
Okay.
Procedural questions, yes.
Then I will ask you, because I can't go back to them, right? Or can I?
No.
I did that. Okay. So it is a hypothetical. I grant you that. But it's a reasonable hypothetical. Because I see it happen every day from my street. I see it happen with people going south. I see it happen with people going north. The impact on Sediva Street will be, like you said, and not like you said. You said impacts nothing on Sunnydale. Well, I can tell you the impact on Sediva Street is going to be. Can you reasonably agree that someone, once they're living there, and says, man, I can just go out this way, come up that road, go down that way, and I'm home free?
I don't think that's a reasonable way to get out of this development, to be able to go east on Sunset Point Road. I think using the driveway to Sunset Point Road and making a left turn out of the driveway, which our analysis shows was a level of service B movement, very minimal delay, is an easy thing to do. I wouldn't go around the block a quarter mile or whatever.
Well, and I would invite you to come and see our neighborhood, and you come look at 6:30 in the morning, 7 o'clock.
You have people.
Do you have another question, Mr. Spike? I'm sorry.
No, but I think he answered it, and I think reasonable people would agree that a traffic study shouldn't just include the two streets that they want their exits and entrances in. Okay. Closing argument.
Okay, closing argument for the rest. Okay, thank you very much. Ma'am, please. Oh, there you go. Okay. Next, Mr. Reynolds, who is here on behalf of two homeowners in a representative capacity, but he wanted to ask questions and so on. Mr. Reynolds, did you have people you want to cross-examine?
Yes, please.
Okay.
All right, first I'd like to ask some questions of city staff. Ms. Crandall, is that right?
Correct.
Can you please define the word majority?
Anytime I'm defining a word, I would default to the Community Development Code. I'm not sure that is a word that I have looked up in the Community Development Code.
Would you like me to clarify what context I would like you to define in?
My main objective would be if it's defined by the Community Development Code.
You can get that document up on the screen, please?
It's up there. Oh, it's on that one.
On the right. Can you see that okay?
No.
You can zoom in on that circled section. If I told you this is the revised city staff report from May 21st, page 5, do you know what I'm referring to? Okay, please get that blown up large enough to read.
People in tech, zoom in on it. There you go. Oh, that might be a little too close.
Ooh, you freaked out the TVs. That's pretty cool.
We're getting there.
Would it be easier just to hand it to her?
It's getting there increment by increment. I think that's readable across the board. That's fine, it's fine. Don't need to touch it.
Ms. Crandall, do you recognize the text on the screen currently?
I do.
Is it a complete and accurate copy of the report? For the
I
second
haven't
display?
read it, but
Just a circle portion.
it appears to be the same.
Thank you. Would you agree that that states that the applicant meets or exceeds the majority of applicable development parameters? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please explain to me the 6 criteria that the applicant has to meet in order for approval today? In summary.
I think in that sentence, the applicable development parameters is referring back to specifically the tourist zoning district development parameters, which is minimum lot area, minimum lot width, maximum height able to be requested, setbacks, and off-street parking.
would it be a reasonable interpretation to believe that that sentence there applies to the approval criteria for this hearing today?
That sentence is saying they meet or exceed the development parameters, the majority of the applicable development parameters. That is referring to the tourist district development parameters, which are applicable to the development.
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you. Can you repeat that?
That sentence is stating, again, is referring to the applicable development parameters in the tourist district development parameter standards, which is applicable to the development before you.
Okay, and would the applicant have to meet all of those standards in order for approval?
With the development parameters, there are ranges of flexibility. This is most notably referencing to setbacks, which is a development parameter, and they are meeting them.
Okay. Do they meet, the statement says they meet the majority of those parameters, correct?
Yes.
Does the code say they have to meet the majority of those parameters in order to have approval? Or does the code say they must meet all of those parameters in order to have approval?
I think there are multiple code sections that you are.
Specify.
So it would help if you would point to the code section that you're referring to, unless it's not a hypothetical. Why don't you pull out the code section?
She's a qualified expert on the code.
Well, you're talking about a particular code section, so why don't you identify the code section for her?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Well, she's
Because I thought it referred to the six
And let
approval
me-
criteria,
Mr.
and then she's telling me it's something different. So I'm
Sir.
asking more probing questions to find out.
Well,
Before you answer, let me jump in, and I'm doing this to try and clarify, because
Yes, please.
because I want to know the answer as well, all right? So you're looking at page 5, and a sentence that precedes a section called development parameters.
Okay.
And then you jump down and changed and started talking about criteria, which is flexibility criteria.
Okay.
I think if she can answer the question as whether there's a difference between the parameters and the criteria, that will inform the board the most for us to understand, because I think there is difference in what has to be met as to those different types of things. They're defined differently. You can't intermix them.
I understand.
That's why I wanted to be,
Yeah,
I think that's where you were going to. I'm just trying to be clear.
Clarified for me, and that's why I'm trying to
Yeah,
figure
but,
out.
and what
I know
Mr.
that the-
Farino's, we don't talk over each other. What Mr. Farino's point was, if you reference 3-194 and you reference the code sections that are here above, section 101.3b2, for example, or whichever one you want to reference, that allows her to be able to answer the question. But making a vague question, and I get you don't do this regularly, so,
okay.
and I'm just trying, but my objective here is to get enough information so that myself and the other members on the board can make a decision at the end of the day, because we're the ones making the decision. So I wanted her to clarify the parameters versus the flexibility criteria, and is there a difference in what has to be met as to each? So I think that's what he was going to.
Yes.
And that's, would be helpful to us as a board, I believe.
Do you have a question, Chuck?
No, I'm asking her that question. As the board, I can ask.
Yes.
Right, Mr. Daniel, I can ask that question. So there's development parameters, they have to meet all those or a majority of those, and there's flexibility criteria, they have to meet all those or a majority of those.
Yes, and then previously we talked about the general applicability standards, 3-914, all of those must be met. That is a separate section, the separate code, and a separate part of the staff report.
So 3-194 all needs to be met. Development parameters is a bigger subset, a bigger group of things.
Yes, with the development parameters, that goes back to the tourist zoning, to the zoning district, the development parameters. So the items I mentioned, lot area, lot width, setbacks. With levels of flexibility, there is a range that can be requested. Again, they are meeting the most strict of the setbacks.
And I understand that, and that clarifies it for me, and I don't know if it clarifies it for my board members, but again, we're the ones making a decision. That's why I want to be clear on that point. I'll let you re-ask the question if you think she didn't answer the question that you were looking to ask for, but I know that we've got it.
That's what I was trying to get at. I appreciate that. Okay, so if they only meet the majority of these parameters, what parameters do they not meet?
This application is here today to request for flexibility of a level 2 flexible development application for a height of 86 feet in the tourist district where 100 is the maximum able to be requested. That is a development parameter that is being requested. It
Do I understand your
requires,
answer in summation to be height?
that is the development parameter that they are requesting that requires a level 2 flexible development application before this board. That's the main criteria in the tourist district.
You said that, I'm sorry, did you say that height was the main criteria in this district?
As I mentioned in my presentation, the property has 2 zoning designations. In the tourist district, they are requesting the height of 86 feet.
Okay.
In the MDR district, they are requesting, they're being processed as a level 2 flexible development application, residential infill project due to the existing lot width of 85 feet, the use of attached dwellings, and the height in the MDR.
Okay, so if I understand your answer correctly, what you're saying is that this height could be allowable, that's what they're asking for permission to do.
That is how the levels of flexibility work. There is a range that can be requested. They are within that range. And that is the main reason they are a level 2 flexible development application before this board.
Can I understand that to be a yes? Do I understand the concept correctly?
I believe so.
Thank you. I was trying to get to. You testified earlier that there was a single sentence that was redacted from the city staff report in the issuance of the revised report earlier this week into the last week. Is that correct?
That is correct.
There was only a single sentence redacted. Are you sure?
There was a sentence redacted, and I believe I changed the first word of the next sentence because it started with however.
Would you be surprised to learn that your resume, as well as all photographs towards the end of that city staff report, were redacted towards that report from the revised version?
Could you say that again?
The photographic evidence towards the end of the city staff report, as well as Ms. Crandall's resume on the revised report as it was published on the application electronically online, those documents were redacted in the revised city staff report. Is that correct?
I believe those documents are still online. They were never removed. There was additional material provided.
Then where are those pictures in the revised city staff report? Where's your resume in the revised city staff report?
Then it would be online with the original.
Would you like me to pull it up right now so you can examine it, to refresh your memory so that you can accurately answer that question?
I don't know. I mean, the resume is not part of the staff report.
Let me ask a question. Was the photographic, I'm not worried about the resume because we start off with getting resumes and staff and everything, and we approve everybody from that perspective, so I'm not worried about the resume. But was there any photographic evidence officially removed, or if it wasn't there, this didn't change?
I think for clarity, we use an e-permit system, Acela. We upload our documents into there. The majority of our process is electronic. Generally, we add our staff report, the photos of the site, the surrounding area, and a resume. That was uploaded as one document to the Acela, which is viewable through e-permits. Staff report was revised, and the revised staff report was uploaded. The prior documents were not removed.
Correct. You testified that the only thing redacted in the revised staff report was one sentence, the sentence you discussed earlier under Mr. Jones' cross-examination. Would you wish to revise that testimony right now?
I'm not entirely sure the relevance of his question, but.
I'll be happy to address that. I am using this cross-examination to demonstrate that the witness's recollection and what is actually in evidence has been testified to is inconsistent, to go to credibility of the witness.
I know it was uploaded. It was a revised staff report.
The revised staff report was uploaded.
We did not,
And what
we
she
did not
testified
remove
was
the
that
resume.
the
only
photos
thing
and the other stuff
redacted-
was uploaded earlier, and it's not uploaded the second time. Only the revised portion was uploaded, which is a staff report. Is that what she testified to already?
But that was
The way I
not her
took it.
testimony earlier. Her testimony earlier was only a single sentence was redacted.
But because it wasn't attached doesn't mean it was redacted.
I'm sorry, sir, those were in the same document. They weren't separate documents, so there's nothing, they're not attached. They're a single contiguous document.
Okay, I understand your position on that. So,
Okay.
and the board will weigh it from the perspective of how they look at it.
Fair enough, I'll move on. Ms. Crandall, did city staff evaluate compatibility of this project in its analysis?
Repeat the last part of your question?
Did the city staff evaluate the compatibility of this project in its analysis?
The city,
It's just at this point, it's kind of getting asked and answered. I mean, that question has been asked pretty much by every party status, and the answer has consistently been yes, so.
Thank you.
Well, you can answer it if you want to.
yes.
Thank you. What data was collected to perform that analysis?
The burden of proof is on the applicant. We review the application that is submitted.
What methods and procedures did you use to apply the data to come up with a conclusion or recommendation?
We review the application against the code and what's able to be requested.
Thank you. Is it your understanding that the term compatibility and character are not defined under the code of the city of Clearwater?
Community character is not defined.
The question was character and compatibility.
Do not believe that compatibility is defined.
We agree on that part. Is character defined in the Clearwater City Code?
Do not believe that character is defined in the Community Development Code.
Thank you. Question, how does Clearwater enforce short-term rentals?
That would be a question for the Code Enforcement Division.
Okay.
That's not anything that was covered previously, and this isn't a code enforcement matter.
It was covered in a previous cross-examination. Do I not get to rebuttal that?
You know, you got the cross-examined based upon direct testimony.
Fair enough. Let me double check, see if I've got any other questions.
I can tell you, I know the answer to that because I served in the code board for 5 years, but that's a whole different story.
Yeah, I know it varies. I know when we heard in Dean, the way some people do it, we were just like, what? No. I think there was one other thing I had questions about. Yes. I get that document up on the screen? Yeah. Do you recognize the document in front of you?
Yes.
What is it?
Appears to be the staff report.
Okay, and what is the first sentence of the bottom paragraph?
The proposals for the most compatible use.
Okay, are there any other uses that the applicant could do under the T zoning district?
There are many uses that can be requested under the T zoning district.
Do you have any opinion as to what would be more compatible than the proposed project?
I think the staff report speaks for itself. Mr. Chairman, she's saying it's the
I'll
most.
accept that as an answer. Does the applicant have the ability to ask for a zoning exception? Do they have the ability to ask for?
Can you clarify what you mean by zoning
Yeah.
exceptions? Because our
Correct.
code is a little different than what you have for variances because it's got the flexibility to it. So I
Sure.
think you need to be a little more specific. And you seem very knowledgeable, so I think you probably handle that.
I know the process, not necessarily the format. What other types of actions could the applicant have done, say, if they wanted to build some other type of project? What other mechanisms exist in the Clearwater Code for them to be able to? So if this is, you're calling this the most compatible, which infers that it's not, is that correct?
The use of attached dwellings is compatible with the surrounding residential neighborhood. The tourist zoning district allows for a variety of uses to be developed in a variety of ways.
You said zoning district. You said the tourist zoning district, correct? You said that the applicant was compatible with the tourist zoning district, correct?
I think that mischaracterizes her testimony. Her testimony was that it was most compatible use with the district that it's in.
Okay. Now, does the In terms of the compatibility of your Clearwater comprehensive plan, does it state that the project must only be compatible with the zoning? Or does it state it needs to be compatible with something else?
Are you referencing the entire comprehensive plan?
Yes.
I would like to be a little more specific.
Okay, give me just a second, I'll pull it up.
While he's doing that, somebody's alarm on their phone is going off. If they can silence that, please, I would appreciate it.
Carry that in the hall, please.
Yeah. I didn't ask that, but it's going to be picked up by the microphone, and it could affect what's going on for the audio transcript. So take it back to the police officers in the back. I think they can be trusted.
I believe what I was referring to was the 6 approval criteria. And that was what the conversation we had a minute ago.
The 3-914?
If you could enunciate what 3-1.4, the short title for that is, I can tell you yes or no.
General applicability.
I'm sorry, I understand the concepts, but I don't have the numbers memorized like you guys do.
No, the section's called general applicability.
These witnesses are not supercomputers, sir. They don't have these numbers memorized. If you want to ask, that's why I asked before. If you have a specific question, which apparently you do, about a specific code or comprehensive plan section, show it to the witness. If not, no one knows what you're talking about.
Is the witness not an expert in the Clearwater City Code?
They are experts, but that doesn't, like I said, they're not supercomputers. They don't have it memorized. Do you?
And I'm going to have to agree with Mr. Farino on that. I mean, technically, with my designation as an attorney, I can call myself an expert in real estate law. Do I know every single real estate law? Do I know every single statute? The answer to the question is no. So it would be helpful if the question says, in section blank, does it say this, or what is your opinion about this, or explain it that way. Trying to lead down a path of 15 questions, then get to the code is not going to get us anywhere this evening. And I'll revise my schedule to 3 hours from now before we
I
go.
appreciate your patience. I'll have it in just a second. Here we go. Specifically, I was referring to the section that says the project must meet the criteria being in harmony with scale, bulk, coverage, density, and character of adjacent properties in which it is located.
What section number is that?
I have no idea. I omitted the section number on this list of questions. All I did was put the verbatim.
Okay. That's 3-914A1.
Thank you. 3-914A1. So when you made your recommendation for approval for the city staff, did they consider that criteria for compatibility? Because it sounds like you considered, is it compatible with the zoning? But did they consider the criteria of compatibility with scale, bulk, harmony, the rest of it? Because your testimony says, if I understand you correctly, it's compatible with the zoning. It's compatible with the zoning in the T district, correct?
I think you are mixing portions of the staff report. Yeah. To address your prior question, did we look at 3-914.A.1, which is part of the community development code, not the comprehensive plan? Yes, that was reviewed by staff.
Okay. And what definition of compatible did they use during that analysis?
If compatible is not defined by the community development code, which I do not believe it is.
It is not. We agree. So how did they evaluate that criteria with it not being defined? That's my question.
I object because he's asking about harmony, not compatibility. I don't see where it says compatible anywhere in that criteria.
Fine, I'll substitute one for the other. Neither one of them are defined in the code, unless you want to offer a definition. I'm happy to entertain it. Is harmony defined in the Clearwater Development Code?
I do not believe that harmony is defined in the community and development code.
Thank you. What definition of harmony did city staff use in evaluating the criteria to make their recommendation?
City staff would use their professional judgment as a division.
Is the city staff's professional judgment a criteria for approval in this hearing today? In other words, in order for the applicant to be approved, do they have to have city staff's recommendation?
No, they have to have the community development board's approval.
So would it be safe to assert then that it's up to the community development board to decide what those terms mean because they're not defined in the code?
Yes.
Thank you. So if you've got these terms that are undefined and you've got no, set criteria, how do you go about making a recommendation for approval without making a recommendation for approval contingent upon finding a finding of this project being in harmony by the Community Development Board? Because when I read the staff report, I see they meet all the criteria, they meet all the code, you should approve them. You've got a findings of fact, you have conclusions of law on this. Help me understand how you get to this.
Let me address that for you on behalf of the folks, and if anybody on the board disagrees with my opinion, you're more than welcome to chime in. On behalf of the folks that have to make the decision.
Yeah.
The staff gives us a recommendation.
Yep.
We understand that they have certain certifications, degrees, experience in the fields that they're in. You have people from engineering, you have people from plant services, you have people from a variety of different departments looking at that to come up with a recommendation to us. It is a recommendation to us. They're not making a decision, they're recommending based upon their experience, which we weigh and sometimes and have disagreed with. Okay, so that is the process, and I don't know that we need to go through lengthy cross-examination to identify the process. The process is this board is the one that has to make a decision about whether it meets the criteria. We listen to what they had to say, we listen to what the applicant had to say, we listen to what everybody who had party status had to say. We're going to listen to the public and hear what they have to say under that section, and we're collectively going to look at those things, have a discussion, which will be the first time that as a group we're going to discuss this because we're not allowed to talk about it outside of this venue. And we're going to have that discussion in an open forum, but that you all are going to participate in, and we're going to make a decision. So your questions are all in a very, forgive me for saying this, very painstaking way, describing our process and not really addressing or clarifying the process. You're just describing the process. And the process wasn't under attack or wasn't a part of what was going on. So I think you're going well beyond what we could do from a cross standpoint, unless you're going to ask specific on this criteria X and be more specific in it, because I can't really do anything with, I think the board, if I can speak for them, understands what their role is in this and understands the staff's recommendation is nothing but a recommendation. If anybody on the board disagrees with me on that point, I'd like to know so that way it can be clear for everybody out here.
The only thing I would like to add is that in addition to receiving the staff report and recommendations and other materials, this board is typically engaged in doing its own additional research. I know from working with this group for 4.5 years, they take it seriously and do a lot of extra research and work and site visits, and whatever seems to be appropriate in the context of a particular application, as well as listening to the testimony that's presented at the hearing.
Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it.
So if you have specific questions, let's go through those as far as from a cross-examination standpoint. But the process as a whole really wasn't the subject of any of the direct examination, so I'm going to have to ask you to end that line of questioning anyways, okay? And I hope my explanation of the process answered the questions you were going to ask, because...
I apologize for frustrating.
No need to apologize. It's not what you do every day.
But I believe that how they, anyway, the definitions, how the city staff assign those firms have some bearing on your decision. All right. I appreciate you answering my questions today. I have some questions for the applicant.
If you let us know what those questions are, maybe we'll decide on a question-by-question basis.
No big deal. All right, on here. All right, had it just a second ago. Bingo. The first section I have questions deal with personal knowledge about the area in whatever order you would like your experts to go. Just do them one after the other.
Can you be more specific?
I don't understand what relevance that has. I mean, my clients own the property, so they're very familiar with the property in the area.
The relevance it would have is that in order for your experts to give competent, substantial evidence, they would need to be familiar with the area. Now, I haven't heard any of your experts tell us how often they visited the property, how much time they've spent there.
Okay,
They've all been to the property multiple times. If you want them to all say how many times they've been there, we can do that. But.
I'm happy with aggregating answers. That's fine.
Okay. Would you each say how many times you've been to the property?
Well, let me approach it from this perspective, okay? And perhaps some guidance here just from the standpoint. They each have differing criteria for their respective professions and what they're experts in, okay? So generally, if we were in a more formalized process, the serious questions would be, what criteria do you follow? What's required for you to give your evaluation, your opinion, and do you follow that criteria? And if you deviate, explain why. That's generally the sum of what the questions are.
you know where I'm going.
I think that if you keep it to that one by one, so you can understand and the experts and whether they followed what their criteria are, that makes sense because they each testified that they saw certain things and they put to an opinion.
Yep.
To go beyond that or to have long drawn out questions about that is not going to get us anywhere. So hopefully that kind of shortened it for you and you can address it in that fashion with each of them. But if you decide to go down with your own questions, I'll look at them one by one in terms of otherwise.
To give you an idea, you were almost speaking exactly verbatim off my list.
So I don't know that you do that collectively. I think you do it one by one, Mr. Alex, because their criteria are different, their standards are different for each of those professions.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Hi, sir. I apologize. I forget your name.
My name is Alan. How are you doing?
Hi, Alan. My name's Jeremy. I'm doing well. Thank you. Alan, have you visited the area? What kind of personal knowledge do you have about the area to be developed?
Yes, I have visited the sites multiple times.
Mm-hmm.
I've been working in the Clearwater general area for over 5 years. I actually lived in basically up the road on Sunset, and I actually lived in Dunedin for quite a period of time as well. So I am quite familiar with the general area and the general site as well.
Thank you. What documents have you reviewed in relation to the application?
For the application, basically, in which application? Because I also do applications to the city.
It would be the development application is the subject of today's hearing.
I have basically reviewed applications, basically, I may not know word by word, but basically I have reviewed basically the application.
Okay, so you feel that you're familiar with what the applicant's requesting today, is that correct?
I am familiar with what the application is requesting. We are requesting basically a flexibility, basically, which is allowed in the T district from 50 feet to 100 feet, and we're requesting 86 feet. We're requesting basically a height adjustment in the MDR, which is allowed basically from 30 feet to 50 feet. We're requesting 38 feet.
I appreciate your answer. Some of the,
you're asking me
I understand, but if you would do us all a favor when you've got answers like that, if you could, would it be possible to just go, you know, I know we've reiterated the stuff we've already reiterated, or is it something different?
As a cross-examination, you can ask that leading question, he can say yes or no. Okay, so, but it was answering the question you asked. And talking over him doesn't do a whole lot for any of us because we can't follow both conversations at the same time.
I appreciate your patience with me today. Thank you. That's all my questions for you.
Okay.
Thank you. My name's Robert. I just did traffic.
Hi, Robert. I remember on your resume that it said that you worked on the roundabout at Clearwater Beach. Is that correct?
Oh, many years ago, yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Can you tell me a little bit about your personal knowledge of the area and how well acquainted with it you are?
Yes. In my 30 years of experience in doing traffic studies, I've been on this section of Sunset Point Road and this section of Edgewater Drive numerous times. I did the traffic study for the Fenway Hotel redevelopment in the city of Dunedin. It's about 5 years back for the development agreement. For this particular case, I visited the site in November of 2018. Mid-afternoon, as I stated before, our traffic counts were conducted in the morning and in the evening rush hour.
Thank you. I really appreciate you summarizing your earlier testimony. When you were working on the traffic studies for the Fenway, were there any, tell me a little bit more about that. Were there pedestrian?
I'm not sure the Fenway is relevant to today.
The reason the Fenway would be relevant is because it is in close proximity. There were pedestrian concerns about it, and there's pedestrian concerns are not brought up.
I don't find the Fenway to be relevant for today's conversation. The Fenway is a different city jurisdiction.
Try to go a different direction. In your studies, did you consider, were there any studies done about pedestrian traffic?
No.
Thank you. All my questions for you.
I'm Wayne.
Hi, I'm Jeremy. Can you please tell me a little bit about how well acquainted you are with the area?
I'm quite aware. I've been to this property probably at least a dozen times. And if I had any questions about what the development proposal was trying to put forth, I would have asked those questions from a professional standpoint, because I have to understand what this proposal is in order to write the material that was submitted. So I've been to this site many times and walked it.
Thank you. I really appreciate your condensed answer. All right. 3 additional questions. Brian, if you want to answer them, that's fine.
If I can, I will.
Sure. Can you please describe what attributes of this project rise to the level of making the 300%, I'm assuming roughly, not exactly precise, we'll say the difference in height? Is that fair?
I don't understand what you mean by 300%.
The 300% increase in height versus adjacent properties.
That's not in evidence, and we definitely don't agree to that characterization of the height request.
Okay, what difference in height would you agree to?
That we're asking for an increase from 50 feet to 86 feet, 152 feet setback from the property line.
I'm not talking about setback, I'm just talking about height. How,
That it's 86 feet is the request.
86 feet, okay.
Okay.
What specific attribute of this project rises to the level to make an 86-foot building compatible with the environment
We've
surrounding?
answered this question at least 10 to 15 times. The city staff has answered this question at least 10 to 15 times. I will ask Mr. McDonald again, up to you, board, to come up and answer that question.
Allow me to rephrase, if you would. But, you're right, and I apologize if I misstated the question. We've heard what you're doing. We haven't heard how it rises to the level to make it compatible.
Respectfully, sir, I totally disagree. We've answered that so many times.
Okay,
And
then-
respectfully, a lot of people wanted to talk during public comment and they've left because of how long this cross-examination, not yours, but how long the total process has gone. So if you want us to answer it again, we will.
Well,
Your answer is asked and answered, that's fine.
I agree with Mr. Ongst that we've covered that through the cross-examination so far. You have the right to ask the question, but I'm going to ask you to speed it along because we're going to cover the same thing over and over and over. Hearing it the 10th time doesn't make it any more or less true than we heard it the first time. So I'm looking for trying to piece together new evidence is what I'm trying to look for. But I'm not going to cut off your right to ask the questions, but bear that in mind. You disagree with me, but that's okay too.
I respectfully disagree with you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for answering.
Okay, we're happy to answer it if you want, but
If it's going to be the same answer, that's fine. I was just looking for maybe something different that could, maybe the justification.
If he's going to be going into new topic areas that weren't covered before, then we're going back to the same thing about what's proper cross and what's not proper cross, and that's what I'm trying to avoid.
So the one thing I don't think he's discussed at length is the view corridors that have been incorporated into the site plan, and I think I'd like to have him do that if that.
Do you want to answer questions? It's your question, so I'm not going to have Brian say what he's going to answer. I want you to ask the question.
Yeah, so I understand that you have a mechanism called view corridors. Can you explain how and if that view corridor somehow makes a 80-some-odd foot tall building compatible with the single-family residential next door?
I can at least try to. Sorry, I can.
Yeah, right.
You can put that there. Yes.
I can try to address your question.
Sure.
The best
Appreciate
I can. Okay.
And again, I'm not looking for anything that's been testified to before.
No.
Yeah.
And part of, and
It takes
correct
a
me
while.
if,
It needs time.
because I want to address your question. So I believe there was two parts of your question. One was basically dealing with basically the view corridor.
Yeah.
And basically where that kind of came about to a certain extent.
If the answer justifies somehow the compatibility of.
You need to
Yes,
speak in the
of
microphone.
course. So during meetings with the neighborhood association, one of the big concerns that was brought up was we did not want, and the people they did not want to open the front door and basically look down the street and their view to be blocked.
Okay.
Makes sense to me as well.
Sure.
Because basically, that's kind of what you want. So our initial designs basically had a much less of a setback, basically, especially on Sunnydale Drive. It was really the minimum at the stage.
When you say minimum, do you
I believe it was like 10 feet. I actually could have gone less, but we always keep it a little bit.
Yeah.
And basically, so we pushed back, we redesigned basically that whole portion of the building and basically pushed back so that from the property line to the garage is approximately about 21 feet. From the property line to the building is approximately an additional 10 feet. And so therefore, even from the sidewalk of the street edge, which is the closest to the property, it's approximately 38 feet to the garage, which is probably in the 40-odd foot to the building. So the whole purpose of that was so that when someone basically opened their front door and they looked out, that they could see straight down relatively as best as possible in a line with the existing houses that were there.
Now, of course, there will be extensive landscaping, additional landscaping, more than basically is there, and there will also be basically a sidewalk. Now, that will basically change the look slightly. Actually, hopefully, will be an improvement. So that will basically, that's where that view corridor came from. Now, where that came to, where you used to say basically about the height of the building, well, part of it was that when you open the door, you're not seeing the building straight down the line. You know, okay? And that is, if you wanted, that is basically, I took kind of lines from, these new buildings were not basically on any side.
Originally, you would have been around.
I was out here. I was
yeah.
basically out here, and then we
so
pushed
out of height
everything back.
considerations, you push it back, so
We
you moved
pushed.
your side to the right.
We actually did. The height, the height of project basically was a 10-story. This is not basically considered a high-rise.
Okay.
A high-rise is considered basically over 75 feet to basically the first occupied floor. And actually, we're
I'm sorry, you said it was over 75 feet to the first occupied floor?
It's to the top occupied floor.
top.
Excuse me,
Okay.
that was my mistake.
Sure.
Our first building basically that we had on our, one of our original designs that we presented was more in the 10-story high. We were reaching the 100-foot mark, and basically through other conversations, basically.
When you say it was 10-story high, when it was 100-foot mark, was that from the ground or from base flood elevation?
That would have been basically from base flood elevation. So we have, in basic conversations with basically different neighborhood associations, we have tried to also reduce basically the height of the building, the setbacks, how it is, the distances from the properties, the view courts, to how we do the traffic, etc.
Okay, so I think that sufficiently answers my question. Brian, I really appreciate your flexibility.
Thank you, no, my pleasure, and I didn't mean to, you know, it's not you, it's just this whole thing's going so long.
Yeah,
It's-
we're all frustrated.
Folks are, you know, want to have their voices heard too, so.
I have no further questions.
Thank you very much. Next, Hortensio? Are they still here? I think somebody might have said earlier, no, but somebody else that might have left. Hortensio's still here. Is there anybody left out in the hallways, do we know? I just want to make sure we don't miss anybody. If somebody could please take a quick check for me, I don't want to skip over anyone. 0 people in the hallway. So everybody is in here sweating with us together. All right, so Hortensio hasn't responded. I guess they may have left as well. Deborah, Adam, do you have any cross-examination of anybody? No, okay. Next is Lisa Lynn.
She left,
I believe someone did indicate earlier she might have left. I'll say her name one more time, Lisa Lynn. Okay. Next was Mr. Ward.
No, thank you.
No, everyone thanks you. Because a lawyer could have drug it out a whole heck of a lot longer. Trust me, I can say that, right? So that wraps up the cross-examination. Now we're going to proceed to the part for comments by the public. What I'm going to ask everybody to do is if you're going to speak from the public, to line up against the wall on the left here, like I had everybody line up earlier, in order. You'll come up one by one. You have 3 minutes, and it is a precise 3 minutes. I'd also like you, when you are lined up there, please keep down any conversations so that everybody can be heard, and we'll go through it in that respect. When you first come to the microphone, please state your name again, and we will need to know, because some people may have been in the hallway before, we'll need to know each person whether you've been sworn or not, just so that way we can make the record clear if you're going to be speaking at the public hearing. Correct, Jay?
Right, I'll swear them in.
Pardon me, and you'll swear them in if they need to be. Yes. Okay. Ma'am, come up first. State your name.
I've been sworn.
Okay.
This is a 30-second drawing, because I know I've got...
Ma'am.
Your name.
She said as she was coming up, but she wasn't at the microphone yet. Miss Pollock.
Gail Pollock.
Okay.
Yeah, I got 3 minutes, I gotta talk fast.
I don't start the time until you say your name.
She didn't catch it.
No.
She will start it now. Go ahead.
Okay, so basically my concern is the fact that there has been no consideration or for the traffic that's going to be caused on the street I live on, which is Sediva, which is the next street up from Sunnydale. The real situation that those guys didn't take into consideration because they're not being asked to, but I'm asking for it, is that traffic going north and south between Dunedin and Clearwater is pretty heavy. And at different times of the day, it's very difficult to get onto or off of Alt 19. Same thing with Sunset Point. What happens, and this is an existing situation, we've had traffic control up various times, is traffic cuts over because Sediva is the only cross street going from Alt 19 Edgewater to Douglas. It lets out onto Douglas, it lets out onto Sunset Point. You have this traffic light here and you get these jam-ups. So people cut through, no regard to speed, to traffic, to kids on bicycles, to dogs being walked, whatever. And if we're going to put 160 plus cars, because those condominiums are going to be 2 plus cars per unit, this is not low income, that traffic coming in and out, plus family, plus friends, plus service, is going to cause these two streets to jam up even more, bringing more and more traffic across Sediva Street. There should be traffic calming addressed. It should be between the developers, the city, and the neighborhood, how this is going to be addressed so that this doesn't occur. And I believe the developers should be, and not the city or taxpayers, taking on the financial obligation to ensure that this does not happen. That's it.
Thank you very much.
Any questions? No. I got 30 seconds left. Anybody, 47. Anybody want to ask me about what goes on here?
Thank you very much. Next, sir.
My time starts from the time I introduce. Where's the mic? Right here? My name is Carl Heisenbuttel. I've lived here for almost 14 years.
Can you spell your last name, please? And your time hasn't started yet.
So after I'm done spelling right, because I was 13.
Oh, it hasn't started yet. The green light isn't on yet, so it hasn't started, I promise you.
Carl with a C, Heisenbuttel as in Larry. Ready?
As long as my name.
Okay, I've lived here 14 years. I've driven taxi, limo. These guys are saying that I'm a numbers guy. I have everything memorized that was said here today. They said it would be an increase of 8 cars per hour a day. That's not true. You're also proposing 160 car parking. When those come and go, that's 164. That's almost 6 times. My brothers are architects, builders since they were 16 and 17. I'm the youngest in my family. I'm 60 years old. That building is not compatible to our community. I can fit 500 of these homes in that building. You're talking a floor plan, like a footprint for the base of that building. But that's 500 times bigger than any home in that area. It's not compatible.
Right. Thank you, sir. Sir? State your name and spell the last name, and then she'll get started with the
My
time.
name is Thomas Coates, C-O-A-T-E-S.
Have you been sworn?
I have been sworn in indeed. I have been in your position, Mr. Vitsukas. I do not envy you. I was chairman of this board for a number of years and served on it for 10 years, as Mr. Parker will know. I want to be very brief. Laws are what they are and not what we want them to be. The T zone has its particular requirements. I can tell you what the client is not asking for. He's not asking for, and he could get a 50-foot office without even coming to see you guys, set back 10 feet on the east boundary. It could be a car sales lot. He's not going to do that. We know he's not going to do that. He's not asking for density. He's not asking for rentals. He's asking for a small increase in height. Now, there's always an issue, and I've been in your guys' position, where you have 2 disparate areas meeting against a residential and a tourist district. Where they meet is always a friction point, and I've been through this and sat through this sort of situation many times. But the law applying to this one is the law for tourist districts. They've followed that as much as they can, and any conflict they've mitigated. They've bent over backwards to push their building as far as possible from the eastern boundary. I believe, based on these and my experience in this area, that this is the most compatible, harmonious, and consistent use possible in this area with the requirements that it has. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ma'am, please come forward. State your name, spell your last name, and let me know if you were sworn in.
Christine Smith, spelled like it sounds.
Okay. Were you sworn?
I was sworn.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to go over, a lot of the people that have spoken here today, we're not so much opposed to the condominiums, but we're opposed to the size of the condominium. And what I just found out in the last half hour, the only thing that this hearing is for a variance on the size of the condominium. You haven't approved anything else except that you're doing a variance. So they keep throwing around these 152-foot setbacks, and what I noticed is that place is only as big as a football field, and anybody who knows football, a football field is 300 feet, 100 yards. So if you have a 152-foot setback, you're like on half of the property. But then the other thing I wanted to say, just before my time runs out, is that with all the pavement and all the rooftops that they're putting on there, that's a big grass field right now, and the runoff that goes off of that field goes down into the drains and whatnot. I was driving down Sunset Point the other day. I was rowing down Sunset Point the other day from past Highland by Keene all the way down, and it was a river. And where is all this water going to go when you put down concrete everywhere that they're talking about? And even if you have 75% of that grass, it's still got to go somewhere. And you've got to have all the roof, all the runoff and everything else. Again, we're not against development, but if it could be something that's more in line with what the people want. You know, if you look down at Dunedin, they have nice 3-story, little shops, someplace that's safe to go, or you could do townhouses. Again, I'm going to point to Dunedin, not that they do the best thing. I've gotten permits in Clearwater and Dunedin. It's not an easy thing. The last thing that I wanted to say is that really, the tree, somebody else had pointed out the height of the trees, and the height of the trees is, if you could get an oak tree to go up to 30 feet, you'd be doing really good. And then now my last thing, and you know what? It's a middle-class neighborhood. And you know what? Some people, the NIMBY, not in my backyard, and usually it's a NIMBY to not have low-priced housing and not in my backyard. But I don't want any rich, filthy rich people that are going to come in one weekend a year to have a tax deduction that they have their $700,000 to $2 million place right down the road from my mom's $150,000 home. So I don't want any rich snobs in my backyard.
Thank you. Ma'am? And our staff attorneys told me that I don't have to ask you if you've been sworn in, so just say your name and spell your last name, unless it's something as simple as Smith. So your name and...
Hi, my name is Jenny Nevin. I live on Sunnydale Drive. Nevin, N-E-V-I-N.
N-A-V-I-N.
N-E-V-I-N. Thank you. My husband and I just recently permanently moved here March 3rd. So you can imagine our surprise when we found a month later I'm opposing to tall condos at the end of my street, my lovely little romantic neighborhood. I was a realtor for 25 years. I know the impact that huge developments have on neighborhoods. I know where the flooding is going to go. It's going to go down my street. I know the environment. You have 2 major waterways, Stevenson Creek and the harbor across from you. You're going to have materials during tropical storms floating into those waterways. You're going to have trucks going up and down the street. I'm going to get nails and screws in my tires. Who am I going to go to? Should I come to you? Are you going to pay for it? Am I going to the developer? Those are things you need to think about. We're the neighbors. We've lived here. We're paying our taxes as well. So if you're looking at it from a tax impact where you're going to get a lot of taxes out of these people, maybe you ought to start looking at the people who are in this community. You just about had red tide last year. I think that this will impact the waterways as well. This is supposed to be the best beach in Florida. I don't know if you're going to be able to say that in a couple of years if you keep this up with the development. Thank you.
Ma'am?
Hi, my name is Marie Rigaud, R-I-G-A-U-D. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay. My husband and I moved here 4 years ago, so we kind of moved into an established neighborhood. When I saw Edgewater Drive the first time, I said I want to live there, and here I am. I'm living there. So this neighborhood is, I know everyone says their neighborhood is special, but I have to say, you don't know the character of a neighborhood until you actually live there. Just the community feeling there is really beautiful. I go to the Edna meetings now, and I kind of made my way into their culture that was already set there. I didn't try to impose mine on them. I think that it's important to think about those things and listen to the people who live there. As far as a traffic study, and with all due respect to the experts, I know that, and no one's trying to say that they're lying or they did anything wrong, but if you walk on Edgewater Drive, where I walk my dog sometimes, I mean, the traffic is unbelievable. There's so much traffic. You try to cross the street with the dog, you have to walk all the way to the crosswalk, but it's really dangerous, actually. And that spot along Edgewater Drive is a beautiful place to walk your dog. You really want to do that. So I think that, I don't know, maybe a second traffic study should be done, or some other. I don't think we can rely on one traffic study to make a decision like this. Also, I believe I heard someone say, that the traffic would essentially be going south and east, but it's not really true. With Dunedin just north of us, inevitably there's going to be a lot more traffic going that way as well by these residents who will enjoy Dunedin. My last point is about setting a precedent. My property is the second one in I'm on Marine Street, second property in. That, forgive me for not knowing exact zoning there, but there is some kind of zoning which would, if developed, allow for a high-rise just next to us, which would, so if we set the precedent now, it's going to impact a lot of people in the future. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir?
My name's Paul.
Nice to meet you both.
Thank you, nice to meet you. My name's Paul Rigaud, it's spelled R-I-G-A-U-D. Like my wife said, and we live on Marine Street. We've been here about 4 years. I don't know, any of you guys hungry?
I'm trying to think about it, so please
I
continue.
know, okay, so I'll make it quick, all right? I'm a teacher, I'm a coach, okay? So, a lot of these don't mean a lot to me, criteria, codes, standards, well, they do, but traffic, zoning, tourism, setbacks, compatibility, documents, harmony. I would assume that most of you people live in single-family homes, like we do. Would you like to live next to that? Answer that question to yourselves and come up with what we're feeling in this neighborhood that we live in, which we would like it to stay the same. These people over here with money, they don't care about us in our single-family homes, in our serene neighborhood. They've hired these people to go 80-some stories or whatever. Not 80, 8 stories at 100 and however many people. This is our neighbor. We have to live here. Would you people like to live next to that? You have to answer that question yourselves and be honest with yourselves about this in the long term, because it's not going anywhere if you approve it. We have to live here, and we like it here. We want to stay. We don't want to move. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir?
Hi there, my name is Austin Carroll. That's C-A-R-R-O-L-L. I live in the area, and I wanted to share that I do support the project. Actually, I really like the renderings that I've seen today. It looks like they've kind of gone out of their way to try to make it as beautiful for the neighborhood as what they could come up with. I've got my kids going to school locally, so I do support more building, for more tax money to improve the schools. And I walk up and down Edgewater. I ride the bike. I ride the bikes with the kids on the Pinellas Trail. I don't really think that it's going to change a whole lot, because I can walk from my house to the water. I don't think, I haven't heard anything where I think that the traffic is really going to change to the point where I can't cross the street over to the park. And, oh, the other thing that I just wanted to support, I don't know if anyone's talked about crime, but from what I can tell, when I look at it, it looks like it's going to be a high-end sort of build. So I'm sure that the people that are going to come in, I think, are going to benefit all of the current residents. I think that'll just behoove everyone to approve it. So that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ma'am?
Hi there, I'm Paula Carroll, Carroll, and I live on Osceola. I have grandchildren in the neighborhood of the condo that's proposed today, and they're 5 years old. I understand that the zoning is already allowing several things. So for me, it's what could be there versus what they're proposing to be there. It could be a lot worse, in my opinion. I'm really happy there's not a bar there or a restaurant or something that would attract people that would care less about the community. When these people are going to be buying their homes, these are people that are going to come in and treat it as their community. So I think it's important to remember that we're comparing it from what the zoning is there and the planning is there, and the aesthetics of the building are, somebody has put a lot of care into that and the landscaping. So I am in favor of the project.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Hi, my name is Andrea Carroll, Carroll. We live just down the street. I guess we're about 3 blocks down Aloha. And I like the idea. I think Clearwater is doing a really good job of keeping the developments in a particular area. We unfortunately have that back and forth, but I like that that strip is going to be, it's a highway. That's a highway. I'm aware of that. I work around it. I don't think that this project is going to particularly impact that more. Yeah, we're working towards development. I think that this project looks nice. And I approve it. I think it's a good idea. I like that we're keeping it. That's the tourist section. That's where those things are going to go. That is where those things are going to go. I've lived in other cities where, I lived in Los Angeles and it's a mess. So I like how Clearwater is, and I like that these projects are being really, really well thought out and very beautiful. So I'm definitely in support of this particular project. I've seen the renderings. I think that they're really working to, within what they've got, make it really nice. So I like it.
Thank you. Sir?
My name is David Kerr, and I've been a Clearwater resident for 30 years.
It's house, it's spelled K-E-R-R.
K-E-R-R, yes. I'm a local real estate broker. I've had my own company for 20 years in downtown Clearwater. I frequented the park in front of the proposed condos many, many times, and I'm very familiar with the area. I've raised my 4 children here. I've been involved in property ownership for the 30 years. And this is a very well thought out development. They've really taken into consideration the residents and how they can enhance the neighborhood for the people. I've looked at the renderings today. The views up and down the street do not seem to block any views particularly, and it's going to bring a high quality of people to the area that will enhance the city as a whole. And I think they've done a great job mitigating all concerns. I support the project.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Hi, I brought some information. Oh, Ellen, L for short, Arsove, A-R-S-O-V-E. Okay, so I brought this. This is from, this is a Realtor app. I'm a Realtor, and it shows traffic in the area, and it conflicts with some of the information we got, but I'm sure that depends on how it was measured. This says that this triangle right here, there's up to 30,000 cars a day on Alt 19, and also right over the bridge here, it's same. I defer to Gail Pollock, what she was saying about the traffic being diverted. We saw that when they blocked Sunset Point for doing some renovations last year to the infrastructure, that is, a sidewalk. We had a lot of people cutting through Sediva and then over on the side street called Overbrook Ave and back of Sunnydale where I live. And I see it impacting Overbrook, Overbrook, Iva, and Sediva in a very big way, because if you've ever tried to make a left-hand turn to the light in the morning, forget it. You're going to want to go right and go around the block. So traffic is a big concern. And we also have 2 trail crossings there. And there was somebody who was hit on the trail a couple of years ago on Sediva Street. So I think that the board should address safety issues there. And also safety crossing the street. It's dangerous. It's very dangerous. I end up running across the street to cross Edgewater when I want to use the parks. Very dangerous to cross there. So I want to bring that to your attention. I love the way the project looks. It's beautiful. It's just very high. If they could just slice the top off of it, I think everyone would be happy. But I know they have their property rights to have a certain density. I've learned stuff here today that they could still have the same amount of units, but just spread them out. So it does kind of make sense to me to go up. So you've changed my mind on that. I just would like some sort of address, something that you could do to address the traffic issues. And also, as far as the property values go, any appraiser will tell you that when you're living on a well-traveled road, your property value is worth less than if it were a quiet street. So I do see the property values on Sediva decreasing, people selling because they don't like all the traffic. And we've already seen the lady, the abutter, I think it's on 1025 Sunnydale, asking if anyone will buy her house now, because she's going to be living next to it. But she may change her mind when it's built. But those are some concerns. And thank you.
Thank you. Sir?
Hi, my name is Dan Farrell. We lived on Sunnydale since 1996. I moved in there with my wife. We've since moved out, but we own 3 homes on Sunnydale. Knowing that a project is going to be built, they have legal rights. I would prefer that you allow the height, because obviously it'll be a little tighter in. There'll be more view. There'll be more breeze. It's a nice project. I don't think it looks like that. The project that they're asking for is, a nice, tall, beautiful project, much better than a used car lot. So, did you get my name?
Dan Farrell.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Sir?
My name is Mark Perkins. You guys are awfully patient.
Try to be.
Okay, I came
Try to
here.
take it all in.
I'm in favor of the project. I've seen the renderings. I'm very familiar with the area. I'm a Clearwater resident, and I've actually been in front of this board many years ago with similar projects. And I think Mr. Ward, Mr. Coates said it best, is like the problem here is you have 2 different distinct zoning abutted to each other, okay? So that's going to be contentious. What I've heard and what I've seen in the drawings is that the developer in this instance, he has a right to the density, and he's bent over backwards in terms of creating the buffer and like maximizing the open area, the site. I mean, I think he's worked really well in terms of trying to make a harmony with the neighborhood. I could say a lot more things, but I guess summing up, all the things I've heard in terms of, like, I'm worried about the stormwater or light pollution or whatever. I know these things all get addressed. There's going to be stormwater detention ponds. There are light pollution ordinances, so many foot candles. I know that's all going to be addressed, so I'm not concerned about that. I think it's a really attractive project, and I would say it's the last thing. What does this project bring to this neighborhood? Neighbors. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Tom Nocera, Nocera. I'm a longtime Clearwater resident and have a business located at 600 Cleveland Street. I got interested in this particular project when I read about it, and I read that, that there was a lot of neighbors that were upset about it and against it. And I think I went over to the property, I took a good look at it, and I submitted a letter, which is in your evidence file. I don't want to replow that ground that's in my letter, but I do want to say, I don't think I've ever seen in over 50 years of living in the area a project on the mainland that's this elegant. And, to me, what this is going to do for this gateway as people come in from Dunedin and see a building that's really magnificent, I think it's going to be very uplifting for Clearwater. And I would like to encourage you, I know that you have to follow the law. Emotions don't count. Feelings don't count. I think that this project merits your approval, and I'd like to encourage you in it. And lastly, I'd like to compliment especially city staff for what they've done and endured with this particular meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir?
Hello, everyone. I'm Artie Radani, and I just wanted to come and share my viewpoint.
Your last name is spelled?
Radani. I just wanted to share my viewpoint that I am in approval of the project. I've lived in Clearwater for the better part of 20 years now, and I drive by that road every day, and currently it just looks like an eyesore. I know a lot of the people that live there. Change is inherently bad. You like what you've seen. You like walking out in your neighborhood and seeing it exactly as it is. But the developers do have their legal rights, and they do own the property legally and can build, up to certain parameters. I think they're not asking too much. They're asking for roughly 30 feet, and they've moved the building away from all the neighbors. Personally, as one of the younger members here, I'm excited at the proposal of having more housing in our area and could see myself living there. So hopefully I'll be a neighbor of you guys. So,
Practice by saying good afternoon, but I guess I have to say good evening. Karen Noland, Nowland. Let me begin with the words from the general standards, which we've all heard. The proposed development of the land will be in harmony with the scale, bulk, coverage, density, and character of adjacent properties in which it is located, and also consistent with the community and character of the immediate vicinity. There are many different ways residential areas are created. The words character and community are used more than once in the standard code. How does an 86-foot tall, 80-unit condo, talk about density, that's a lot of people in one spot, become in harmony with the character of our community, which, as you can see, is made up primarily of 1- and 2-story homes, apartments, condos, and yes, even a motel. Yes, the parcel is zoned tourist, but it probably shouldn't be. Any reasonable person might look at that zoning and ask, why there? How did that happen? However, few of us who live here would want this parcel used for a tourist attracting venue. We have the world famous Clearwater Beach for that. But threatening to build something worse than an oversized, over-tall condo doesn't feel like the spirit of cooperation we would hope for, those of us trying to preserve the character
of our community. This argument feels a little self-serving and a little immature, that it could be worse. Instead of pushing beyond the limits of allowed development, why not work within the sensible and reasonable boundaries already in place, which will still give you a lovely outcome and make us, your future neighbors, a little bit more welcoming. I've lived in my home for over 40 years, which is about 2 blocks from the site. I raised my son there. Over the years, I've had many visitors, and they've always raved about what a wonderful feel the neighborhood has. In other words, the wonderful character of the neighborhood. I can't remember anyone ever saying, "Too bad you don't have a nice, tall, luxury condo building down there at the waterfront. Then it would be perfect." We are not against development. We are asking that you ensure it be reasonable and in keeping with the character of our little community. Thank you all for doing this very important work. Thank you.
Ma'am?
Good evening. Thank you for your patience. My name is Jenna Alker, A-L-K-E-R. I live at 1040 Sunnydale Drive, which obviously is the street that's in effect. I don't know how many of you remember when you were little kids and you had a little game that you played that was basically, which of these is not like the other? So you take all the little single-family homes like this, 20, 30 of them, one Sunnydale Drive, not to mention the other homes. And then you have this. Well, one of these is not like the other. You know which one it is. It's obviously the high-rise. It does not blend in with our community. And it never will blend in with our community. Our community is an old Florida, very cozy, comfortable, homey, relaxed feel. Old Florida. Chrome and glass do not translate to homey. It might be somebody's home, but it doesn't translate to the feel of the neighborhood. Even the comfort suites that is there is low-key enough and with enough trees and stuff. A lot of times I'll say to people, "Oh yeah, I live where the comfort suites is by Edgewater Drive. Do you know where that is?" They said, "No." I said, "That's because it's not real obvious because it has been so softened and it's not scraping the sky." So something that I wanted to touch on was just because the level 2 accommodates up to 100 feet does not mean that it's right. Just because it accommodates 80 dwellings does not mean that it's right. It seems to me like this is a done deal because the signs there says coming soon. It's like it's already a done deal. I suggest the reduction in units from 80 to 40, reduce the height and spread. If that isn't enough profit, maybe the investor should have taken that into consideration before buying. When the investor's attorney was inquiring the difference between level 1 and level 2 and what is allowed, it sounded like a veiled threat that they could build out with no regards for the neighborhood. I have been active with Edna, the neighborhood association there, since I moved in the neighborhood in 2011. I was at the meeting when the investor and architect first presented their project. The clear message we got was that if we did not approve them building up, they would build out or sprawl, taking kind of a bully approach, quite frankly. Myself and my neighbors may not have fancy law degrees, but we do have passion for our neighborhood. If we wanted to live in a high-rise community, we would have bought homes in downtown Clearwater or Tampa. It is clear that the investor is more concerned with pushing the limits, for his high profits than the really good of the community. I'm sorry.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, come forward.
My name is Maria Falk, Falk. I live on Sunnydale, 1030 Sunnydale Drive. Before I start, I just want to say that the people that are for the building, none of them give the address. Are they really from our neighborhood, or are they from someplace else? But anyway, what I want to tell you is we are only a few houses east from proposed condominium. We don't need rocket science to see that condos that size and height does not belong into that neighborhood. This development is much different from the existing two-story hotel on northwest corner of Sunnydale and Edgewater, which is not only compatible to our neighborhood with the scale and character of our neighborhood, but it also provides services to the residents in the area by the way of convenient lodging solutions for our friends and relatives who love to visit beautiful city of Clearwater. The intensity and imposing size of the proposed condominium development, the height and minimal setback will negatively affect the aesthetic of our community, particularly as there is no transition between the imposing building and the adjacent residential neighborhood. Traffic study that was done for the city does not mean much to me, just numbers. I live on the street. If it's busy, it takes me 3 to 5 minutes conservatively to exit and turn left onto Edgewater Drive. If there's another car in front of me, turning left takes a lot longer. Now, if we add traffic from 79-unit condo building, wow. Each condo unit has 2 parking stalls. That is room for 158 cars. Then there will be the guests, and their main exit is going to be onto Sunnydale Drive. That adds up to traffic problem, I would say. Quick observation, first floor plans show large dining room, large social room, large lobby, large children's room, office rooms perhaps, they don't say what they are, and each one of those counted as one of the allowed 79 units, or that's extra? And one more statement, we are small taxpayers. We do not bring millions to the city coffers like condos and businesses do, but please think of us when you make your decision. Thank you, God bless you.
Ma'am, come forward.
Rianne Howard, Howard. So thank you, board, for staying late, and thank you for your patience. And I think you can see that this is a very important matter to those of us who live in the area that is being proposed for building here. I've lived in this neighborhood for 30 years. I own a home there, and I have several other homes there as well that have the charm and the character of old Florida, which with this neighborhood is so congruent with. Without those homes of old Florida, it just wouldn't be the same neighborhood. This extremely large scale project does in no way fit the texture, the harmony, the character, or the desire of the most affected residents, which is us who are here today before you. The height of this project, if approved by you, will forever change the context, the coastline. It will become an eyesore for those of us who see it every day, and a black eye for the residents who live there. I'm sorry, that's how I feel. That is my emotion coming to you. The environmental impact will be much more significant. There will be much more traffic on Sunset Point Road, on Edgewater Drive, and all the other surrounding venues that are around this building. It will also be much more noise in the area, much more light pollution. It will also be much, much more congestion in every possible way. Please take to heart our genuine concerns today of allowing this precedent of allowing excess height to become a gateway to other nearby projects, becoming large, tall, unharmonious buildings. It will forever change the flavor of our home. It will forever change the flavor of my dear Clearwater. You wield a lot of power here today. I ask you to reduce the height of this building to a more acceptable height of the area, which is 50 feet. Still enough room for everybody to become neighbors, more welcoming for everybody who lives there. Just because you can approve something doesn't mean that you should. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Kim Joyce,
Last name?
Joyce.
Thank you.
Okay, I live on Sunset Point. I've lived in that neighborhood since 2002. I walk my kids down Edgewater Drive. I walk my dog. Sometimes I run in the morning. Sometimes I go for sunset. But I don't feel that we're going to experience the negative impacts that people are afraid that we will. I think that, like someone said earlier, when you drive into Clearwater from Dunedin, to have something that is at the gateway that's nice is a great welcoming, because that entry into Clearwater from there isn't that great. You know, that section of North Fort Harrison, that whole tourist district could be improved, and this is a good first step to improving that. I feel like I will experience an increase in my property value. I feel like, you know, the drainage, the stormwater, the pollution, whatever everyone's concerned about has been addressed sufficiently, multiple times, by the developers, by the architect, by everybody. And so I feel like we're going to experience some change, but that it's not necessarily bad, and that the net result will be good for us. That's what I'd like to say.
Thank you.
Yep.
Sir?
Name's Jonathan Dekiewit, Dekiewit. I'll make it short because I know everyone wants to go. I grew up here. I've been here most of my life. I own I've owned a few homes in the area in Clearwater. And I've seen it change over the years, go from a very sleepy town to a town that I'm actually proud to say this is where I live. And I lived in California and came back here. And I was like, you know, I actually like living here. And I'm very happy to see it increase and expand, and especially with the nice homes and nice new buildings and things that actually make people to actually want to move here and be in this area. So I'm very much for it, and I hope you approve it.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Hello. Charla Chop, C-H-O-P. I'm opposed, ladies and gentlemen, to the project, and I find it interesting that so many of the young are pro and so many of us older folks are against. I've lived on Sunset Point Road for 42 years. Sunset Point, what concerns me are 3 items. Number 1, traffic. Number 2, the site, architecture. And number 3, Sunset Point Road at the west end is an estuary, a tidal basin, as well as a very large watershed. And if these folks back here don't realize we have water problems on Sunset Point, they're mistaken. Most of our water problems come from underground. Pinellas Ridge is only about 5 miles to the east of Sunset Point Road. Pinellas Ridge is 50+ feet above sea level. That water all comes underground as well as surface to St. Joseph Sound via many little waterways, via many of the things the city of Clearwater has attempted to correct and direct better. In 1998, 1997, I was pumping 1,300 gallons of water an hour off of my property at 1074 Sunset Point Road. The county wouldn't help me save my property. The city wouldn't help me save my property. I had to do it. I had to take pump lines all the way to Sunset Point. When these folks say that Sunset Point has a water problem, they're right. Surface water, but they don't realize the underground water problem. We need a hydrologist to be involved in this. Now, in terms of Stevenson's Creek is named after the father of Clearwater, James Stevens. And it is a historical area on the west end of Sunset Point Road. The oldest home on that road is built in 1925, lives and is right next door to me, and is as solid as a cypress. So please don't forget the historical area, the water problems, the traffic will be unreal. We already have people using that area for a speedway. They come around that curve like their pants are on fire. Motorcycles, speedy cars, and the only thing that stops them are big trees. How many accidents I've seen on Sunset Point Road, the west end? Unbelievable. Please reduce. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Wes Seibel, it's S-I-B-O-L-E. I'm a native of Clearwater and live on Sediva. I'm here as a neighbor with development experience on both the developer and civil side. I understand the developer has been approved for the 80 units that are proposed to build. I believe larger setbacks are key to setting the standard as Clearwater develops into 2020. I believe capping development height lessens the area for both the landscape and waterfront views for the buffers. I believe this project will set the bar not only for proposed gateway into Clearwater, but for Clearwater Bay as this is its opportunity for a much-needed improvement. I'd like to shed light on one thing that stands out to me in my experience in development. I've been involved in both private and public projects in Pasco, Hillsborough, City of Tampa, Hernando, Zephyr Hills, and Pinellas County. And I've never seen a developer alter their plans to better suit the neighbors once, much less 6 times. I want to personally thank this project for keeping us in mind in consideration of the city, with the neighborhoods and residents for development. Appreciate that. And one last thing, I hear a lot about stormwater and runoff, and this is going to be one of the first projects that incorporates a storm tech system, which is state of the art for that very reason, for the flooding. So thank you guys. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
My name is Robert Palmer. I'm a local business owner and actually own 5 businesses in downtown Clearwater. 2 of them are on Drew and all the rest on Cleveland Street. And I'm a transplant here, and so I appreciate all the passion on both sides. And I moved all my businesses here from Orange County, California, from Irvine, California, because this is the lifestyle I want. And all those businesses have grown enormously, and it's my job to recruit talent. And I'm looking for thought leaders. I'm looking for technology leaders. And in the past 2 years, when I've brought people here, they want to live in St. Pete. They don't want to live in downtown Clearwater because there's, Water's Edge, there's the Skyview, there's Osceola, and some new developments in Dunedin. So when I saw this, I thought this was a beautiful blend of traditional community, a very aesthetic, modern, clean, organic development. So I was excited just because this is going to make it much easier for me to recruit thought leaders into the community. Neighbors, go raise their families there and have their own stories. So I just wanted to show my support for this because I love the idea.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you for listening to us. I'm Rob Powers. I live in Sediva, just around the corner from this proposed development, and I'm not in favor of it. I think there's several things that are wrong. One, Start off with tourist zoning. It's never been supported by the city of Clearwater until this project. I mean, we've gone as far as request a kayak launch, and they've turned that away. They just turned a deaf ear to it. So tourist zoning, there's nothing there to support it. There's no restaurants, there's no clubs, there's no bars within the area. How can you call it tourist? Okay, next, a lot of talk about the character. I don't believe a steel and glass building is in character with wood frame and stucco houses. It just doesn't match. Okay, traffic, I don't believe has really been addressed. They did a disservice to you to show you just the maps and cutting them off before they showed the cul-de-sac and the rest of the neighborhoods. The traffic is going to be impacted major, and this won't be the last you hear of it. Okay. Also, both Edgewater Drive and Sunset Point are scenic corridors, and I didn't hear that addressed anywhere in these topics today. And last and not least, community character. We've been talking bulk and character the whole time and saying whether it's consistent or not consistent. And I'm going to say, we wouldn't all be here if it wasn't consistent. It is not consistent, and that's why all these people are here saying, please don't allow this to move forward. Thank you very much, and have a good evening.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you for staying so late, and thank you for listening to the passion in our neighborhoods. We really appreciate it. My name is Lily Ray, R-E-Y. I live on Sediva Street. I've been a resident of Clearwater since I was 5 years old. So my parents moved here from Cuba, and I've grown up here in the Clearwater area. And when I came out of college, I decided to set up my residence in the Edgewater Neighborhood Association, or Edgewater Neighborhood area, because of all the unique characteristics that you've heard so far today. I am definitely opposed to the project, and just would ask that if the developer would consider doing something more in line and scope with what's on Marine and Edgewater, or what's on Union and Edgewater. Both of those things fit more within the community, and maybe go a couple stories higher. You could charge more money, and and then everybody's going to be happy. Also, I'm very concerned about what's going to happen to Edgewater Park with a 10-story building and all the cars and the pollution, as everybody else has said. That is going to affect the mangroves. I've been there since Clearwater started putting the mangroves in. Now there's concrete there. The road, the water is, what do you call it? It's backing up. It's going to wash out. Eventually Edgewater Drive or Edgewater Park could wash out, and I think this could hasten that in the very near future. So those are things to consider. And also, since living on Sediva, I can see the traffic patterns on there is definitely a problem. And we have small children, we have dogs, we have families. Everybody comes to the end of Sediva to watch the sunsets. We have sunset parties on Sediva, and it's just a very local feeling. So to actually put this huge building in our small neighborhood, if you could just lower it a little bit, make it more congruent with what's going on, that would be greatly appreciated. And greatly appreciated from you guys. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Regina Sotomayor, Sotomayor. I'm a real estate agent and have been for over 12 years. I fell in love with Clearwater when I arrived here. So I also became a real estate investor. I own 3 homes in Clearwater. My mother owns 2. We love Clearwater. One of the reasons I support this project is because it greatly complements the city's efforts to revive downtown. I feel our area is very sleepy. In comparison with the other towns, I can tell you that Dunedin real estate sells at an average of 184 square feet, Safety Harbor 177 square feet, and we fall behind at only $155 a square feet. So the zoning for this parcel allows motels, restaurants, nightclubs, liquor stores, and car lots. Those potential uses are far less compatible with the character of this neighborhood. So I feel that these condos go in line with the change that we must take in order to grow, and not only to revitalize downtown, but also to help raise the property values. This development offers more positives for the neighborhood than the alternative. More green space, bigger setbacks, and more water views. It'll also make the area safer. I can't tell you how many times I wanted to go through the Pinellas Trail in that particular parcel, and I was too scared. There's just too much crime. But with this sort of development, we're gonna see more affluent families. The buyer profile for these condominiums will be more affluent families, and that's exactly what we need. These are the families that will be thrilled to use Coachman Park, the new amphitheater, downtown's Clearwater retail, and the new Seminole Marina. So let's give our businesses the traffic that they need to succeed. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Heather Berghorn, Burghorn. I live on Stevenson Avenue, so I am in that immediate neighborhood, and I don't really see the traffic issues that some people have been talking about. I actually have driven back and forth home today a few times because this has gone a little bit longer, so I went to let my dog out, and I've gotten back and forth in a pretty short amount of time just because there really hasn't been traffic. I really think that this would be an amazing thing to add to the neighborhood. I walk my dog in the neighborhood a lot. I walk down Pinellas Trail, and so I have spoken with some of my neighbors that don't agree with it. I've been asked to sign petitions, and I've said, I was like, I do totally understand your viewpoint. It doesn't change mine. I think it would be really nice to have there. Thank you.
My name is Catherine Zwan, Z like zebra, W-A-N. Thank you all for being here and allowing us all to speak. I am definitely in support of the project. I think the renderings are beautiful. I've grown up here my whole life. I've lived here for over 20 years. I've rode my bike down Edgewater Drive, walked my dog, and I actually love watching our area grow and expand, and I think this project would add to that. It would increase, in my opinion, the value of the existing properties and add to the neighborhood culture. So I support the project, and I hope you guys do too. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jessie Lytle, L-Y-T-L-E. I definitely support the project. I think, like others said, that it will kind of create a better area. I personally love the neighborhood. I take my dog on walks there. I bike ride there. I love it. It's my favorite street in all of Clearwater, and I would love to see it develop more and to welcome others to the neighborhood.
Thank you. This happens to be the last person in line. If anybody else wanted to speak, you should get over that against that wall now. Otherwise, we're going to wrap it up quickly after that.
Janine, Janine, and the last name is T as in Tom, S-C-H-U-P-P. So I've lived in Clearwater for over 33 years, so most of my life, and I've seen it change, come through a lot of changes. We got a new bridge, downtown has developed, and I know sometimes change is a bit hard, and we can focus on all like the negative aspects of it, but I also have been through a lot of change in Clearwater and have seen it. And so there's also a lot of positive aspects, and we've talked about the traffic increase and other things, but I think that the foot traffic increase is going to be helpful. You know, we'll make that area safer, there'll be more people, and people are really what bring life to the area. So the increase in people around that area, and my father actually lives in that neighborhood, so I will feel like more safe for him when he's walking in the evenings to have increased people in that area. And I know the condo, density is not what's up for debate, really the increase in height. And I think what the developers have done to basically mitigate, moving it away from the property line, I think they've gone above and beyond, and I approve the project.
Was there anybody else to speak on behalf of the public?
I'm sorry. I knew I was going to forget something, so I just wanted to write a note to myself. I'm Margaret Ellis. I live, it's E-L-L-I-S, Margaret Ellis. I live just a couple blocks from the development. I only have two main issues. My first issue is the height. The height is just so oppressive. It's just so much higher than anything around. And I think it's going to feel really, really out of place to have it that tall, just so many more times bigger than everything around it. And also I was thinking that when they were talking about that 10 to 12 foot wall essentially for the parking area, I didn't really understand, and maybe someone could explain this to me. I hate to bring it up now, but if it extends out further than the building, it seems like it's not actually as compact as you might think, if the parking area goes out further than the rest of the building. And I think that people walking around and everything would find that a little oppressive. My second concern is the precedent that's being set here. I feel that leaving that area as tourist was a really bad idea, considering that the height restrictions were increased for Clearwater Beach for the tourist zoning. And I really feel that they should have changed the zoning here to be like multi-family or whatever you call it, so that you could have an apartment building or something there, but not necessarily a high-rise. And I'm kind of worried about what might happen along Edgewater Drive with something this high going up, and the possibility of going up to 100 feet with the Phase 2. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Patricia Ortiz.
Mr. Chairman, just
my last name
he
is
gets 3 minutes,
Ortiz.
and I'm going to have all my experts get 3 minutes to.
I have a concern with that as well, Mr.
I don't object,
Daniel.
but it's unusual.
I object.
Okay.
I really think that this is unfair. I have been retained by this community to speak on their behalf.
To call this hearing unfair to anybody is really a stretch at this point. You've given your testimony as an expert. We've gone through all this. My recommendation to you, Mr. Chairman, is to not permit that.
And from the closing argument standpoint, she could split her time with her expert.
Precisely.
Okay.
I am the expert.
I mean, the person who
I need
called
1
you as a
minute.
witness
I can say what I need to say in 1 minute.
Well, the person who had party status that called you as an expert, Ms. Belniak, if she wanted to split her time with you, within her 3 minutes for the closing argument, I've got no problem with that. But coming and speaking on public comment when you're here as an expert, it's difficult to wear the two hats. It'd be like everybody else in the room getting up and saying that was party status. Nobody who had party status should be getting up and speaking during the public comment section because they've had their opportunities, and you're kind of doing the same thing since you were their witness. So if Ms. Belniak or one of the others who had party status wanted to say you can speak as part of the 3 minutes, I've got no problem with that. But during the closing arguments, not right now. Not right now.
Okay, I will be brief.
Well, no. When we do the closing argument, there's an order for that. There's an order to that. There's actually a method to the madness, I promise.
Hi, my name is Frank Clark, C-L-A-R-K. I own a house over in Aloha Lane, which is a few blocks away. And I first came here to Clearwater in the 70s, and I saw an awful lot of stuff that really needed to be fixed, and a lot of really old buildings, and even the Clearwater Mall at the time went downhill and into nothing. And over the years, I've seen so much tremendous development, and I don't know if that development was opposed as much as this currently thing is going on, but it's this development that's going on is what's made Clearwater a place where I wanted to live and retire. I bought a house only just 5 years ago. I used to live in Washington. So it's that kind of development that gives me hope that my grandkids will be able to live here and prosper here. So I'm very much in favor of this kind of development going on. I hope this kind of stuff continues, like what went on downtown Clearwater and so forth. So thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Lisa Lanza, and I have to fill out a card, right?
No.
Oh, don't have to fill out a card?
Just spell your last name for her so she makes it.
She knows it already.
All right.
Okay, so I know there's a lot of opinions and emotions and all that, but I think we always do have to go back to the law, which I know that's ultimately what you have to base your decision on. And it's been brought up about the comprehensive plan, which is a law, and it's a very important law that's been adopted by the city of Clearwater. So the conservation element of, there's many things in the comp plan that apply to this project, but one in particular, what I was waiting to hear more come up on this topic, I gotta speak fast, where's my, okay, is the flood. You know, I've lived here 43 years or something like that, and I've seen a lot of building in the Stevenson Creek floodplain, and obviously Clearwater Beach, and I live at the top of Sunset Point Road, and I use Sunset Point all the time. And I always have noticed, it was always interesting when it's raining and I'm heading north to my house, which is at 78-foot altitude on the ridge that was addressed by Charlotte earlier, you could just see all that water rushing down Sunset Point into Edgewater Drive. So it's definitely a natural drainage channel. It happens to be a street. Some of it gets captured here and there along the way, but every time you build something, you're displacing where the water can leach. And I believe you have a hydrologist, Mr. Flannery. Is that not your background, hydrology? But anyway, so I think maybe he could speak to this topic. But I did, if I got the time, which I think I do, I wanted to quote from the comprehensive plan. Conservation element F.1.2.2, construction and development activities in natural drainage channels, just take a ride up Sunset Point when it's raining, shall be prohibited except for public flood protection projects designed to correct, well, take it from there. I mean, I'm trying to read it from my phone. So, but basically it's saying development in these natural drainage areas is prohibited, and we've been building too much in our natural drainage areas, and we really need to stop because we all are subsidizing FEMA. I live 78 feet altitude, and I still have to subsidize the federal FEMA insurance, and it's just, you know, continually, there's more and more subsidizing going on. And at some point, if the federal government decides not to subsidize it with our tax dollars, then what's going to happen? Thank you.
Anybody who hasn't had an opportunity to be heard from the public yet? All right, then we're going to go on to the next part of our process, which is closing remarks. We begin with the planning staff, and then the people who had party status, those who are still here, and then the applicant. Each has 3 minutes, and
no closing comments.
No closing comments from the city? Okay. Then we'll do closing remarks by parties granted status. I'm going to go down the list again. And Ms. Belniak, did you want to address and provide some closing comments? You have 3 minutes.
I am Kate Belniak. Do you need me to spell that again?
No.
And I am going to give half my time to my planner. I just have a couple statements that I want to make. So I would like to point out that there's been no substantial evidence has been provided by the developer to demonstrate that this development will not negatively affect our property value, and that is one of the criteria for approval as stated in Code Section 3.914. We also have a concern, I know we've been talking about traffic on Edgewater. Sunnydale Drive is a dead-end street. We have 35 homes on it. We're going to have the egress from the proposed condominium, and we have the egress from Comfort Suites. Our concern is during a hurricane evacuation. That is going to block up Sunnydale Drive. Adding the 164 parking spots, potentially all those cars coming out, and I know they're saying they'll exit on Sunset, but some of them are going to exit on Sunnydale. So that is a concern for us about how all of us are going to get off the street if and when we need to. And the last point is that we have concern that the approval of this petition is going to stand in the way of the city of Dunedin's efforts to maintain the unimpeded water views and conserve the unique character of Edgewater Corridor. So I would just like you to take those all into consideration and please deny the petition. Thank you.
Finish up your time.
Thank you. Patricia Ortiz, O-R-T-I-Z.
Again, we're good.
Okay. One of the salient points that I think has been missed today is the fact that the maximum allowed density is not guaranteed. Instead, it may be considered and approval may be granted only if it meets the criteria for approval. The developer has the option of proposing smaller units that would require less building area or fewer larger units, and in that way ensuring compatibility. Instead, the developer seeks to maximize the density with an oversized building which is not compatible with the neighborhood character. The project is inconsistent with comprehensive plan policies A5310, which aims to preserve the scenic water views and character of North Clearwater. It's also inconsistent with policy A5.51, which seeks to maintain the existing neighborhood character of the city, and 552, which seeks to preserve the unique qualities of Clearwater in general, and 5.54, which seeks to require a transition between developments of differing intensities. I'm concerned that approval of this project will result in a precedence, and you will see more and more petitions for higher density development in this area. That will be detrimental to the neighborhood character. Also, as Kate mentioned, I don't think that the developer has addressed each of the 6 criteria.
10 seconds to
All
wrap
right,
up since you were
specifically
spelling your name a
criteria
second
number
time.
2, which addresses property values. Thank you.
Next was Falk.
Dean Falk. In closing, I think everybody's pretty much heard everything there's to hear. I would just like to say to the developer that I think they could either make the condos smaller or they could make less units. They're going for maximum profit and maximum everything out of this, and our neighborhood is not meant for maximum. If you want maximum, put it on the beach, put it downtown, but not in our neighborhood. We have a small, unique neighborhood. It's a unique part of Clearwater, which a lot of people don't even know we exist. They think we're part of Dunedin. And we want to keep it unique. If we put this building here, which I built that, and it is to scale. It doesn't look as pretty as theirs, but it's the same size and shape. But if we put that building there, yes, I can say, I live behind that building, and people will find me because they're going to definitely find that building. And I don't want that. Thank you.
Either Ms. Cunningham or Mr. Johnson, on behalf of the Clearwater Neighborhood Coalition.
They left.
They both left? I know Mr. Johnson had to leave, but, okay. Balducci.
I've demonstrated as well as I can in the limited time allotted that the project as proposed does not minimize adverse effects. I've also demonstrated that a stilt building such as the suites, Comfort Suites, does. Our neighborhood is unique also because it is boundaryless to the west. We have infinite view there. The houses that are adjacent to this proposed project, as well as the house on Sunnydale on the south side of the road, will be boxed in now by its sheer bulk. We would not be boxed in by a more effective type of architecture, such as the Sheridan Suites. I would like to err on the side of caution in this regard, as this will be forever. The gentleman that talked about the sewer system neglected to mention that there's two parts for effective sewage drainage, the other being gravity flow, and that wasn't addressed. The property values on Sunset Point, they will go up in value because of supply and demand, simple laws of economics, supply and demand. Their property will go up because there'll be a greater demand by developers, and they'll make a lot of money by developers that want to match in new scale that this will create in our neighborhood. Okay, on the other hand, Mrs. Lynn, who's terribly upset, suffering from stress, which, according to Dr. Clyjohn, all non-infectious diseases are brought on 70% by stress. The state of Florida actually has launched in 2016 a 3-year traffic study regarding the congestion on alternate 19, including South Pinellas County and North Pinellas County, Edgewater Drive, to reduce congestion and pedestrian and bicycle accidents. The new city manager of Dunedin has gone on the record to say Dunedin does not want this. They don't want it for their neighborhoods. They're doing the best they can to curtail height, bulk, and scope, and they want us to do the same to conform as the greater general Clearwater and Dunedin community, Edgewater Drive community. There are actually no other condos in the immediate vicinity or adjacent to this property, and there are no condo commandos either.
Thank you, sir. Spikes?
Closing arguments. Thank you again for listening to us. I know that a lot of you may have some preconceived notions, and I know that the city staff is sometimes charged with wanting to do things that will help the development of Clearwater. Development, I mean, it's almost like minimize, you know, one person's minimize is another person's minimize, one person's development is another person's development. I look at Clearwater and I look at our neighborhood as a good development. It stands alone. I don't know where people are coming up with their crime statistics. We often leave our doors unlocked because that's how safe it is. I don't know where people are coming up that only quality people can afford to, have probably what's going to sell for $750K. We don't have that kind of money, but we still, I consider all of us that have spoken here and opposing this as quality people. We don't have a lot of money. We couldn't hire lawyers or other, we did do a GoFundMe page and managed to get a planner. But, so I want you to just listen to us. I want you to take a breath, take something away with you as far as just think about it and try to understand where we're coming from. We're not against development. We're not against somebody trying to make a buck. What we're against is this particular height. Still make a buck by lowering it. Still make a buck by doing other things. These guys are rich, man. They could do a museum there. We've talked about the history of Stevenson Creek. There's an old McMullen house there. Do you know how Clearwater got its name? Agua Clara. It's what the Spanish called it when they first came. It was because it was fed by natural springs, and it was crystal clear. But for progress, the Army Corps of Engineers came along and dredged, and that ended the springs. And so now it's not agua clear. It's still pretty clear, but it ain't agua clara anymore. And so there's development that's good, and there's development that's bad. This is bad for our community. I don't think it should stand as is. Thank you.
Mr. Reynolds.
If you haven't heard enough to make a decision by now, you're never going to reach one. I want to thank everybody for your patience with everyone here today. I know we're 6 hours and 14 minutes into this thing, so I'm going to shut up and sit down. A wise man once told me, when you run out of soap, get out of the shower.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. I'm going to ask, Ortenzio wasn't here for Cross. Did they come back? Because I know some people left and came back from what they were saying. No one here from Ortenzio, okay. Deborah Adam, any closing statement? Is she here? Okay. Lynn, I believe, also left. She did not come back. Just double checking. Mr. Ward. You were going to be a real hero if you didn't say anything this time.
I've been holding my mouth for a long time. So, I want to remind you again that I'm here representing Tom Generali, who owns 3 properties, 2 immediately adjoining this property. He's as impacted as anybody. I feel sorry for the lady who bought her house next door to the east and was not aware that she bought next to a vacant property that could be developed with multiple uses. You have a tough choice. You're required, I think, to follow your code and the law. Your staff has done yeoman work in analyzing this proposal and making a recommendation to you. They're professional, they know what they're doing, so I would encourage you to listen to their recommendations. Resistance to change, I've heard, is one of the strongest drives that we have as humans. And you've heard people who are embracing changes. Yes, they're younger, but change is good. Other people are resisting change because they're comfortable with what they have. This project really is only asking one exception from you, is that to allow the height to be at 86 feet. The density is not an issue. Traffic is really not an issue. You've heard from the traffic expert that there's 9 other uses that could go here on this property that are permitted under your code that would have more of a traffic impact than what they're doing. Their use of a condominium is the least impact on traffic of the 10 that are authorized. It's interesting that Dunedin has now reached out and said they're opposing when they have, from my experience, multiple high-rise condominiums up near the Edgewater Marina. So I wouldn't worry about what Dunedin thinks. You're dealing with Clearwater here. So I would encourage you to follow your staff recommendation of the professionals and approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you. You can tell Mr. Onks wants to get moving because he jumped right up right away to speak. Applicant?
Mr. Chairman, I hate to do this, but I believe the code gives the applicant 5 minutes to close. Is that? No? 3?
3.
All right, well, I will be quick. We have talked a lot about the standard before you today, and there's a lot of emotion involved on both sides of this issue. A lot of people are very passionately against this. A lot of people are very passionately for it. But emotion, politics, popularity is not why you're here. In fact, you're here to remove politics and popularity and emotion from this decision and to apply competent, substantial evidence in a quasi-judicial manner. So whether you think this is the proper zoning or not, or you think it's too many units or not, that's not before you. The units are a property right. They're entitled. The zoning is a legislative decision made by the city council. It's been that way for decades. And this is entirely allowable under the code. So the standard that is initiated by the court says, lay witness speculation about potential traffic problems, light and noise pollution, and general unfavorable impacts of proposed land uses are not considered competent substantial evidence. Similarly, lay witnesses' opinions that a proposed land use will devalue homes in the area is insufficient to support a finding that such devaluation will occur. There must be evidence other than the lay witnesses' opinions to support such claims. And then it goes on to say the judge made an error in relying on testimony concerning potential light pollution, increased traffic, and negative impacts on the value of the homes in the area. There were no facts to support his concerns, and in fact, the county staff's report indicates that the traffic issue was studied by an expert and determined that the increased traffic would not be unduly burdensome to the area. That's exactly what we have here. The city's traffic engineers have reviewed the traffic impact study and say it meets or exceeds the requirements for approval. We have unrefuted testimony from Mr. Pergolesi in the same regard. So the traffic really is not allowed to be considered. Same thing with light pollution and property values. There's been no competent substantial evidence. These, with all due respect, These exhibits are not admissible evidence as competent substantial evidence. They were not created by people that were accepted as experts. It was admitted by the only expert proposed by the opposition that she had nothing to do with them and she can't testify as to their accuracy. To me, they look inaccurate. My experts think they look inaccurate. Again, I'm not casting dispersions, but you can't consider the dioramas or any of the other things. This is not what's being proposed. This is not true. There's no competent substantial evidence to support that this is going to be a high-rise condo that looks like this that's right up against the homes. In fact, it's the exact opposite. All of the competent substantial evidence shows that the developer has listened to the community, has worked proactively with Edna in over 9 meetings since October, and redesigned the project to move everything away from the residential community. And we can't be burdened by them saying, well, you're threatening us with something worse. We're not threatening you with something worse. We're asking for a very small amount of flexibility to make something better. If that's denied, the only alternative is something worse. This is a Tampa Bay Times opinion article from 2004 highlighting that exact point. Edgewater Drive neighbors should be ecstatic for a 77-unit, 75 feet high condo. We've been having this debate for 15 years, and in 2004, the CDB approved it. You should do it again based on the evidence in the record. Thank you. The unrefuted evidence in the record. Thank you.
At this point, we're going to close the public hearing. What that means for those who have never been here before is that I'm out of time. I've sat here for 7 hours and 20 minutes, and I'm out of time, Pat. What that means overall, I think Brian knew I was going to start talking long. That's probably not a bad idea. What that means is that we're going to discuss amongst ourselves for the first time the evidence that we heard to come up with a decision based upon everything that we heard today, competent evidence, all the different standards that are applicable to us in that regard. I know, and I want to say thank you before we get into our deliberations to everybody who came here and spoke today, whether in for or opposed to that. Many of you all are not public speakers. I get paid to talk for a living. If I could sit here and talk without a script for hours and bore you to tears, and it wouldn't bother me in the least. You all came up here and you spoke and you shared your emotions, your feelings, your viewpoints. We have to take away from that those things that we can consider when we weigh our evidence and speak. We might have some questions as a board of either the staff or the applicant or one or two parties who had party status. It doesn't open the door up for everybody to be speaking. It's just a matter of if it helps us in our deliberations, we'll ask a specific question. You don't have the opportunity at this point to say you want to be heard and present something different, even if you think what we're talking about in the context of our deliberation sounds wrong to you, because the public comment portion is closed. I just wanted to kind of go through that because a lot of people are in the room that haven't been through this process before, and that's one of the more common things. People want to jump in and throw a little bit more out there, and we've concluded that portion of it. So that being said, while normally I ask for a motion at this point in time, I do think that in situations that have been contested or taken probably more than an hour, hour and a half to get presented, we've usually kind of gone down the members of the board and gotten some input from them for a conversation before we end up with a motion, because that could impact what the motion ends up being. So I am inclined to do it that way, and I'll leave my comments for the end, because I've got a few things that I've written down, but if somebody else says it, I'm just striking it off the list. So, Mr. Flannery, you're raising your hand. I'll let you go first.
Thank you very much for taking that approach, as opposed to a vote and then rather than to hear however we are before we make a initial vote. I appreciate that. I'm looking at this as a question as what's good for the city, at least the way I see the city. This is not even something that the staff can do. They are following codes, regulations. They cannot decide, they're not definition of what's in harmony or what's compatible or something. That's what this board's about. We look up here and we figure out, is that something that fits or not? And that's why we're here. First of all, I'd like to point out, and I haven't seen it, I saw it come up here one time and I don't know what happened, was this is a scenic corridor. There's seven scenic corridors in Clearwater: Bayshore Boulevard, Bayside Boulevard Bridge, Courtney Campbell Causeway, and number 4 Edgewater Drive. So this is not just another place that's pretty. I mean, it's like putting like building a building on the Appalachian Parkway or Skyline Drive or something. Yeah, it's a great thing, but is this the place for it? The city of Dunedin, I know it's unusual. I would think it'd be very unusual for them to write a letter to us in this situation. I think it's sort of crossing territory, so I'd be afraid to do it. But as you're aware, the city of Dunedin has worked hard for many years to maintain an unimpeded view to the water along Edgewater Drive. Several initiatives have been incorporated in the city's 2020 business plan and budget to conserve the unique character of this iconic roadway in Dunedin. These initiatives include the city is currently working towards designating Edgewater Drive as a scenic corridor. To that end, efforts are underway through Forward Pinellas to reroute all truck traffic off of Edgewater Drive to mitigate traffic congestion. The public master plan has identified public art placements and associated uplighting along Edgewater Drive, and the project will be funded in the fiscal year 2020. Third, the Florida Department of Transportation is conducting a corridor study along the alternate 19 route, including Edgewater Drive, and result in a significant investment in infrastructure along this. And four, Dunedin currently amended the land use code to lower permitted building height throughout the city as a result of citizen input during visioning exercises. Given the city's long-term vested interest in Edgewater Drive, we respectfully request that the County Development Board take the cities of Dunedin's concern into consideration when making this difficult decision. So I just thought it would be worthwhile reading that. I've drive down Edgewater Drive a lot. I think a lot of us do. And when I first moved there, there was this, what's the right term, ugly building at the corner of Sunset where it went to the water, and it was on the water side. And I'm saying, man, this is a beautiful view here, except for that stupid thing that, quite those terms, at the end. And then the city bought it up and removed it. And it's now pretty. So now you drive down Edgewater Drive, and there's nothing except in the distance you see these high-rises way in the city. Okay? I can handle that. A nice, relaxing drive down the road. I do not see, this is the entrance to the city. There's other entrances. Go to Bay, there's up the other way, lots of places. And we have beautiful places that are high-rise. I'm not against development. I like it on Clearwater Beach. I like, the amphitheater is going to go in. Sorry if I'm saying something, but it's true. A lot of growth and a lot of good places. But why at this last spot on this beautiful road are we decided to put something that's, well, my counting is 96 feet. I'm sorry. It's above, you're in the water, they're on the road, you look up the height of the building, and you go up 13 foot for what they call, they don't count it. Well, I count it when I look my head up, the base floor elevation, and then you go up 7 or 8, it comes out to 96 feet. Now, I'm sorry, this to me, it's not what I would want to see. I don't want, my gut's going to turn every time I see coming down that road what used to be a beautiful way to come into town. Now, if it was 50 feet, I would be okay. The one they built on our corner at Sunset and the new one, okay, that's all right, but not a giant thing like they're looking at. And it's not the fact the back set, it's the front set. It's right against the road now. You can't get away from this thing. That's my opinion. It's not even, they talk about being the entrance to downtown. Well, I'm sorry, downtown is way downtown. It's another mile away. It's not like you're starting right here. There's other places they can put them. There are marina areas coming in. There's downtown areas. There's North Fort Harrison. There's lots of places you could put a beautiful thing like this and put the view there. But we've developed this beautiful, nice stretch of land, and somebody says, there's a jewel. I can take it. It's mine. I don't feel that that's right. They can make it smaller. They can lower. They can keep their density. These things are all true. They have rights to density. They have right. I've heard all the arguments on control and traffic. I'm sure the city staff can work those out. I'm saying, my kids, we go out on the water. We look here. For 40 years, I've looked out and looked at Mandalay apartments and said, who the heck put that thing out there? And even though the trees have grown up, it hasn't hit it one bit. You know, I really, and I know they've done a lot of good work on designing a pretty building. It's glass, it's windows, it's everything else. It's not, they look at all, like what else is up there. To me, I hate to joke, but it's sort of like camouflaging a battleship. And I served on a battleship, so I know what I'm sort of talking about. I read the points of what this is supposed to be. I marked this up in my few days ago. And the points, I just do not see that if they have to do all these things, they've done it. Two different sets of sixes. The development or redevelopment of the parcel proposed is otherwise impractical without deviations from one or more of the following. Well, there's no they can do it fine without deviating from any of the following. They've done it before. There's been 4 other plans on that property that have worked out. They just didn't go to sell at the proper time. I know at the last one, the giant crash hit. Everybody was stuck with everything. But they do not need to go to us to approve level 2 of 96 feet. They can do it at 50 plus the 13. I'll go with the numbers there. But they could make it look nice, and I could handle that. I wouldn't look at it all the way down. It's a residential infill project. Now, this is different. My dad was in zoning. There's places where you build zoning. You say, let's take Havasu City, and we'll start building these, and this is all good. This is a place that's been there for years. People have bought the property along. They've looked at it for all these years. It's an infill. We're going to just change what it was. It was tourist, yeah? 1 story, we'll pick another tourist. No, this is a 9-story. It does not fit as, even though it's infill, I feel like I've been sort of like somebody buys a land that has a hiatus. It has 1 foot wide property on it. You bought the land, thank you. It's a mile long and 1 feet wide, but you own a mile of land. Thank you. I don't. The uses are compatible with the adjacent land uses. Well, I don't see that. If you want to call the gas station and a house that's there on the corner, but the rest of it it's not adjacent to that area at all. And the biggest one is the design of the proposed residential infill project creates a form and function which enhances the community character of the immediate vicinity of the parcel proposed for development and the city of Clearwater as a whole. As a whole, I don't see this. It's a place, it's a different place. We don't have to have high rises every place. We can have places where there's low rises. If you'd like high rises, put them, say, Masters Drive countryside. Let's put them someplace, if people love those, let's just put them any old place. But not at the end of this road. That's my opinion. And in the final one here, so, and the proposed development of the land will be in harmony with the scale, bulk, coverage, and density and character of adjacent properties in which it is located. Well, this is a infill project. These have been there, and now they're changing all that. The bulk, definitely. I go back to my battleship. So I would just like to say that, in my opinion, and I'm one on this board, and I appreciate the board, and I think it's been handled extremely well. And I think that what we have coming down the drive there, Edgewater Drive, is a jewel. And to change that, we're a big lump at the end of the jewel, I just don't see it. And to me, it's a beautiful design, and I wish it was someplace else. I love it, the glass and things in places. I've approved some on the beaches and stuff that I agree with. But is this what this is what we imagine for the city, all of it to be like. And I've mentioned this is not a transition zone. They keep saying, it's a transition zone. It's not. It goes back to the same thing right on the other side. I asked for the picture early in the discussion. No, it's purple, nothing, all the way down. I've lived in Los Angeles. I know. That's why I'm here. I've been to Miami Beach. We have Miami Beach on the shores right now. We have it Sand Key. We have everything we need if we want to be Miami Beach. I would prefer to have some of the nice rustic Clearwater here, in my opinion. And I counted 165 signatures from the residents. It seems like a good project would not need to have 165 people plus against it. It would, I don't believe they had it on Comfort Inn. They didn't have that one on the corner of other places. This because it's just an anomaly. It's somehow, there's a piece of land, somebody could see it slipped in. I got it. I'm going to take it and build something beautiful. So anyway, I see my job up here as a person that is here for the residents. I'm a resident. I want to be here for us to have a place that's nice and make it a good place for my kids to be, and that's my opinion. Thank you very much.
Mr. Barker, I'll be next, and we'll kind of work our way down.
I've been on this board off and on for 10 years, and I've never seen a more passionate group of people, especially for these 7 hours that we're out here. And I can certainly sympathize. That being said, the property owner does have rights on this piece of property. It is zoned tourist, and it didn't just change into tourist overnight. It's been tourist. I think a 86-foot tall building with 152-foot setback would be more palatable than a 50-foot building with a 10-foot setback. I think their use is indeed the most compatible. You know, there are a lot of other things that have been presented that can be on this property. And for me, I think that use is the most compatible. So I would support this project. I think the staff has done a great job. So I would go with their recommendation.
I'm an attorney, and so I tend to look at things differently than the design professionals whose opinion I value tremendously. I also recognize that this issue dropped in our laps with the zoning in place, and I worry about making any kind of decision that effectively writes the tourist district zoning out of existence. Because I don't think that's our job. I think our job is to apply the code, particularly where the flexibility is being requested with respect to the height of the building. Before I get to the height of the building, I just want to comment that one of the things that will inform my decision is the fact that the code does not mandate any kind of architectural style, modern versus traditional or anything of the sort. Some of the testimony also confirms that the code does not require a protection of a particular view in perpetuity. And I think those are important things to consider. But when it comes to the height, again, the testimony we've heard is that it meets the flexible development criteria and it otherwise meets code in every respect. I want to point out and remind everybody that in fairly recent past, we have approved high-rise, modern-style condominiums in the north of the beach, north of Palm Pavilion Restaurant, south of Acacia Street, over exactly the same character of the neighborhood objection arising from old Florida descriptive language in beach by design. And I also think it's important for us to be consistent. I do find that the expert testimony from the planning staff and the applicant is persuasive to me. Again, those of you design professionals who haven't spoken yet, you all have expertise as to scale of building size, distances that I don't have as an attorney, so I'm certainly interested in hearing what you think about that, but at this point, I'm inclined to support the project.
That's the half whose last names you can spell easily. I'm going to go to this half. Starting to fire up with Ms. Coy.
Oh, okay. Well, based on a thorough review of the regulatory requirements, the facts of the case, testimony from staff, the applicant, and our community, I would respectfully deny the applicant's request.
Did you want to elaborate on that, or just, I mean, we're just trying to get a sense from. I mean, it's up to you. I'm just giving you an opportunity. I'm not spoken.
Based on general standards for level 1 and level 2 approvals, specifically.
Can you speak up a little, please? Or
Specifically, the first requirement, the fourth, and the fifth. proposed development of the land will be in harmony with the scale, bulk, and coverage, density, and character of adjacent properties in which it is located. I appreciate that the developer has worked with the community many times on this. I just think that mitigating adverse impact does not make the project harmonious with these factors. And also, the proposed development is designed to minimize traffic congestion. I have reviewed the traffic study, but that's not what I see. And per the testimony today, that's not what I heard. The proposed development is consistent with the community character of the immediate vicinity of the parcel proposed for the development. Again, I don't see that.
Thank you. Mr. Petracchi.
I want to first extend my appreciation to everybody here, as has been done, not only to the public that's come out and sat on many boards and been a part of things, and to hear this passion from the public. Great job staff did, and my fellow members up here as well, too. You know, I was watching people come on up and return to their seats, and wasn't far off. It was about half and half for, half and half against. And people that came up and spoke for the project or against it returned to their seat. And I'm not going to point people out, but they hugged or they shook hands with people that spoke against it sitting right next to them. So there's friends in this audience that are on both sides of this passionately. And that's really hard for us. You know, half of the people are going to come out of here appreciative, and the other half are going to be dejected. And, you know, we take that into consideration. You know, to remove that side of the equation on our side of it it's not easy. We're all residents of the city of Clearwater. We want what's best for our residents. We want what's best for the city. But also we have to keep in connection to property owners' rights. And that's even everybody that's in here, their rights. And, you know, I've got empathy for the people that are in the neighborhood that feel that it's encroaching into them. It's been stated, we're not here reviewing a zoning request. This thing's been in place for 20 plus years, the tourist. We're not rezoning the property. It's existing right now, and that tourist zoning has it. So I sit here and I battle this and looking at it. I've been staring at the photos, and yeah, they're coming in for a 36-foot height variation in here to get to the level 2. And in that level 1, I'm sitting here saying at 50 feet of elevation, as was spoken over here, we've got even somebody who's against the project but would support a 50-foot above base flood elevations. You're at 65, 66 feet. But that project, if it's the same size units and they do it, this building's going to be twice as wide. It's going to be twice the compass on the ground floor. I don't know what's the worst I'm telling you, I don't know what's the worst eyesore. I've got my opinion on it, and that's where I'm going to end up being with this. Compatibility, as was stated, we're not here reviewing an architectural plan. You know, somebody could come in next to you, buy one of these lots that's vacant or an existing house and tear it down and put a contemporary home next to you, and it doesn't meet with the architectural element of what's in the city at that site right now. What I think I'd like to propose on it, the one thing that I think that hasn't been addressed and was brought up by several people in here, was the traffic calming issue. And I've been looking at it, and, you know, and at first when the comment was brought up about, is it Sediva? The traffic that was come up with the young lady that came on up here talking about it was, I thought that the traffic was coming southbound on Edgewater, that people didn't want to get hit with the light. They would make that left-hand turn by Sediva and cut through to come on out to Sunset Point. But then I also see it from the light backing up from this project that would create some additional traffic and could also generate some traffic. I don't see it on Sunnydale. I mean, I don't see why anybody would, unless they just made a wrong turn thinking they could get out of there. But again, this isn't a hotel. I would think that if a 5-story hotel was built on this property, your traffic intensity would be so much greater than an 80-unit residential project. And I've got to go to just experience on it and by the professionals that are here stating it. So, you know, that trip generation, somebody could come in with a 50-foot tall building and put in, as I'm hearing from staff in the comments, I think was closer to 100 units on a motel type project. I think your traffic would be much worse, and that would be a level 1, which wouldn't be in front of us. I would like to, if the motion is made in any way on this, if it is in support, that we would take, and if we could, I don't know if we could put something that or if the developer would even be interested and look at some sort of traffic calming on Cerriva Avenue that could do something there. I know it's not a long road. I think in the scope of the project, it's not a large amount of money that would be something on it, whether it was traffic humps or something of that nature.
I think, I hear what you're saying, and when we come up with the motion, let's revisit that in the context of if we're going to add any additional conditions so we can get some guidance on that, but you finish your comments.
But the only thing else I'm going to say, my decision wasn't made up before I came to this meeting today. I mean, I spent a lot of time reviewing this project, went to the site, been in Clearwater since 1977. So, you know, it's here today, and there's been a lot of thought going into this. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would likewise say my decision was not made up before this meeting, and I'd like to consider everything that comes before us. And I appreciate everyone being here and speaking today. I was proud to be a Clearwater resident today. I've been on this board for 5 years, and it's really encouraging to know so many people care about our community. One of the issues, or two issues, that kept coming up that I really had to separate throughout the process that are related is the zoning and sort of the site plan and the application. And unfortunately, many times I did question whether the T zoning is compatible in this location. However, those are the cards we're dealt with, and that's done. So that's sort of aside as far as with respect to the zoning. So the next thing we're looking at is the site plan and the applicant's proposal, and if that responds in an appropriate manner to the context. And I found it is consistent with the flexible criteria in the Community Development Board, in the Clearwater Development Code. I think there could be other proposals presented that our community would be even more unhappy with respect to the setbacks, the building design, the buffer, and perhaps even a resort use. I could see easily something more intensive on this property. In many ways, I do commend the applicant for their level of design, working with the residents. I feel the application is consistent with flexible criteria, and so I am inclined to support the project.
And as I already stated before, again, thank you everybody for being here and sharing your passion and sharing your comments and your feedback with us. A couple things I want to mention, and it's the mindset I bring. I think Ms. Lau has the same mindset from the standpoint of what we're trained to do when we're in law school. And our board, just so you're all aware, it's intended to be reflective of the community. It's intended to be diverse from the standpoint of our professions and our careers. So you have a couple of attorneys, you have engineers, you have people who've been in planning before, you have more or less landscapers, what you seem to focus on, and most of the comes before us, commercial realtor and the like. Across the board, the idea was to try and get people who can understand different aspects and key in on different things. I always look at these from the perspective of if there is public opposition, because I can tell you there's a tremendous number of hearings that come before us, so there is no public opposition. So there's nothing really for me to worry about challenge. But when there is public opposition, I'm listening very closely to that mindset, because I have a lot of confidence in our staff that they've looked at it and it fits within the code. And there may be some things that maybe are stretched sometimes. I'm looking for those things. It's kind of like the movie Miracle on 34th Street, and I don't care which version you're talking about, whether the light goes off for the judge with the post office recognizing Santa Claus, the light goes off for the judge with recognizing God and the dollar bill. But at the end of the day, I'm looking for those moments, that kind of information that says, you know, what didn't we cover as a city from the staff looking at it and what went into their recommendation. I do, of course, look at the applicant's testimony information, because I look at that more from the standpoint of weighing things. And, you know, the standard of evidence, and the one part that Mr. Onks brought up is the one part that really bugs me time and time again. Not having a traffic engineer to contest their traffic study and their expert is a problem for me from the standpoint of what I know how the law reads and looking at those things. And there's a lot of different ways to contest and challenge these things, but I have to weigh the evidence. I know when you don't have an expert to match up against an expert, the information, the mindset, there's things that might be missing there. And I've been on the side of representing people seeking applications, of representing communities fighting applications. And the first thing, especially when there's traffic involved, and Sediva does concern me, and I'm going to address that in a moment, is I know there's things that most people out there don't think about in terms of the traffic study. Is there, times of day, and I don't know what he took into account overall in terms of, I can see what the recommendations are, I read the traffic study, but what we most times don't think about unless we're traffic engineers are things like, if there are professionals in there and doctors and so on and so forth. I have a daughter who's a doctor. I can tell you there's how many months out of the year she works nights. So that the traffic patterns shift, and you needed an expert to come and contest that and explain that their counts may have been right or wrong. And I didn't hear that. I understand the concerns. I don't know how far we can go in terms of looking at something on Sediva since it's more than a block removed, but I'm hoping that there's something we can address from that standpoint. The other part that I looked at is I also, having been on the board now this is my 5th year, and having been on code enforcement before that here, and been, when I was a resident, I moved to Clearwater 20 years ago, but I was a resident in Dunedin before that on boards there. Try to look at the intent of what the city's trying to do overall. And we've passed, in the recent years, the US 19 code for the corridor there, and we passed recently what's been going on downtown Clearwater. And a lot of that in those highly densely populated areas is pushing the buildings out to the street, making them walkable and the like, and which is different than what you have in a lot of the neighborhood areas where you want things a little further back. And I keep looking back at the rendering here, and I'm not going to comment on whether I think the building looks good or bad. I think it's kind of irrelevant to me. But I look at this, how far back the building actually does sit in terms of anything that's above maybe 10 or 12 feet off of Edgewater Drive, and also off of Sunnydale, and know what it could have been like if they had really pushed it all the way to the end. But they were creating more of that atmosphere, and the number of efforts, the attempts they've made to revise the plan, I thought struck a chord with me. So along those lines, I don't see where staff has deviated from where our code is at. I don't see where the project, and I'm not looking at it from a threat standpoint, from the kind of uses that are designated for the T zoning district, this probably is the better of the ones that could be next to the residential neighborhood. I also look at the T zoning district from one other aspect. I look at it from the standpoint that when you're looking Sunset Point and Edgewater Drive, how far up it goes and how far out it goes, it doesn't really go that much further. It's not like you're going to have single-family homes along Sunset Point Road that can achieve the same kind of use they can achieve in the T zoning district, bought up to put those there unless the city changes its code. So you have a limited T district in that area there that doesn't really have a whole lot of opportunity for a lot of expansion, taking and converting the whole character of the entire neighborhood in that regard. So I'm looking at all those things and weighing them and feeling that this is consistent with our code from that perspective. But again, I appreciate everybody's input on things. At this point, unless anybody has any more from the staff to say, and you keep raising your hand, Mr. Onks, but unless somebody has a specific question they want to address to you.
I just was going to offer a condition related to Sediva before you make the motion.
Okay. Let me hear the motion first, and then we'll come back to you and see if there's a condition if somebody wants to. I'm not, pardon me? So.
Well, then that opens up the floor for everybody.
So, do I have a motion from the board, from anybody on the board?
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve case number FLD 2019-01002, based on the evidence and testimony presented in the application, the staff report, and at today's hearings, and hereby adopt the findings, fact, and conclusions of law stated in the staff report with conditions of approval as listed, subject to perhaps adding an additional condition related to the traffic calming on Sediva.
There was one condition.
Okay, before you.
Oh, and the extra condition that was added by the staff at the beginning of the hearing, and I apologize for leaving that out, and I don't know.
Let's get a second on that, and then we'll talk about anything.
I'd second that, and I'd like to hear the proposal that.
Before I get anything from Mr. Onks, Mr. Daniel, from the standpoint of, and this also goes to Mr. Foligno from the city attorney standpoint, from the standpoint of adding a condition, I know it sounds like the applicant is willing to consider something, but how far out can we go? Because we have a property here, and we're talking about a street that's removed. I'm just, public property up the road, it's more of a city concern in some respects, but also sometimes developers will kick in for those things. So I'm wanting some guidance in terms of how far we can go in that respect.
Based on the evidence you presently have in the record, as you mentioned, you've got a traffic engineer who's testified in a largely unrebutted fashion. I would think that any condition added at this point would need to have, I would expect the full-throated consent of both the applicant and the city.
Okay. All right,
Because
so-
how far you can go, I don't really know. I think if you go
But
beyond the
if
scope.
they're both willing, then we can consider something.
Yeah, if you go beyond the scope of the traffic report,
Well,
now you're outside the evidence. And so
And the testimony of the traffic report was that it was limited to Sunnydale and Edgewater and Sunset Point and Edgewater.
Yeah.
Sediva is an impact that's a little further out there. There's no requirement I know of that the applicant had to go and do a traffic study on Sediva. So from that perspective, if there's something that can be accommodated and address that concern, because I can see it becoming a cut through, and they're willing to propose something and the city's willing to say, yeah, that would work for us, then I think that we have the authority here, and I just want to make sure from you if that was the case. Because I'm not going to take any testimony from him and say, what does he propose as a conditional condition?
and I appreciate the question, but how far you can go, I think we'd want to hear at this point what the applicant might be willing to do and the city's position on it if they have one.
So I have a motion in a second. So Mr. Ongst, no argument, no additional testimony. You have a condition you'd like to propose to add to the conditions that we've already considered.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Pergolesi spoke with Mr. Elbow, the city's traffic engineer, and the city and the applicant, I believe, I don't want to speak for the city, the applicant's agreeable to a condition of approval that a traffic impact study or a traffic calming study would be done on Sediva. The city, it's my understanding, would conduct that study, but the applicant is willing to reimburse the city for the cost of that. Obviously, Mr. Pergolesi wouldn't do it. You can condition it on the payment or reimbursement if you want. If that would raise questions about impartiality, we don't want to go there. But it would be clear that the city would then be responsible for installing the traffic calming if the study comes back supporting the need for traffic calming.
Okay, so to summarize, the applicant would be comfortable with a condition whereby it would reimburse the city for a traffic study in Sediva to see exactly how it would be impacted by the project based upon a subsequent traffic study.
Traffic calming
analysis.
Yes.
Traffic calming analysis.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that something that the city would be comfortable with?
I guess,
Unless both sides are going along with it, I'm not certain we can go down that path of that condition, so.
I mean, I guess I'm a little unclear why the city would pay for it if it's proven to have an impact.
You're paying for the traffic calming study. I think she's talking about paying for the calming.
Yeah.
I think that's where you were going, correct, Ms. Clayton? Okay.
Yeah, obviously, the applicant respectfully is not, required to maintain the right-of-way, particularly 3 blocks away or 2 blocks away, so that would probably not be something that we'd be willing to do at that point.
Okay. So it's limited as a condition in that respect?
Yes.
Okay, have a seat. I think I'm going to give the city a moment because they seem to be chatting that over.
Okay. This is Bennett Elbow from our Traffic Operations Division.
And he's going to be speaking on what
On this issue before you, on the
So,
condition.
as far as what the city would accept as a condition?
That's,
Okay,
yes.
okay. So I'm going to be clear on that, so we're not taking new testimony and such.
Hi, good evening. I'm Bennett Elbow with the city's traffic engineering department. And yeah, we have a a traffic calming program, which is the speed hump program, okay? So if anyone that wants a speed hump on their street, they would call me and ask for one. And what we do is that we do a speed study, okay? We leave these traffic counters on that segment of roadway that they want speed humps on. And we analyze that data and then see if it qualifies, okay? And if that street qualifies, then the applicant would have to petition the neighborhood, okay? And we identify which houses that are affected and circle the houses that they need to get the signatures from. And they need 65% in agreement, okay? And then once we do that, once they do that, they submit it to us, and then we do a signature audit, okay? And then from that point, we go to the next step, which is to go out with the applicant through that neighborhood and mark where the speed humps will go, or speed tables, okay? And then once we get those signatures, then the city would go ahead and do a work order and install the speed humps.
All right, so thank you for describing that process to me, or to us as the board. So the proposal, you can have a seat. I don't think there's a specific question on that. And that, again, that was to give us information so we can understand what my condition might be. To summarize, the way I heard it is the applicant's willing to reimburse the city for that traffic calming study. The city then goes through the process that was just described by our traffic engineer. And there's no condition that the applicant's looking at in terms of payment other than reimbursement for the study. That's what they're sticking out there. So we can impose a condition to a certain extent, but again, how far we go is kind of tough. And we're talking about a street that's more than a block away, so.
You know, the city has a mechanism to handle the concern of the neighbors, in my opinion, particularly based on the fact that you've correctly identified the lack of evidence on the traffic on Sediva. So as a condition of approval in light of the city's program, I don't recommend it.
Okay, I understand that. Do I have, you've heard what the city and what the applicant has said, and you've heard our counsel and his thoughts on it. Does anybody want to make an amendment to the motion before I call for a vote? There being none, then the motion stands as originally presented with the one additional condition that staff brought up at the beginning of the meeting. And I guess we'll do it as a roll call vote simply because it's going to be more efficient that way, trying to guess how many said yes and no. Mr. Barker?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Ms. Van Scoik?
No.
Yes.
Yes.
And I vote yes as well, so that would make it 5-2, and it passes. That concludes that item on this agenda for today. Are there any director's items, anything from staff?
No.
Thank you, everybody, for being here. 7 hours exactly.